Chapter 40 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Some are old in heart at 40, some are young at 80. Margaret van Eyck's heart was an evergreen. She loved her young namesake with youthful ardour. Nor was this new sentiment a mere caprice. She was quick at reading character, and saw in Margaret Brandt that which in one of her own sex goes far with an intelligent woman: genuineness. But besides her own sterling qualities, Margaret had from the first a potent ally in the old artist's bosom: human nature. Strange as it may appear to the unobservant, our hearts warm more readily to those we have benefited than to our benefactors. Some of the Greek philosophers noticed this, but the British Homer has stamped it in immortal lines. I heard and thought how side by side we too had stemmed the battle's tide, in many a well-debated field, where Bertram's breast was Philip's shield. I thought on Darien's deserts pale, where death bestrides the evening gale, how o'er my friend my cloak I threw, and fenceless faced the deadly dew. I thought on Quariana's cliff, where, rescued from our foundering skiff, through the white breakers' wrath I bore exhausted Bertram to the shore, and when his side an arrow found, I sucked the Indian's venomed wound. These thoughts like torrents rushed along, to sweep away my purpose strong. Observe, this assassin's hand is stayed by memory, not of benefits received, but benefits conferred. Now Margaret van Eyck had been wonderfully kind to Margaret Brandt, had broken through her own habits to go and see her, had nursed her and soothed her and petted her and cured her more than all the medicine in the world. So her heart opened to the recipient of her goodness, and she loved her now far more tenderly than she had ever loved Gerard, though in truth it was purely out of regard for Gerard she had visited her in the first instance. When, therefore, she saw the roses on Margaret's cheek, and read the bit of parchment that had brought them there, she gave up her own views without a murmur. "Sweetheart," said she, "I did desire he should stay in Italy 5 or 6 years and come back rich, and above all an artist. But your happiness is before all, and I see you cannot live without him, so we must have him home as fast as may be." "Ah, madam, you see my very thoughts." And the young woman hung her head a moment and blushed. "But how to let him know, madam? That passes my skill. He has gone to Italy, but what part I know not. Stay, he named the cities he should visit. Florence was one, and Rome." But then, finally, being a sensible girl, she divined that a letter addressed "My Gerard, Italy," might chance to miscarry, and she looked imploringly at her friend for counsel. "You are come to the right place and at the right time," said the old lady. "Here was this Hans Memling with me today. He is going to Italy, girl, no later than next week, to improve his hand, he says. Not before 'twas needed, I do assure you." "But how is he to find my Gerard?" "Why, he knows your Gerard's child. They have supped here more than once, and were like hand and glove. Now, as his business is the same as Gerard's, he will visit the same places as Gerard, and soon or late he must fall in with him. Wherefore, get you a long letter written, and copy out this pardon into it, and I'll answer for the messenger. In 6 months at farthest Gerard shall get it, and when he shall get it, then he will kiss it, and put it in his bosom, and come flying home. What are you smiling at? And now what makes your cheeks so red? and what you are smothering me for, I cannot think. Yes, happy days are coming to my little Pearl." Meantime, Martin sat in the kitchen with the blackjack before him, and Reicht Heinus spinning beside him, and wow, but she pumped him that night. This Hans Hemling was an old pupil of Jan van Eyck and his sister. He was a painter, notwithstanding Margaret's sneer, and a good soul enough, with one fault. He loved the nippican cannikin and the brown bowl more than they deserve. This singular penchant kept him from amassing fortune, and was the cause that he often came to Margaret van Eyck for a meal, and sometimes for a groat. But this gave her a claim on him, and she knew he would not trifle with any commission she should entrust to him. The letter was duly written, and left with Margaret van Eyck, and the following week, sure enough, Hans Memling returned from Flanders. Margaret van Eyck gave him the letter and a piece of gold towards his travelling expenses. He seemed in a hurry to be off. "All the better," said the old artist. "He will be the sooner in Italy." But as there are horses who burn and rage to start, and after the first yard or two want the whip, so all this hurry cooled into inaction when Hans got as far as the principal hostelry of Tergoes, and saw two of his boon companions sitting in the bay window. He went in for a parting glass with them, but when he offered to pay, they would not hear of it. No, he was going on a long journey. They would treat him. Everybody must treat him, the landlord and all. It resulted from this treatment that his tongue got as loose as if the wine had been oil, and he confided to the convivial crew that he was going to show the Italians how to paint. Next, he sang his exploits in battle, for he had handled a pike, and his amorous successes with females, not present to oppose their version of the incidents. In short, plenus rimarum erat, huc illuc defluibat. And among the miscellaneous matters that oozed out, he must blab that he was entrusted with a letter to a townsman of theirs, one Gerard, a good fellow. He added, "You're all good fellows," and to impress his eulogy, slapped Sybrandt on the back so heartily as to drive the breath out of his body. Sybrandt got round the table to avoid this muscular approval, but listened to every word, and learned for the first time that Gerard was gone to Italy. However, to make sure, he affected to doubt it. "My brother Gerard is never in Italy." "Ye lie, ye cur!" roared Hans, taking instantly the irascible turn, and not being clear enough to see that he, who now sat opposite him, was the same he had praised and hit when beside him. "If he is 10 times your brother, he is in Italy. What call ye this? There, read me that superscription," and he flung down a letter on the table. Sybrandt took it up and examined it gravely, but eventually laid it down with the remark that he could not read. However, one of the company, by some immense fortuity, could read, and proud of so rare an accomplishment, took it and read it out. "To Gerard Eliason of Tergoes, these by the hand of the trustee Hans Memling with all speed." "'Tis excellently well writ," said the reader, examining every letter. "Aye," said Hans bombastically, "and small wonder. 'Tis writ by a famous hand, by Margaret, sister of Jan van Eyck. Blessed and honoured be his memory. She is an old friend of mine, is Margaret van Eyck." Miscellaneous Hans then diverged into 40 topics. Sybrandt stole out of the company and went in search of Cornelis. They put their heads together over the news. Italy was an immense distance off. If they could only keep him there. Keep him there? Nothing would keep him long from his Margaret. Curse her, said Sybrandt. Why didn't she die when she was about it? She die? She would outlive the pest to vex us. And Cornelius was wroth at her selfishness in not dying to oblige. These two black sheep kept putting their heads together, and tainting each other worse and worse, till at last their corrupt hearts conceived a plan for keeping Gerard in Italy all his life, and so securing his share of their father's substance. But when they had planned it, they were no nearer the execution, for that required talent. So iniquity came to a standstill. But presently, as if Satan had come between the two heads, and whispered into the right ear of one and the left of the other simultaneously, they both burst out, "The Burgomaster!" They went to Gijsbrecht van Swieten, and he received them at once, for the man who is under the torture of suspense catches eagerly at knowledge. Certainty is often painful, but seldom, like suspense, intolerable. "You have news of Gerard?" said he eagerly. Then they told about the letter, and Hans Memling. He listened with restless eye. "Who writ the letter?" "Margaret van Eyck," was the reply, for they naturally thought the contents were by the same hand as the superscription. "Are you sure?" And he went to a drawer, and drew out a paper written by Margaret van Eyck while treating with the borough for her house. "Was it writ like this?" "Yes, 'tis the same writing," said Sybrandt boldly. "Good. And now what would ye of me?" said Gijsbrecht, with beating heart, but a carelessness so well feigned that it staggered them. They fumbled with their bonnets, and stammered, and spoke a word or two, then hesitated and beat about the bush, and let out by degrees that they wanted a letter written to say something that might keep Gerard in Italy, and this letter they proposed to substitute in Hans Memling's wallet for the one he carried. While these fumbled with their bonnets and their iniquity, and vacillated between respect for a burgomaster and suspicion that this one was as great a rogue as themselves, and somehow or other on their side against Gerard, pros and cons were coursing one another to and fro in the keen old man's spirit. Vengeance said, "Let Gerard come back and feel the weight of the law." Prudence said, "Keep him 1,000 miles off." But then Prudence said also, "Why do dirty work on a doubtful chance? Why put it in the power of these two rogues to tarnish your name?" Finally, his strong persuasion that Gerard was in possession of a secret by means of which he could wound him to the quick, coupled with his caution, found words thus: "It is my duty to aid the citizens that cannot write, but for their matter I will not be responsible. Tell me then, what shall I write?" "Something about this Margaret." "Aye, aye, that she is false, that she is married to another, I'll go bail." "Nay, Burgomaster, nay, not for all the world," cried Sybrandt. "Gerard would not believe it, or but half, and then he would come back to see. No, say that she is dead." "Dead? What, at her age will he credit that?" "Sooner than the other. Why, she was nearly dead, so it is not to say a downright lie after all." And you think that will keep him in Italy?" "We are sure of it, are we not, Cornelius?" "Aye," said Cornelius, "our Gerard will never leave Italy now he is there. It was always his dream to get there. He would come back for his Margaret, but not for us. What cares he for us? He despises his own family, always did." "This would be a bitter pill to him," said the old hypocrite. "It will be for his good in the end," replied the young one. "What avails famine wedding thirst? said Cornelius. "And the grief you are preparing for him so coolly," Giesbrecht spoke sarcastically, but tasted his own vengeance all the time. "Oh, a lie is not like a blow with a curtal axe. It hacks no flesh and breaks no bones." "A curtal axe?" said Sybrandt. "No, nor even like a stroke with a cudgel," and he shot a sly, envenomed glance at the burgomaster's broken nose. Giesbrecht's face darkened with ire when this adder's tongue struck his wound, but it told as intended. The old man bristled with hate. "Well," said he, "tell me what to write for you, and I must write it. But take notice, you bear the blame if aught turns amiss. Not the hand which writes, but the tongue which dictates, doth the deed." The brothers assented warmly, sneering within. Giesbrecht then drew his inkhorn towards him, and laid the specimen of Margaret van Eyck's writing before him, and made some inquiries as to the size and shape of the letter, when an unlooked-for interruption occurred. Jorian Ketel burst hastily into the room, and looked vexed at not finding him alone. "Thou seest I have matter on hand, good fellow." "Aye, but this is grave. I bring good news, but 'tis not for every ear." The burgomaster rose and drew Jorian aside into the embrasure of his deep window, and then the brothers heard them converse in low but eager tones. It ended by Giesbrecht sending Jorian out to saddle his mule. He then addressed the black sheep with a sudden coldness that amazed them. "I prize the peace of households, but this is not a thing to be done in a hurry. We will see about it. We will see." "But, burgomaster, the man will be gone. It will be too late." "Where is he?" "At the hostelry, drinking." "Well, keep him drinking. We will see. We will see." And he sent them off, discomfited. To explain all this, we must retrograde a step. This very morning, then, Margaret Brandt had met Jorian Ketel near her own door. He passed her with a scowl. This struck her, and she remembered him. "Stay," said she. "Yes, it is the good man who saved him. Oh, why have you not been near me since? And why have you not come for the parchment? Was it not true about the 100 crowns? Jorian gave a snort, but seeing her face that looked so candid, began to think there might be some mistake. He told her he had come, and how he had been received. "Alas," said she, "I knew naught of this. I lay at death's door." She then invited him to follow her, and took him into the garden, and showed him the spot where the parchments were buried. Martin was for taking them up, but I would not let him. He put them there, and I said none should move them but you, who had earned them so well of him and me. "Give me a spade," cried Jorian eagerly. "But stay, no, he is a suspicious man. You are sure they are there still? I will openly take the blame if human hand hath touched them." "Then keep them but 2 hours more, I prithee, good Margaret," said Jorian, and ran off to the Stadthouse of Tergoo, a joyful man. The burgomaster jogged along towards Sevenbergen, with Jorian striding beside him, giving him assurance that in an hour's time the missing parchments would be in his hand. "Ah, master," said he, "lucky for us it wasn't a thief that took them." "Not a thief? Not a thief? What call you him, then?" "Well, saving your presence, I call him a jackdaw. This is jackdaw's work, if ever there was. Take the thing you are least in need of, and hide it. That's a jackdaw. I should know," added Jorian oracularly, "for I was brought up along with a chuff. He and I were born the same year, but he cut his teeth long before me, and wow, but my life was a burden for years all along of him. If you had but a hole in your hose no bigger than a groat, in went his beak like a gimlet, and for stealing, Gerard all over. What he wanted least, and any poor Christian in the house wanted most, that went first. Mother was a notable woman, so if she did but look round, away flew her thimble. Father lived by cordwaining, so about sunrise Jack went diligently off with his awl, his wax, and his twine. After that, make your bread how you could. One day I heard my mother tell him to his face he was enough to corrupt 6 other children, and he only cocked his eye at her, and next minute away with the nursling's shoe off his very foot. Now this Gerard is tarred with the same stick. The parchments are no more use to him than a thimble or an awl to Jack. He took them out of pure mischief and hid them, and you would never have found them but for me." "I believe you are right," said Giesbrecht, "and I have vexed myself more than need." When they came to Peter's Gate, he felt uneasy. "I wish it had been anywhere but here." Jorian reassured him. "The girl is honest and friendly," said he. "She had nothing to do with taking them, I'll be sworn." And he led him into the garden. "There, master, if a face is to be believed, here they lie. And see, the mould is loose." He ran for a spade which was stuck up in the ground at some distance, and soon went to work and uncovered a parchment. Giesbrecht saw it, and thrust him aside, and went down on his knees and tore it out of the hole. His hands trembled, and his face shone. He threw out parchment after parchment, and Jorian dusted them and cleared them and shook them. Now, when Giesbrecht had thrown out a great many, his face began to darken and lengthen, and when he came to the last, he put his hands to his temples and seemed to be all amazed. "What mystery lies here?" he gasped. "Are fiends mocking me? Dig deeper, there must be another." Jorian drove the spade in and threw out quantities of hard mould. In vain, and even while he dug, his master's mood had changed. "Treason! Treachery!" he cried. "You knew of this." "Knew what, master, in heaven's name?" "Caitiff, you knew there was another one worth all these twice told." "'Tis false!" cried Jorian, made suspicious by the other's suspicion. "'Tis a trick to rob me of my 100 crowns. Oh, I know you, burgomaster!" And Jorian was ready to whimper. A mellow voice fell on them both like oil upon the waves. "No, good man, it is not false, nor yet is it quite true. There was another parchment." There, where is it?" "But," continued Margaret calmly, "it was not a town record." "So you have gained your 100 crowns, good man. It was but a private deed between the burgomaster here and my grandfather, Hush! Floris Brandt." "Where is it, girl? That is all we want to know." "Have patience, and I shall tell you." Gerard read the title of it, and he said, "This is as much yours as the burgomaster's," and he put it apart to read it with me at his leisure. "It is in the house, then?" said the burgomaster, recovering his calmness. "No, sir," said Margaret gravely, "it is not." Then, in a voice that faltered suddenly, "You hunted my poor Gerard so hard and so close that you gave him no time to think of aught but his life and his grief. The parchment was in his bosom, and he hath ta'en it with him." Whither? "Ask me no more, sir. What right is yours to question me thus? It was for your sake, good man, I put force upon my heart, and came out here, and bore to speak at all to this hard old man. For when I think of the misery he has brought on him and me, the sight of him is more than I can bear." And she gave an involuntary shudder, and went slowly in, with her hand to her head, crying bitterly. Remorse for the past, and dread of the future, the slow but, as he now felt, the inevitable future, avarice and fear, all tugged in one short moment at Giesbrecht's tough heart. He hung his head, and his arms fell listless by his sides. A coarse chuckle made him start round, and there stood Martin Wittenhagen, leaning on his bow, and sneering from ear to ear. At sight of the man and his grinning face, Giesbrecht's worst passions awoke. "Ho! Attach him! Seize him, traitor and thief!" cried he. "Dog, thou shalt pay for all!" Martin, without a word, calmly thrust the Duke's pardon under Giesbrecht's nose. He looked, and had not a word to say. Martin followed up his advantage. "The Duke and I are soldiers. He won't let you greasy burghers trample on an old comrade. He bade me carry you a message, too." "The Duke sent a message to me?" "Aye. I told him of your masterful doings, of your imprisoning Gerard for loving a girl, and says he, 'Tell him, this is to be a king, not a burgomaster. I'll have no kings in Holland but one. Bid him be more humble, or I'll hang him at his own door.'" Giesbrecht trembled. He thought the Duke capable of the deed. "As I hanged the burgomaster of Thingamabob." The Duke could not mind which of you he had hung, or in what part. Such trifles stick not in a soldier's memory. But he was sure he had hanged one of you for grinding poor folk, and I'm the man to hang another, quoth the good Duke. These repeated insults from so mean a man, coupled with his invulnerability, shielded as he was by the Duke, drove the choleric old man into a fit of impotent fury. He shook his fist at the soldier, and tried to threaten him, but could not speak for the rage and mortification that choked him. Then he gave a sort of screech, and coiled himself up in eye and form like a rattlesnake about to strike, and spat furiously upon Martin's doublet. The thick-skinned soldier treated this ebullition with genuine contempt. "Here's a venomous old toad. He knows a kick from this foot would send him to his last home, and he wants me to cheat the gallows. But I have slain too many men in fair fight to lift limb against anything less than a man, and this I count no man. What is it, in heaven's name? An old goat-skin bag full of rotten bones." "My mule! My mule!" screamed Giesbrecht. Jurien helped the old man up, trembling in every joint. Once in the saddle, he seemed to gather in a moment unnatural vigour, and the figure that went flying to Turgot was truly weird-like and terrible, so old and wizened the face, so white and reverend the streaming hair, so baleful the eye, so fierce the fury which shook the bent frame that went spurring like mad, while the quavering voice yelled, "I'll make their hearts ache! I'll make their hearts ache! I'll make their hearts ache! I'll make their hearts ache! All of them! All! The black sheep sat disconsolate amidst the convivial crew, and eyed Hans Memling's wallet. For more ease he had taken it off, and flung it on the table. How readily they could have slipped out that letter and put in another. For the first time in their lives they were sorry they had not learned to write like their brother. And now Hans began to talk of going, and the brothers agreed in a whisper to abandon their project for the time. They had scarcely resolved this when Dietrich Brauer stood suddenly in the doorway and gave them a wink. They went out to him. "Come to the burgomaster with all speed," said he. They found Giesbrecht seated at a table, pale and agitated. Before him lay Margaret van Eyck's handwriting. "I have written what you desired," said he. "Now for the superscription. What were the words? Did ye see?" "We cannot read," said Cornelius. "Then is all this labour lost?" cried Giesbrecht angrily. "Dolts!" "Nay, but," said Sybrandt, "I heard the words read, and I have not lost them. They were, 'To Gerard Eliason, these by the hand of the trusty Hans Memling, with all speed.' 'Tis well. Now how was the letter folded? How big was it?" "Longer than that one." "And not so long as this." "'Tis well. Where is he?" "At the hostelry." "Come then, take you this groat and treat him. Then ask to see the letter, and put this in place of it. Come to me with the other letter." The brothers assented, took the letter, and went to the hostelry. They had not been gone a minute when Dietrich Brauer issued from the Stadthaus and followed them. He had his orders not to let them out of his sight till the true letter was in his master's hands. He watched outside the hostelry. He had not long to wait. They came out almost immediately with downcast looks. Dietrich made up to them. "Too late!" they cried. "Too late! He is gone!" "Gone? How long?" "Scarce 5 minutes. Cursed chance!" "You must go back to the burgomaster at once," said Dietrich Brauer. "To what end?" "No matter. Come." And he hurried them to the Stadthaus. Giesbrecht van Swieten was not the man to accept a defeat. "Well," said he, on hearing the ill news, "suppose he is gone. Is he mounted?" "No." "Then what hinders you to come up with him?" "But what avails coming up with him? There are no hostelries on the road he is gone." "Fools!" said Giesbrecht. "Is there no way of emptying a man's pockets but liquor and sleight of hand?" A meaning look that passed between Giesbrecht and Dietrich aided the brothers' comprehension. They changed colour and lost all zeal for the business. "No, no, we don't hate our brother. We won't get ourselves hanged to spite him," said Sybrandt. "That would be a fool's trick." "Hanged?" cried Giesbrecht. "Am I not the burgomaster? How can ye be hanged? I see how 'tis ye fear to tackle one man, being two. Hearts of hair that ye are. Oh, why cannot I be young again? I'd do it single-handed." The old man now threw off all disguise, and showed them his heart was in this deed. He then flattered and besought and jeered them alternately, but he found no eloquence could move them to an action, however dishonourable, which was attended with danger. At last he opened a drawer, and showed them a pile of silver coins. "Change but those letters for me," he said, "and each of you shall thrust one hand into this drawer, and take away as many of them as you can hold." The effect was magical. Their eyes glittered with desire. Their whole bodies seemed to swell and rise into male energy. "Swear it, then," said Sybrandt. "I swear it." "No, on the crucifix." Giesbrecht swore upon the crucifix. The next minute the brothers were on the road in pursuit of Hans Memling. They came in sight of him about 2 leagues from Tegu, but though they knew he had no weapon but his staff, they were too prudent to venture on him in daylight, so they fell back. But being now 3 leagues and more from the town, and on a grassy road, sun down, moon not yet up, honest Hans suddenly found himself attacked before and behind at once by men with uplifted knives, who cried in loud though somewhat shaky voices, "Stand and deliver!" The attack was so sudden and so well planned that Hans was dismayed. "Slay me not, good fellows," he cried. "I am but a poor man, and ye shall have my all." "So be it then. Live, but empty thy wallet." "There is naught in my wallet, good friend, but 1 letter." "That we shall see," said Sybrandt, who was the one in front. "Well, it is a letter." "Take it not from me, I pray you. 'Tis worth naught, and the good dame would fret that writ it." "There," said Sybrandt, "take back thy letter, and now empty thy pouch. Come, I tarry not." But by this time Hans had recovered his confusion, and from a certain flutter in Sybrandt, and hard breathing of Cornelius, aided by an indescribable consciousness, felt sure the pair he had to deal with were no heroes. He pretended to fumble for his money, then suddenly thrust his staff fiercely into Sybrandt's face and drove him staggering, and lent Cornelius a backhanded slash on the ear that sent him twirling like a weathercock in March, then whirled his weapon over his head and danced about the road like a figure on springs, shouting, "Come on, ye thieving loons, come on!" It was a plain invitation, yet they misunderstood it so utterly as to take to their heels, with Hans after them, he shouting, "Stop, thieves!" and they howling with fear and pain as they ran. End of chapter 40. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 41 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Denis, placed in the middle of his companions lest he should be so mad as attempt escape, was carried off in an agony of grief and remorse. For his sake Gerard had abandoned the German route to Rome, and what was his reward? Left all alone in the centre of Burgundy. This was the thought which maddened Denis most, and made him now rave at heaven and earth, now fall into a gloomy silence, so savage and sinister that it was deemed prudent to disarm him. They caught up their leader just outside the town, and the whole cavalcade drew up and baited at the Tête d'Or. The young landlady, though much occupied with the Count, and still more with the bastard, caught sight of Denis, and asked him, somewhat anxiously, what had become of his young companion. Denis, with a burst of grief, told her all, and prayed her to send after Gerard. "Now he is parted from me, he will maybe listen to my rede," said he. "Poor wretch, he loves not solitude." The landlady gave a toss of her head. "I trow I have been somewhat overkind already," said she, and turned rather red. "You will not?" "Not I." "Then—" and he poured a volley of curses and abuse upon her. She turned her back upon him, and went off whimpering and saying she was not used to be cursed at, and ordered her hind to saddle 2 mules. Denis went north with his troop, mute and drooping over his saddle, and quite unknown to him, that voracious young lady made an equestrian toilet in only 40 minutes, she being really in a hurry, and spurred away with her servant in the opposite direction. At dark, after a long march, the bastard and his men reached the White Hart. Their arrival caused a prodigious bustle, and it was some time before Manon discovered her old friend among so many. When she did, she showed it only by heightened colour. She did not claim the acquaintance. The poor soul was already beginning to scorn the base degrees by which she did ascend. Denis saw, but could not smile. The inn reminded him too much of Gerard. Ere the night closed, the wind changed. She looked into the room and beckoned him with her finger. He rose sulkily, and his guards with him. "Nay, I would speak a word to thee in private." She drew him to a corner of the room, and there asked him under her breath, would he do her a kindness? He answered out loud, no, he would not. He was not in the vein to do kindnesses to man or woman. If he did a kindness, it should be to a dog, and not that if he could help it. Alas, good archer, I did you one eftsoons, you and your pretty comrade, said Manon humbly. You did, dame, you did. Well then, for his sake, what is't to do? Thou knowest my story. I had been unfortunate. Now I am worshipful. But a woman did cast him in my teeth this day. And so 'twill be ever, while he hangs there. I would have him ta'en down well a day. With all my heart, and none dare I ask but thee. Wilt do it? Not I, even if I were not a prisoner. On this stern refusal, the tender Manon sighed, and clasped her palms together despondently. Denis told her she need not fret. There were soldiers of a lower stamp who would not make 2 bites of such a cherry. It was a mere matter of money. If she could find 2 angels, he would find 2 soldiers to do the dirty work of the White Hart. This was not very palatable. However, reflecting that soldiers were birds of passage, drinking here tonight, knocked on the head there tomorrow, she said softly, "Send them out to me, but prithee, tell them that 'tis for one that is my friend. Let them not think 'tis for me. I should sink into the earth. Times are changed." Denis found warriors glad to win an angel apiece so easily. He sent them out, and instantly dismissing the subject with contempt, sat brooding on his lost friend. Manon and the warriors soon came to a general understanding. But what were they to do with the body when taken down? She murmured, "The river is nigh the place." "Fling him in, eh?" "Nay, nay, be not so cruel. Could ye not put him gently and with somewhat weighty?" She must have been thinking on the subject in detail, for she was not one to whom ideas came quickly. All was speedily agreed, except the time of payment. The mail-clad itched for it, and sought it in advance. Manon demurred to that. What? Did she doubt their word? Then let her come along with them, or watch them at a distance. "Me?" said Manon with horror. "I would liever die than see it done." "Which yet you would have done." "Ay, for sore is my need. Times are changed." She had already forgotten her precept to Denis. An hour later, the disagreeable relic of caterpillar existence ceased to canker the worshipful matron's public life, and the grim eyes of the past to cast malignant glances down into a white hind's clover field. Total She made the landlord an average wife and a prime house dog, and outlived everybody. Her troops, when they returned from executing with medieval naivety the precept, "Off with the old love," received a shock. They found the marketplace black with groups. It had been empty an hour ago. Conscience smote them. This came of meddling with the dead. However, the bolder of the two, encouraged by the darkness, stole forward alone and slyly mingled with a group. He soon returned to his companion, saying, in a tone of reproach not strictly reasonable, "Ye born fool, it is only a miracle." End of chapter 41. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 42 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Letters of fire on the church wall had just inquired, with an appearance of genuine curiosity, why there was no mass for the Duke in this time of trouble. The supernatural expostulation had been seen by many, and had gradually faded, leaving the spectators glued there, gaping. The upshot was that the corporation, not choosing to be behind the angelic powers in loyalty to a temporal sovereign, invested freely in masses. By this an old friend of ours, the curé, profited in hard cash, for which he had a very pretty taste. But for this I would not, of course, have detained you over so trite an occurrence as a miracle. Denis begged for his alms. Why disgrace him as well as break his heart? Then swear on the cross of thy sword not to leave the bastard's service until the sedition shall be put down. He yielded to necessity, and delivered 3 volleys of oaths, and recovered his arms and liberty. The troops halted at the 3 Fish, and Marion, at sight of him, cried out, "I'm out of luck! Who would have thought to see you again?" Then, seeing he was sad, and rather hurt than amused at this blunt jest, she asked him what was amiss. He told her. She took a bright view of the case. Gerard was too handsome and well behaved to come to harm. The women, too, would always be on his side. Moreover, it was clear that things must either go well or ill with him. In the former case he would strike in with some good company going to Rome. In the latter he would return home, perhaps be there before his friend. For you have a trifle of fighting to do in Flanders, by all accounts. She then brought him his gold pieces, and steadily refused to accept one, though he urged her again and again. Denis was somewhat convinced by her argument, because she concurred with his own wishes, and was also cheered a little by finding her so honest. It made him think a little better of that world in which his poor little friend was walking alone. Foot soldiers in small bodies down to 2s and 3s were already on the road, making lazily towards Flanders, many of them penniless, but passed from town to town by the bailiffs, with orders for food and lodging on the innkeepers. Anthony of Burgundy overtook numbers of these, and gathered them under his standard, so that he entered Flanders at the head of 600 men. On crossing the frontier, he was met by his brother Baldwin, with men, arms, and provisions. He organised his whole force, and marched on in battle array through several towns, not only without impediment, but with great acclamations. This loyalty called forth comments not altogether gracious. "This rebellion of ours is a bite," growled a soldier called Simon, who who had elected himself Denis' comrade. Denis said nothing, but made a little bow to Saint Mars to shoot this Anthony of Burgundy dead, should the rebellion that had cost him Gerard prove no rebellion. That afternoon they came in sight of a strongly fortified town, and a whisper went through the little army that this was a disaffected place. But when they came in sight, the great gate stood open, and the towers that flanked it on each side were manned with a single sentinel apiece. So the advancing force somewhat broke their array and marched carelessly. When they were within a furlong, the drawbridge across the moat rose slowly and creaking till it stood vertical against the fort, and the very moment it settled into this warlike attitude, down rattled the portcullis at the gate, and the towers and curtains bristled with lances and crossbows. A stern hum ran through the bastard's front rank and spread to the rear. "Halt!" cried he. The word went down the line, and they halted. "Herald to the gate!" A pursuivant spurred out of the ranks, and halting 20 yards from the gate, raised his bugle with his herald's flag hanging down round it, and blew a summons. A tall figure in brazen armour appeared over the gate. A few fiery words passed between him and the herald, which were not audible, but their import clear, for the herald blew a single keen and threatening note at the walls, and came galloping back with war in his face. The bastard moved out of the line to meet him, and their heads had not been together 2 seconds ere he turned in his saddle and shouted, "Pioneers, to the van!" And in a moment hedges were levelled, and the force took the field and encamped just out of shot from the walls, and away went mounted officers, flying south, east, and west to the friendly towns for catapults, palisades, mantelets, rawhides, tar barrels, carpenters, provisions, and all the materials for a siege. The bright perspective mightily cheered one drooping soldier. At the first clang of the portcullis, his eyes brightened and his temple flushed, and when the herald came back with battle in his eye, he saw it in a moment, and for the first time this many days cried, "Courage, tout le monde! Le diable est mort!" If that great warrior heard, how he must have grinned. The besiegers encamped a furlong from the walls, and made roads, kept their pikemen in camp ready for an assault when practicable, and sent forward their sappers, pioneers, catapultiers, and crossbowmen. These opened a siege by filling the moat, and mining or breaching the wall, etc., and as much of their work had to be done under close fire of arrows, quarrels, bolts, stones, and little rocks, the above artists had need of 100 eyes, and acted in concert with a vigilance and an amount of individual intelligence, daring, and skill that made a siege very interesting and even amusing to lookers on. The first thing they did was to advance their carpenters behind rolling mantelets, to erect a stockade high and strong on the very edge of the moat. Some lives were lost at this, but not many, for a strong force of crossbowmen, including Denis, rolled their mantelets up and shot over the workmen's heads at every besieged who showed his nose, and at every loophole, arrow slit, or other aperture which commanded the particular spot the carpenters happened to be upon. Covered by their condensed fire, these soon raised a high palisade between them and the ordinary missiles from the pierced masonry. But the besieged expected this, and ran out at night their boards or wooden penthouses on the top of the curtains. The curtains were built with square holes near the top to receive the beams that supported these structures, the true defence of medieval forts, from which the besieged delivered their missiles with far more freedom and variety of range than they could shoot through the oblique but immovable loopholes of the curtain, or even through the sloping crenellets of the higher towers. On this the besiegers brought up mangonels, and set them hurling huge stones at these woodworks and battering them to pieces. Contemporaneously they built a triangular wooden tower as high as the curtain, and kept it ready for use and just out of shot. This was a terrible sight to the besieged. These wooden towers had taken many a town. They began to mine underneath that part of the moat the tower stood frowning at, and made other preparations to give it a warm reception. The besiegers also mined, but at another part, their object being to get under the square barbican and throw it down. All this time Denis was behind his mantelet with another arbalestria, protecting the workmen and making some excellent shots. These ended by earning him the esteem of an unseen archer, who every now and then sent a winged compliment quivering into his mantelet. One came and struck within an inch of the narrow slit through which Denis was squinting at the moment. "Peste!" cried he, "you shoot well, my friend. Come forth and receive my congratulations. Shall merit such as thine hide its head? Comrade, it is one of those cursed Englishmen, with his half-ell shaft. I'll not die till I've had a shot at London Wall." On the side of the besieged was a figure that soon attracted great notice by promenading under fire. It was a tall knight, clad in complete brass, and carrying a light but prodigiously long lance, with which he directed the movements of the besieged. And when any disaster befell the besiegers, this tall knight and his long lance were pretty sure to be concerned in it. My young reader will say, why did not Denis shoot him? Denis did shoot him every day of his life. Other arbalestriers shot him, archers shot him, everybody shot him. He was there to be shot, apparently. But the abomination was, he did not mind being shot. Nay, worse, he got at last so demoralized as not to seem to know when he was shot. He walked his battlements under fire, as some stout skipper paces his deck in a suit of flushing, calmly oblivious of the April drops that fall on his woolen armour. At last the besiegers got spiteful, and would not waste any more good steel on him, but cursed him and his impervious coat of mail. He took those missiles like the rest. Gunpowder has spoilt war. War was always detrimental to the solid interests of mankind, but in old times it was good for something. It painted well, sang divinely, furnished Iliads. But invisible butchery under a pall of smoke a furlong thick, who is any the better for that? Poet with his notebook may repeat, Suave etiam belli certemina magna tueri, but the sentiment is hollow and savours of cuckoo. You can't tueri anything but a horrid row. He didn't say, Suave etiam ingentem caliginem tueri per campos instructam. They managed better in the Middle Ages. This siege was a small affair, but such as it was, a writer or minstrel could see it, and turn an honest penny by singing it. So far, then, the sport was reasonable and served an end. It was a bright day, clear but not quite frosty. The efforts of the besieging force were concentrated against a space of about 250 yards, containing 2 curtains and 2 towers, one of which was the square barbican. The other had a pointed roof that was built to overlap, resting on a stone machicalade, and by this means a row of dangerous crenellets between the roof and the masonry grinned down at the nearer assailants, and looked not very unlike the grinders of a modern frigate, with each port nearly closed. The curtains were overlapped with penthouses, somewhat shattered by the mangonels, trebuchets, and other slinging engines of the besiegers. On the besiegers' edge of the moat was what seemed at first sight a gigantic arsenal, longer than it was broad, peopled by human ants, and full of busy, honest industry, and displaying all the various mechanical science of the age in full operation. Here the lever at work, there the winch and pulley, here the balance, there the capstan. Everywhere heaps of stones and piles of fascines, mantelets, and rows of fire barrels, mantelets rolling, the hammer tapping all day, horses and carts in endless succession rattling up with materials. Only on looking closer into the hive of industry, you might observe that arrows were constantly flying to and fro, that the cranes did not tenderly deposit their masses of stone, but flung them with an indifference to property, though on scientific principles, and that among the tubs full of arrows, and the tar barrels and the beams, the faggots and other utensils, here and there a workman or a soldier lay flatter than is usual in limited naps, and something more or less feathered stuck in them, and blood and other essentials oozed out. At the edge of the moat, opposite the wooden tower, a strong penthouse, which they called a cat, might be seen stealing towards the curtain, and gradually filling up the moat with fascines and rubbish, which the workmen flung out at its mouth. It was advanced by 2 sets of ropes passing round pulleys, and each worked by a windlass at some distance from the cat. The knight burnt the first cat by flinging blazing tar barrels on it. So the besiegers made the roof of this one very steep, and covered it with raw hides, and the tar barrels could not harm it. Then the knight made signs with his spear, and a little trebuchet behind the walls began dropping stones, just clear of the wall into the moat, and at last they got the range, and a stone went clean through the roof of the cat, and made an ugly hole. Baldwin of Burgundy saw this, and losing his temper, ordered the great catapult that was battering the woodwork of the curtain opposite it to be turned and levelled slantwise at this invulnerable knight. Denis and his Englishman went to dinner. These 2 worthies, being eternally on the watch for one another, had made a sort of distant acquaintance, and conversed by signs, especially on a topic that in peace or war maintains the same importance. Sometimes Denis would put a piece of bread on the top of his mantelet, and then the archer would hang something of the kind out by a string, or the order of invitation would be reversed. Anyway, they always managed to dine together. And now the engineers proceeded to the unusual step of slinging 50-pound stones at an individual. This catapult was a scientific, simple, and beautiful engine, and very effective in vertical fire at the short ranges of the period. Imagine a fir tree cut down and set to turn round a horizontal axis on lofty uprights, but not in equilibrio, 3/4 of the tree being on the hither side. At the shorter and thicker end of the tree was fastened a weight of 1/2 ton. This butt end, just before the discharge, pointed towards the enemy. By means of a powerful winch, the long tapering portion of the tree was forced down to the very ground and fastened by a bolt, and the stone placed in a sling attached to the tree's nose. But this process, of course, raised the butt end with its huge weight high in the air, and kept it there struggling in vain to come down. The bolt was now drawn, Gravity, an institution which flourished even then, resumed its sway. The short end swung furiously down, the long end went as furiously round up, and at its highest elevation flung the huge stone out of the sling with a tremendous jerk. In this case the huge mass, so flung, missed the knight, but came down near him on the penthouse, and went through it like paper, making an awful gap in roof and floor. Through the latter fell out two inanimate objects, the stone itself and the mangled body of a besieger it had struck. They fell down the high curtain side, down, down, and struck almost together the sullen waters of the moat, which closed bubbling on them, and kept both the stone and the bone 200 years, till cannon mocked those oft-perturbed waters, and civilization dried them. "Aha! A good shot!" cried Baldwin of Burgundy. The tall knight retired. The besiegers hooted him. He reappeared on the platform of the Barbican, his helmet being just visible above the parapet. He seemed very busy, and soon an enormous Turkish catapult made its appearance on the platform, and, aided by the elevation at which it was planted, flung a 20-pound stone some 240 yards in the air. It bounded after that, and knocked some dirt into the Lord Anthony's eye, and made him swear. The next stone struck a horse that was bringing up a sheaf of arrows in a cart, bowled the horse over dead like a rabbit, and spilt the cart. It was then turned at the besieger's wooden tower, supposed to be out of shot. Sir Turk slung stones cut with sharp edges on purpose, and struck it repeatedly, and broke it in several places. The besiegers turned two of their slinging engines on this monster, and kept constantly slinging smaller stones onto the platform of the Barbican, and killed two of the engineers. But the Turk disdained to retort. He flung a 40-pound stone onto the besieger's great catapult, and hitting it in the neighbourhood of the axis, knocked the whole structure to pieces, and sent the engineers skipping and yelling. In the afternoon, as Simon was running back to his mantelet from a palisade where he had been shooting at the besieged, Denis, peeping through his slit, saw the poor fellow suddenly stare and hold out his arms, then roll on his face, and a feathered arrow protruded from his back. The archer showed himself a moment to enjoy his skill. It was the Englishman. Denis, already prepared, shot his bolt, and the murderous archer staggered away wounded. But poor Simon never moved. His wars were over. "I am unlucky in my comrades," said Denis. The next morning an unwelcome sight greeted the besieged. The cat was covered with mattresses and raw hides, and fast filling up the moat. The knight stoned it, but in vain, flung burning tar barrels on it, but in vain. Then with his own hands he let down by a rope a bag of burning sulphur and pitch, and stunk them out. But Baldwin, armed like a lobster, ran, and bounding on the roof cut the string, and the work went on. Then the knight sent fresh engineers into the mine, and undermined the place, and underpinned it with beams, and covered the beams thickly with grease and tar. At break of day the moat was filled, and the wooden tower began to move on its wheels towards a part of the curtain on which two catapults were already playing to breach the hordes and clear the way. There was something awful and magical in its approach, without visible agency, for it was driven by internal rollers worked by leverage. On the top was a platform, where stood the first assailing party, protected in front by the drawbridge of the turret, which stood vertical till lowered onto the wall, but better protected by full suits of armour. The besieged slung at the tower and struck it often, but in vain. It was well defended with mattresses and hides, and presently was at the edge of the moat. The knight bade fire the mine underneath it. Then the Turkish engine flung a stone of 50 hundredweight right amongst the knights, and carried 2 away with it off the tower onto the plain. One lay and writhed, the other neither moved nor spake. And now the besieging catapults flung blazing tar barrels, and fired the hordes on both sides, and the assailants ran up the ladders behind the tower, and lowered the drawbridge onto the battered curtain, while the catapults in concert flung tar barrels and fired the adjoining works to dislodge the defenders. The armed men on the platform sprang on the bridge, led by Baldwin. The invulnerable knight and his men-at-arms met them, and a fearful combat ensued, in which many a figure was seen to fall headlong down off the narrow bridge. But fresh besiegers kept swarming up behind the tower, and the besieged were driven off the bridge. Another minute, and the town was taken. But so well had the firing of the mine been timed, that just at this instant the underpinners gave way, and the tower suddenly sank away from the walls, tearing the drawbridge clear and pouring the soldiers off it against the masonry and onto the dry moat. The besieged uttered a fierce shout, and in a moment surrounded Baldwin and his fellows, but strange to say offered them quarter. While a party disarmed and disposed of these, others fired the turret in 50 places with a sort of hand grenades. At this work, who so busy as the tall knight? He put the fire-bags on his long spear, and thrust them into the doomed structure late so terrible. To do this, he was obliged to stand on a projecting beam of the shattered hoard, holding on by the hand of a pikeman to steady himself. This provoked Denis. He ran out from his mantelet, hoping to escape notice in the confusion, and levelling his crossbow, missed the knight clean, but sent his bolt into the brain of the pikeman, and the tall knight fell heavily from the wall, lance and all. Denis gazed wonder-struck, and in that unlucky moment, suddenly he felt his arm hot, then cold, and there was an English arrow skewering it. This episode was unnoticed in a much greater matter. The knight, his armour glittering in the morning sun, fell headlong, but turning as he neared the water, struck it with a slap that sounded a mile off. None ever thought to see him again, but he fell at the edge of the fascines on which the turret stood all cocked on one side, and his spear stuck into them under water, and by a mighty effort he got to the side, but could not get out. Anthony sent a dozen knights with white flag to take him prisoner. He submitted like a lamb, but said nothing. He was taken to Anthony's tent. That worthy laughed at first at the sight of his muddy armour, but presently, frowning, said, "I marvel, sir, that so good a knight as you should know his devoir so ill a stern rebel, and give us all this trouble. I am no knight." "What then?" "A hosier." "A what? Then thy armour shall be stripped off, and thou shalt be tied to a stake in front of the works, and riddled with arrows for a warning to traitors." No, don't do that." "Why not?" Townsfolk will hang to the bastard." "What? Whom?" "Your brother Baldwin." "What? You have knaves ta'en him?" The warlike hosier nodded. "Hang the fool," said Anthony peevishly. The warlike hosier watched his eye, and doffing his helmet, took out of the lining an intercepted letter from the Duke, bidding the said Anthony come to court immediately, as he was to represent the court of Burgundy at the court of England, was to go over and receive the English king's sister, and conduct her to her bridegroom, the Earl of Charleroi. The mission was one very soothing to Anthony's pride, and also to his love of pleasure, for Edward IV held the gayest and most luxurious court in Europe. The sly hosier saw he longed to be off, and said, "We'll give ye 1,000 angels to raise the siege." And Baldwin, "I'll go and send him with the money." It was now dinner time, and a flag of truce being hoisted on both sides, the sham knight and the true one dined together and came to a friendly understanding. "But what is your grievance, my good friend?" Too much taxes." Denis, on finding the arrow in his right arm, turned his back, which was protected by a long shield, and walked sulkily into camp. He was met by the Comte de Jarnac, who had seen his brilliant shot, and finding him wounded into the bargain, gave him a handful of broad pieces. "Hast got the better of thy grief, Arbelestria, methinks?" "My grief, yes, but not my love. As soon as ever I have put down this rebellion, I go to Holland, and there I shall meet with him." This event was nearer than Denis thought. He was relieved from service next day, and though his wound was no trifle, set out with a stout heart to rejoin his friend in Holland. End of chapter 42. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 43 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. A change came over Margaret Brandt. She went about her household duties like one in a dream. If Peter did but speak a little quickly to her, she started and fixed two terrified eyes on him. She went less often to her friend Margaret van Eyck, and was ill at her ease when there. Instead of meeting her warm old friend's caresses, she used to receive them passive and trembling, and sometimes almost shrink from them. But the most extraordinary thing was, she never would go outside her own house in daylight. When she went to Tergou, it was after dusk, and she returned before daybreak. She would not even go to matins. At last Peter, unobservant as he was, noticed it, and asked her the reason. "Methinks the folk all look at me." One day Margaret van Eyck asked her what was the matter. A scared look and a flood of tears were all the reply. The old lady expostulated gently. "What, sweetheart, afraid to confide your sorrows to me?" "I have no sorrows, madam, but of my own making. I am kinder treated than I deserve, especially in this house." "Then why not come oftener, my dear?" "I come oftener than I deserve." And she sighed deeply. "There, Reich is bawling for you," said Margaret van Eyck. "Go, child, what on earth can it be?" Turning possibilities over in her mind, she thought Margaret must be mortified at the contempt with which she was treated by Gerard's family. "I will take them to task for it, at least such of them as are women." And the very next day she put on her hood and cloak, and, followed by Reich, went to the hosier's house. Catherine received her with much respect, and thanked her with tears for her kindness to Gerard. But when, encouraged by this, her visitor diverged to Margaret Brandt, Catherine's eyes dried, and her lips turned to half the size, and she looked as only obstinate, ignorant women can look. When they put on this cast of features, you might as well attempt to soften or convince a brick wall. Margaret van Eyck tried, but all in vain. So then, not being herself used to be thwarted, she got provoked, and at last went out hastily with an abrupt and mutilated curtsy, which Catherine returned with an air rather of defiance than obeisance. Outside the door, Margaret van Eyck found Reade conversing with a pale girl on crutches. Margaret van Eyck was pushing by them with heightened colour and a scornful toss intended for the whole family, when suddenly a little delicate hand glided timidly into hers, and looking round, she saw two dove-like eyes, with the water in them, that sought hers gratefully and at the same time imploringly. The old lady read this wonderful look, complex as it was, and down went her choler. She stopped and kissed Kate's brow. "I see," said she. "Mind then, I leave it to you." Returned home, she said, "I have been to a house today where I have seen a very common thing and a very uncommon thing. I have seen a stupid, obstinate woman, and I have seen an angel in the flesh, with a face, if I had it here, I'd take down my brushes once more and try and paint it." Little Kate did not belie the good opinion so hastily formed of her. She waited a better opportunity, and told her mother what she had learned from Rechte Henes, that Margaret had shed her very blood for Gerard in the wood. "See, mother, how she loves him." "Who would not love him?" "Oh, mother, think of it, poor thing." "Ay, wench, she has her own trouble, no doubt, as well as we ours. I can't abide the sight of blood, let alone my own." This was a point gained, but when Kate tried to follow it up, she was stopped short. About a month after this, a soldier of the Dalgetty tribe, returning from service in Burgundy, brought a letter one evening to the hosier's house. He was away on business, but the rest of the family sat at supper. The soldier laid the letter on the table by Catherine, and refusing all guerdon for bringing it, went off to Sevenbergen. The letter was unfolded and spread out, and curiously enough, though not one of them could read, they could all tell it was Gerard's handwriting. "And your father must be away," cried Catherine. "Are ye not ashamed of yourselves? Not one that can read your brother's letter?" But although the words were to them what hieroglyphics are to us, there was something in the letter they could read. There is an art can speak without words, unfettered by the penman's limits. It can steal through the eye into the heart and brain, alike of the learned and unlearned, and it can cross a frontier or sea, yet lose nothing. It is at the mercy of no translator, for it writes an universal language. When therefore they saw this, a picture of two hands clasped together, which Gerard had drawn with his pencil between the two short paragraphs, of which his letter consisted, they read it, and it went straight to their hearts. Gerard was bidding them farewell. And as they gazed on that simple sketch, in every turn and line of which they recognised his manner, Gerard seemed present and bidding them farewell. The women wept over it till they could see it no longer. Giles said, "Poor Gerard," in a lower voice than seemed to belong to him. Even Cornelis and Seibrand felt a momentary remorse, and sat silent and gloomy. But how to get the words read to them? They were loath to show their ignorance and their emotion to a stranger. "The Dame Van Eyck?" said Kate timidly. "And so I will, Kate. She has a good heart. She loves Gerard too. She will be glad to hear of him. I was short with her when she came here, but I will make my submission, and then she will tell me what my poor child says to me." She was soon at Margaret van Eyck's house. Reade took her into a room and said, "Bide a minute, she is at her orisons." There was a young woman in the room seated pensively by the stove, but she rose and courteously made way for the visitor. "Thank you, young lady. The winter nights are cold, and your stove is a treat." Catherine then, while warming her hands, inspected her companion furtively from head to foot, inclusive. The young person wore an ordinary wimple, but her gown was trimmed with fur, which was in those days almost a sign of superior rank or wealth. But what most struck Catherine was the candour and modesty of the face. She felt sure of sympathy from so good a countenance, and began to gossip. "Now, what think you brings me here, young lady? It is a letter from my poor boy that is far away in some savage part or other, and I take shame to say that none of us can read it. I wonder whether you can read." "Yes." "Can you now? It is much to your credit, my dear. I dare say she won't be long, but every minute is an hour to a poor longing mother." "I will read it to you." "Bless you, my dear, bless you." In her unfeigned eagerness, she never noticed the suppressed eagerness with which the hand was slowly put out to take the letter. She did not see the tremor with which the fingers closed on it. "Come then, read it to me, prithee. I am wearying for it." The first words are, "To my honoured parents." Aye, and he always did honour us, poor soul. "God and the saints have you in his holy keeping, and bless you by night and by day. Your one harsh deed is forgotten, your years of love remembered." Catherine laid her hand on her bosom and sank back in her chair with one long sob. "Then comes this, madam. It doth speak for itself. A long farewell." "Aye, go on. Bless you, girl, you give me sorry comfort. Still 'tis comfort." "To my brothers Cornelius and Sybrandt, be content, you will see me no more." "What does that mean? Ah!" "To my sister Kate, little angel of my father's house, be kind to her." "Ah!" "That is Margaret Brandt, my dear, his sweetheart. Poor soul, I've not been kind to her, my dear. Forgive me, Gerard. For poor Gerard's sake, since grief to her is death to me. Ah!" And nature, resenting the poor girl's struggle for unnatural composure, suddenly gave way, and she sank from her chair and lay insensible with the letter in her hand and her head on Catherine's knees. End of chapter 43. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 44 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Experienced women are not frightened when a woman faints, or do they hastily attribute it to anything but physical causes, which they have often seen produce it. Catherine bustled about, laid the girl down with her head on the floor quite flat, opened the window, and unloosed her dress as she lay. Not till she had done all this did she step to the door and say rather loudly, "Come here, if you please." Margaret van Eyck and Reade came, and found Margaret lying quite flat, and Catherine beating her hands. "Oh, my poor girl, what have you done to her?" "Me!" cried Catherine angrily. "What has happened then?" "Nothing, madam, nothing more than is natural in her situation." Margaret van Eyck coloured with ire. "You do well to speak so coolly," said she, "you that are the cause of her situation." "That I am not," said Catherine bluntly, "nor any woman born." "What? Was it not you and your husband that kept them apart? And now he has gone to Italy all alone? Situation indeed! You have broken her heart amongst you." "Why, madam, who is it then, in heaven's name? To hear you, one would think this was my Gerard's lass. But that can't be. This fur never cost less than 5 crowns the ell. Besides, this young gentlewoman is a wife, or ought to be." "Of course she ought. And who is the cause she is none? Who came before them at the very altar?" "God forgive them, whoever it was," said Catherine gravely. "Me it was not, nor my man." "Well," said the other, a little softened, "now you have seen her, perhaps you will not be quite so bitter against her, madam. She is coming too, thank heaven." "Me bitter against her?" said Catherine. "No, that is all over. Poor soul! Trouble behind her, and trouble afore her. And to think of my setting her, of all living women, to read Gerard's letter to me. Ay, and that was what made her go off, I'll be sworn. She is coming too. What, sweetheart? Be not afeard. None are here but friends." They seated her in an easy chair. As the colour was creeping back to her face and lips, Catherine drew Margaret van Eyck aside. "Is she staying with you, if you please?" "No, madam." "I wouldn't let her go back to Sevenbergen tonight, then." "That is as she pleases. She still refuses to bide the night." "Ay, but you are older than she is. You can make her. There, she is beginning to notice." Catherine then put her mouth to Margaret van Eyck's ear for half a moment. It did not seem time enough to whisper a word, far less a sentence. But on some topics, females can flash communication to female like lightning or thought itself. The old lady started and whispered back, "It's false! It is a calumny! It is monstrous! Look at her face! It is blasphemy to accuse such a face!" "Tut, tut, tut!" said the other. "You might as well say, 'This is not my hand. I ought to know, and I tell ye it is so.'" Then, much to Margaret van Eyck's surprise, she went up to the girl, and taking her round the neck, kissed her warmly. "I suffered for Gerard, and you shed your blood for him, I do hear. His own words show me that I have been to blame, the very words you have read to me. I, Gerard, my child, I have held aloof from her, but I'll make it up to her once I begin. You are my daughter from this hour." Another warm embrace sealed this hasty compact, and the woman of impulse was gone. Margaret lay back in her chair, and a feeble smile stole over her face. Gerard's mother had kissed her and called her daughter, but the next moment she saw her old friend looking at her with a vexed air. "I wonder you let that woman kiss you." "His mother," murmured Margaret, half reproachfully. "Mother or no mother, you would not let her touch you if you knew what she whispered in my ear about you." "About me?" said Margaret faintly. "Ay, about you, whom she never saw till tonight." The old lady was proceeding with some hesitation and choice of language to make Margaret share her indignation, when an unlooked-for interruption closed her lips. The young woman slid from her chair to her knees, and began to pray piteously to her for pardon. From the words and the manner of her penitence, a bystander would have gathered she had inflicted some cruel wrong, some intolerable insult upon her venerable friend. End of chapter 44. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 45 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The little party at the hosier's house sat at table discussing the recent event, when their mother returned, and, casting a piercing glance all round the little circle, laid the letter flat on the table. She repeated every word of it by memory, following the lines with her finger, to cheat herself and bearers into the notion that she could read the words, or nearly. Then, suddenly lifting her head, she cast another keen look on Cornelis and Sybrandt. Their eyes fell. On this, the storm that had long been brewing burst on their heads. Catherine seemed to swell like an angry hen ruffling her feathers, and out of her mouth came a roan and soun of wisdom and twaddle, of great and mean invective, such as no male that ever was born could utter in one current, and not many women. The following is a fair, though a small, sample of her words, only they were uttered all in one breath. "I have long had my doubts that you blew the flame betwixt Gerard and your father, and set that old rogue Giesbrecht on, and now here are Gerard's own written words to prove it. You have driven your own flesh and blood into a far land, and robbed the mother that bore you of her darling, the pride of her eye, the joy of her heart. But you are all of a piece from end to end. When you were all boys together, my others were a comfort, but you were a curse, mischievous and sly, and took a woman half a day to keep your clothes whole. For why? Work wears cloth, but play cuts it. With the beard comes prudence, but none came to you, still the last to go to bed and the last to leave it. And why? Because honesty goes to bed early, and industry rises betimes. Where there are 2 lie-a-beds in a house, there are a pair of ne'er-do-weels. Often I've sat and looked at your ways, and wondered where you came from. You don't take after your father, and ye are no more like me than a wasp is to an ant. Sure you were changed in the cradle, or the cuckoo dropped ye on my floor. For you have not our hands, nor our hearts. Of all my blood, none but you ever jeered them that God afflicted. But often when my back was turned, I've heard you mock at Giles, because he is not as big as some, and at my Lily Kate, because she is not so strong as a Flanders mare. After that, rob a church an you will, for you can be no worse in his eyes that made both Kate and Giles, and in mine that suffered for them, poor darlings, as I did for you, you paltry, unfailing, treasonable curs. No, I will not hush my daughter. They have filled the cup too full. It takes a deal to turn a mother's heart against the sons she has nursed upon her knees, and many is the time I have winked and wouldn't see too much, and bitten my tongue, lest their father should know them as I do. He would have put them to the door that moment. But now they have filled the cup too full. And where got she all this money? For this last month you have been rolling in it. You never wrought for it. I wish I may never hear from other mouths how you got it. It is since that night you were out so late, and your head came back so swelled, Cornelis. Sloth and greed are ill-mated, my masters. Lovers of money must sweat or steal. Well, if you robbed any poor soul of it, it was some woman, I'll go bail, for a man would drive you with his naked hand. No matter, it is good for one thing. It has shown me how you will guide our gear if ever it comes to be yourn. I have watched you, my lads, this while. You have spent a groat today between you, and I spend scarce a groat a week, and keep you all, good and bad. No, I give up waiting for the shoes that will maybe walk behind your coffin, for this shop and this house will never be yourn. Gerard is our heir, poor Gerard, whom you have banished and done your best to kill. After that, never call me mother again. But you have made him tenfold dearer to me. My poor lost boy, I shall soon see him again, shall hold him in my arms, and set him on my knees. Aye, you may stare. You are too crafty, and yet not crafty enow. You cut the stalk away, but you left the seed that shall outgrow you and outlive you. Margaret Brandt is quick, and it is Gerard's, and what is Gerard's is mine, and I have prayed the saints it may be a boy, and it must. Kate, when I found it was so, my bowels yearned over her child unborn as if it had been my own. He is our heir. He will outlive us. You will not. For a bad heart in a carcass is like the worm in the nut, soon brings the body to dust. So, Kate, take down Gerard's bib and tucker that are in the drawer you wot of, and one of these days we will carry them to Sevenbergen. We will borrow Peter Boyskin's cart and go comfort Gerard's wife under her burden. She is his wife. Who is Gisbrecht van Swieten? Can he come between a couple and the altar, and sunder those that God and the priest make one? She is my daughter, and I am as proud of her as I am of you, Kate, almost. And as for you, keep out of my way a while, for you are like the black dog in my eyes. Cornelius and Sybrandt took the hint and slunk out, aching with remorse and impenitence and hate. They avoided her eye as much as ever they could, and for many days she never spoke a word, good, bad, or indifferent, to either of them. Liberaverat animum suum. End of chapter 45. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 46 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Catherine was a good housewife who seldom left home for a day, and then one thing or another always went amiss. She was keenly conscious of this, and watching for a slack tide in things domestic, put off her visit to Sevenbergen from day to day, and one afternoon that it really could have been managed, Peter Boyskin's mule was out of the way. At last, one day, Eli asked her before all the family whether it was true she had thought of visiting Margaret Brandt. "Aye, my man." "Then I do forbid you." "Oh, do you?" "I do." "Then there is no more to be said, I suppose," said she, colouring. "Not a word," replied Eli sternly. When she was alone with her daughter, she was very severe, not upon Eli, but upon herself. "Behoved me rather go thither like a cat at a robin, but this was me all over. I am like a silly hen that can lay no egg without cackling and convening all the house to rob her on't. Next time you and I are after aught the least amiss, let's do it in heaven's name then and there, and not take time to think about it, far less talk. So then, if they take us to task, we can say, Alack, we knew naught, we thought no ill, now who'd ever, and so forth. For 2 pins, I'd go thither in all their teeth." Defiance so wild and picturesque staggered Kate. "Nay, mother, with patience, father will come round." "And so will Michaelmas, but when?" "And I was so bent on you seeing the girl. Then we could have put our heads together about her. Say what they will, there is no judging body or beast but by the eye. And were I to have 50 more sons, I'd ne'er thwart one of them's fancy, till such time as I had clapped my eyes upon her and seen quicksands. Say you, I should have thought of that before condemning Gerard his fancy. But there, life is a school, and the lesson ne'er done. We put down one fault and take up t'other, and so go blundering here and blundering there, till we blunder into our graves, and there's an end of us." "Mother," said Kate timidly, Well, what is it coming now? No good news, though, by the look of you. What on earth can make the poor wretch so scared?" "An avowal she hath to make," faltered Kate faintly. "Now, there is a noble word for ye," said Catherine proudly. "Our Gerard taught thee that, I'll go bail. Come then, out with thy vowel." "Well then, sooth to say, I have seen her." "And?" "And spoken with her to boot." "And never told me? After this, marvels are dirt. Mother, you were so hot against her, I waited till I could tell you without angering you worse." "Ay," said Catherine, half sadly, half bitterly, "like mother, like daughter, cowardice it is our bane. The others I whiles buffet, or how would the house fare? But did you, Kate, ever have harsh word or look from your poor mother that you— Nay, I will not have you cry, girl. 10 to 1 you had your reason. So rise up, brave heart, and tell me all. Better late than ne'er. And first and foremost, whenever and however wend you to Sevenbergen with your poor crutches, and I not know?" "I never was there in my life, and, mammy dear, to say that I ne'er wished to see her, that I will not, but I ne'er went nor sought to see her." "There now," said Catherine disputatively, "said I not 'twas all unlike my girl to seek her unbeknown to me? Come now, for I'm all agog." "Then thus 'twas. It came to my ears, no matter how, and prithee, good mother, on my knees, ne'er ask me how, that Gerard was a prisoner in the Stadthouse tower." "Ah! By father's behest, as 'twas pretended." Catherine uttered a sigh that was almost a moan. "Blacker than I thought," she muttered faintly. "Giles and I went out at night to bid him be of good cheer, and there at the tower foot was a brave lass, quite strange to me, I vow, on the same errand." "Look'ee there now, Kate." "At first we did properly frighten one another, through the place, his bad name, and our poor heads being so full of divils, and we whitened a bit in moonshine. But next, quo' I, 'You are Margaret?' 'And you are Kate,' quo' she. 'Think on't. Did one ever? 'Twas Gerard. He will have been talking backwards and forwards of thee to her, and her to thee." In return for this, Kate bestowed on Catherine one of the prettiest presents in nature, the composite kiss, i.e., she imprinted on her cheek a single kiss which said, 1, quite correct; 2, good, clever mother, for guessing so right and quick; 3, how sweet for us twain to be of one mind again after never having been otherwise; 4, etc. Now then, speak thy mind, child. Gerard is not here. Alas, what am I saying? Would to heaven he were. Well then, mother, she is comely, and wrongs her picture but little. Eh, dear, hark to young folk. I am for good acts, not good looks. Loves she my boy as he did ought to be loved? Sevenbergen is farther from the Stadthouse than we are, said Kate thoughtfully, yet she was there afore me. Catherine nodded intelligence. Nay, more, she had got him out ere I came, ay, down from the captive's tower. Catherine shook her head incredulously. The highest tower for miles? It is not feasible. 'Tis sooth, though, she and an old man she brought found means and wit to send him up a rope. There 'twas dangling from his prison, and our Giles went up it. When first I saw it hang, I said, "This is glamour." But when the frank lass's arms came round me, and her bosom did beat on mine, and her cheeks wet, then said I, 'Tis not glamour, 'tis love. For she is not like me, but lusty and able, and, dear heart, even I, poor frail creature, do feel sometimes as I could move the world for them I love. I love you, mother, and she loves Gerard. God bless her for't, God bless her. But what, lamb? Her love, is it for very certain honest? 'Tis most strange, but that very thing which hath warmed your heart hath somewhat cooled mine towards her, poor soul. She is no wife, you know, mother, when all is done. Huh! They have stood at the altar together. Aye, but they went as they came, maid and bachelor. The parson, saith he so? Nay, for that I know not. Then I'll take no man's word but his in such a tangled skein. After some reflection, she added, Natheless art right, girl. I'll go to Severnbergen alone. A wife I am, but not a slave. We are all in the dark here, and she holds the clue. I must question her, and no one by, least of all you. I'll not take any lily to a house wi' a spot, no, not to a palace of gold and silver. The more Catherine pondered this conversation, the more she felt drawn towards Margaret, and moreover she was all agog with curiosity, a potent passion with us all, and nearly omnipotent with those who, like Catherine, do not slake it with reading. At last, one fine day after dinner, she whispered to Kate, "Keep the house from going to pieces, an ye can," and donned her best kirtle and hood, and her scarlet clocked hose, and her new shoes, and trudged briskly off to Severnbergen, troubling no man's mule. When she got there, she inquired where Margaret Brandt lived. The first person she asked shook his head and said, "The name is strange to me." She went a little farther and asked a girl of about 15 who was standing at a door. "Father," said the girl, speaking into the house, "here is another after that magician's daughter." The man came out and told Catherine Peter Brandt's cottage was just outside the town on the east side. "You may see the chimney hence," and he pointed it out to her. "But you will not find them there, neither father nor daughter. They have left the town this week, bless you." "Say not so, good man, and me walking all the way from Turgu." "From Turgu? Then you must have met the soldier." "What soldier? I did meet a soldier. Well then, yon soldier was here, seeking that self-same Margaret." "Aye, and weren't a mad with us because she was gone?" put in the girl. "His long beard and her cheek are no strangers, I warrant." "Say no more than ye know," said Catherine sharply. "You are young to take to slandering your elders. Stay, tell me more about this soldier, good man." "Nay, I know no more than that he came hither seeking Margaret Brandt, and I told him she and her father had made a moonlight flit on this day se'night, and that some thought the devil had flown away with them, being magicians. 'And,' says he, 'the devil fly away with thee for thy ill news.' That was my thanks." "But I doubt 'tis a lie," said he. "And you think so," said I. "Go and see." "I will," said he, and burst out wi' a hantle of gibberish. My wife thinks 'twas curses, and hied him to the cottage. Presently back a comes, and sings to the tune. "You were right, and I was wrong," says he, and shoves a silver coin in my hand. "Show it the wife, some of ye, then she'll believe me. I have been called a liar once to-day." "It needs not," said Catherine, inspecting the coin all the same. "And he seemed quiet and sad-like, didn't he now, wench?" "That a did," said the young woman warmly. "And, dame, he was just as pretty a man as ever I clapped eyes on. Cheeks like a rose, and shining beard, and eyes in his head like sloes." "I saw he was well bearded," said Catherine, "but for the rest, at my age, I scanned them not as when I was young and foolish. But he seemed right civil, doffed his bonnet to me as I had been a queen, and I did drop him my best reverence, for manners beget manners. But little I wist he had been her lighter love, and most likely who bakes for this town?" The man, not being acquainted with her, opened his eyes at this transition, swift and smooth. "Well, dame, there be two, John Bush and Eric Donaldson. They both bide in this street." "Then God be with you, good people," said she, and proceeded. But her sprightly foot came flat on the ground now, and no longer struck it with little jerks and cocking heel. She asked the bakers whether Peter Brandt had gone away in their debt. Bush said they were not customers. Donaldson said, "Not a stiver. His daughter had come round and paid him the very night they went. Didn't believe they owed a copper in the town." So Catherine got all the information of that kind she wanted, with very little trouble. "Can you tell me what sort this Margaret was?" said she, as she turned to go. "Well, somewhat too reserved for my taste. I like a chatty customer when I'm not too busy. But she bore a high character for being a good daughter. 'Tis no small praise, a well-looking lass, I am told. Why, whence come you, wife? From Turgu? Oh, aye. Well, you shall judge. The lads clept her the beauty of Sevenbergen. The lasses did scout it merrily, and terribly pulled her to pieces, and found so many faults no two could agree where the fault lay." "That is enough," said Catherine. "I see. The bakers are no fools in Sevenbergen, and the young women no shallower than in other boroughs." She bought a manchet of bread, partly out of sympathy and justice. She kept a shop, partly to show her household how much better bread she gave them daily, and returned to Turgu dejected. Kate met her outside the town with beaming eyes. "Well, Kate, lass, it is a happy thing I went. I am heartbroken. Gerard has been sore abused. The child is none of ourn, nor the mother from this hour." "Alas, mother, I fathom not your meaning." "Ask me no more, girl, but never mention her name to me again. That is all." Kate acquiesced with a humble sigh, and they went home together. They found a soldier seated tranquilly by their fire. The moment they entered the door, he rose and saluted them civilly. They stood and looked at him, Kate with some little surprise, but Catherine with a great deal, and with rising indignation. "What makes you here?" was Catherine's greeting. "I came to seek after Margaret." "Well, we know no such person." "Say not so, dame. Sure you know her by name, Margaret Brandt." "We have heard of her, for that matter, to our cost." "Come, dame, prithee tell me at least where she bides." "I know not where she bides, and care not." Denis felt sure this was a deliberate untruth. He bit his lip. "Well, I look to find myself in an enemy's country at this Turgu, but maybe if you knew all, you would not be so dour." "I do know all," replied Catherine bitterly. "This morn I knew naught." Then suddenly setting her arms akimbo, she told him with a raised voice and flashing eyes. She wondered at his cheek sitting down by that hearth of all hearths in the world. "May Satan fly away with your hearth to the lake of fire and brimstone," shouted Denis, who could speak Flemish fluently. "Your own servant bade me sit there till you came, else I'd ne'er trouble your hearth. My malison on it, and on the churlish roof tree that greets an unoffending stranger this way." and he strode scowling to the door. "Oh, oh!" ejaculated Catherine, frightened and also a little conscience-stricken, and the virago sat suddenly down and burst into tears. Her daughter followed suit quietly, but without loss of time. A shrewd writer, now unhappily lost to us, has somewhere the following dialogue: "She, I feel all a woman's weakness. He, then you are invincible." Denis, by anticipation, confirmed that valuable statement. He stood at the door looking ruefully at the havoc his thunderbolt of eloquence had made. "Nay, wife," said he, "weep not, neither for a soldier's hasty word. I mean not all I said. Why, your house is your own, and what right in it have I? There now, I'll go." "What is to do?" said a grave, manly voice. It was Eli. He had come in from the shop. "Here is a ruffian being a scolding of your womenfolk and making them cry," explained Denis. "Little Kate, what is't? For ruffians do not used to call themselves ruffians," said Eli the sensible. Ere she could explain, "Hold your tongue, girl," said Catherine. "Muriel bade him sit down, and I knew not that, and waited on him, and he was going and leaving his malison on us root and branch. I was never so becursed in all my days. Oh, oh, oh!" "You were both somewhat to blame, both you and he," said Eli calmly. "However, what the servant says the master should still stand to. We keep not open house, but yet we are not poor enough to grudge a seat at our hearth in a cold day to a wayfarer with an honest face, and, as I think, a wounded man. So end all malice and sit ye down." "Wounded?" cried mother and daughter in a breath. "Think you a soldier slings his arm for sport?" "Nay, 'tis but an arrow," said Denis cheerfully. "But an arrow?" said Kate with concentrated horror. "Where were our eyes, mother?" "Nay, in good sooth, a trifle, which, however, I will pray mesdames to accept as an excuse for my vivacity. 'Tis these little foolish trifling wounds that fret a man, worthy sir. Why, look ye now, sweeter temper than our Gerard never breathed, yet when the bear did but strike a piece no bigger than a crown out of his calf, he turned so hot and choleric. Ye had said he was no son of yours, but got by the good knight Sir John Pepper on his wife Dame Mustard. Who is this? A dwarf? Your servant, Master Giles?" "Your servant, soldier?" roared the newcomer. Denis started. He had not counted on exchanging greetings with a petard. Denis's words had surprised his hosts, but hardly more than their deportment now did him. They all three came creeping up to where he sat, and looked down into him with their lips parted, as if he had been some strange phenomenon. And growing agitation succeeded to amazement. "Now hush," said Eli. "Let none speak but I. Young man," said he solemnly, "in God's name, who are you, that know us though we know not you, and that shake our hearts speaking to us of the absent, our poor rebellious son, whom heaven forgive and bless?" "What, master?" said Denis, lowering his voice. "Hath he not writ to you? Hath he not told you of me, Denis of Burgundy?" "He hath writ but 3 lines, and named not Denis of Burgundy, nor any stranger." "Aye, I mind the long letter was to his sweetheart, this Margaret, and she has decamped, plague take her, and how am I to find her, heaven knows." "What, she is not your sweetheart, then?" "Who, dame, and please you?" "Why, Margaret Brandt." "How can my comrade, sweetheart, be mine? I know her not from Noah's niece. How should I? I never saw her." "Whist with this idle chat, Kate," said Eli impatiently, "and let the young man answer me. How came you to know Gerard, our son? Prithee now, think on a parent's cares, and answer me straightforward, like a soldier as thou art." "And shall." "I was paid off at Flushing, and started for Burgundy. On the German frontier I laid at the same inn with Gerard. I fancied him. I said, 'Be my comrade.' He was loath at first, consented presently. Many a weary league we trode together. Never were truer comrades, never will be while earth shall last. First I left my route a bit to be with him, then he his to be with me. We talked of Sevenbergen and Tergu 1,000 times, and of all in this house. We had our troubles on the road, but battling them together made them light. I saved his life from a bear, he mine in the Rhine, for he swims like a duck, and I like a hod of bricks, and one another's lives at an inn in Burgundy, where we two held a room for a good hour against 7 cutthroats, and crippled one and slew 2, and your son did his devoir like a man, and met the stoutest champion I ever counted, and spitted him like a sucking pig, else I had not been here. But just when all was fair, and I was to see him safe aboard ship for Rome, if not to Rome itself, met us that son of a, the Lord Anthony of Burgundy, and his men making for Flanders, then in insurrection, tore us by force apart, took me where I got some broad pieces in hand and a broad arrow in my shoulder, and left my poor Gerard lonesome. At that sad parting, soldier though I be, these eyes did rain salt scalding tears, and so did his, poor soul. His last word to me was, 'Go comfort Margaret.' So here I be. Mine to him was, 'Think no more of Rome, make for Rhine and downstream home.' Now say, for you know best, did I advise him well or ill?" "Soldier, take my hand," said Eli. "God bless thee! God bless thee!" And his lip quivered. It was all his reply, but more eloquent than many words. Catherine did not answer at all, but she darted from the room and bade Muriel bring the best that was in the house, and returned with wood in both arms, and heaped the fire, and took out a snow-white cloth from the press, and was going in a great hurry to lay it for Gerard's friend, when suddenly she sat down, and all the power ebbed rapidly out of her body. "Father!" cried Kate, whose eye was quick as her affection. Denis started up, but Eli waved him back, and flung a little water sharply in his wife's face. This did her instant good. She gasped, "So sudden, my poor boy!" Eli whispered Denis, "Take no notice. She thinks of him night and day." They pretended not to observe her, and she shook it off, and hustled and laid the cloth with her own hands. But as she smoothed it, her hands trembled, and a tear or two stole down her cheeks. They could not make enough of Denis. They stuffed him and crammed him, and then gathered round him and kept filling his glass in turn, while by that genial blaze of fire and ruby wine and eager eyes he told all that I have related, and a vast number of minor details which an artist, however minute, omits. But how different the effect on my readers and on this small circle! To them the interest was already made before the first word came from his lips. It was all about Gerard, and he who sat there telling it them was warm from Gerard and an actor with him in all these scenes. The flesh and blood around that fire quivered for their severed member, hearing its struggles and perils. I shall ask my readers to recall to memory all they can of Gerard's journey with Denis, and in their mind's eye to see those very matters told by his comrade to an exile's father, all stoic outside, all father within, and to two poor women, an exile's mother and a sister, who were all love and pity and tender anxiety both outside and in. Now, would you mind closing this book for a minute and making an effort to realise all this? It will save us so much repetition. Then you will not be surprised when I tell you that after a while Giles came softly and curled himself up before the fire, and lay gazing at the speaker with a reverence almost canine, and that when the rough soldier had unconsciously but thoroughly betrayed his better qualities, and above all his rare affection for Gerard, Kate, though timorous as a bird, stole her little hand into the warrior's huge brown palm, where it lay an instant like a teaspoonful of cream spilt on a platter, then nipped the ball of his thumb and served for a cardiometer. In other words, fate is just even to rival storytellers, and balances matters. Denis had to pay a tax to his audience, which I have not. Whenever Gerard was in too much danger, the female faces became so white, and their poor little throats gurgled so, he was obliged in common humanity to spoil his recital. Suspense is the soul of narrative, and thus dealt rough and tender of Burgundy with his best suspenses. "Now, dame, take not on till ye hear the end. Ma'amselle, let not your cheek blanch so. Courage! It looks ugly, but you shall hear now how we won through. Had he miscarried, and I at hand, would I be alive?" And meantime Kate's little cardiometer or heart measurer graduated emotion and pinched by scale. At its best, it was by no means a high-pressure engine, but all is relative. Denis soon learned the tender gamut, and when to water the suspense and extract the thrill as far as possible. On one occasion only he cannily indemnified his narrative for this drawback. Falling personally into the Rhine and sinking, he got pinched, he, Denis, to his surprise and satisfaction. "Ho, ho!" thought he, and on the principle of the anatomists, experimentum in corpore villae, kept himself a quarter of an hour under water, under pressure all the time. And even when Gerard had got hold of him, he was loath to leave the river, so, less conscientious than I was, swam with Gerard to the east bank first, and was about to land, but detected the officers and their intent, chaffed them a little space, treading water, then turned and swam wearily all across, and at last was obliged to get out for very shame, or else acknowledge himself a pike, so permitted himself to land, exhausted, and the pressure relaxed. It was 11 o'clock, an unheard of hour, but they took no note of time this night, and Denis had still so much to tell them, when the door was opened quietly, and in stole Cornelius and Sybrandt, looking hangdog. They had this night been drinking the very last drop of their mysterious funds. Catherine feared her husband would rebuke them before Denis, but he only looked sadly at them and motioned them to sit down quietly. Denis it was who seemed discomposed. He knitted his brows and eyed them thoughtfully and rather gloomily. Then turned to Catherine. "What say you, dame? The rest tomorrow, for I am somewhat weary, and it waxes late." "So be it," said Eli. But when Denis rose to go to his inn, he was instantly stopped by Catherine. "And think you to lie from this house? Gerard's room has been got ready for you hours agone. The sheets are not say much for, seeing I spun the flax and wove the web." "Then would I lie in them blindfold," was the gallant reply. Ah, dame, our poor Gerard was the one for fine linen. He could hardly forgive the honest Germans their coarse flax, and whene'er my traitors of countrymen did amiss, I would excuse them, saying, Well, well, bonnes toiles sont en Bourgogne. That means, there be good Lenten cloths in Burgundy. But indeed, he beat all for bywords and cleanliness. Oh, Eli, Eli, doth not our son come back to us at each word? Ay, bus me, my poor Kate, you and I know all that passeth in each other's hearts this night. None other can but God. End of chapter 46. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 47 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Denis took an opportunity next day and told mother and daughter the rest, excusing himself characteristically for not letting Cornelius and Sybrandt hear of it. It is not for me to blacken them. They come of a good stock. But Gerard looks on them as no friends of his in this matter, and I'm Gerard's comrade, and it is a rule with us soldiers not to tell the enemy aught but lies. Catherine sighed, but made no answer. The adventures he related cost them a tumult of agitation and grief, and sore they wept at the parting of the friends, which even now Denis could not tell without faltering. But at last all merged in the joyful hope and expectation of Gerard's speedy return. In this Denis confidently shared, but reminded them that was no reason why he should neglect his friend's wishes and last words. In fact, should Gerard return next week, and no Margaret to be found, what sort of figure should he cut? Catherine had never felt so kindly towards the truant Margaret as now, and she was fully as anxious to find her and be kind to her before Gerard's return as Denis was, but she could not agree with him that anything was to be gained by leaving this neighbourhood to search for her. She must have told somebody whither she was going. It is not as though they were dishonest folk flying the country. They owe not a stiver in Sevenbergen, and, dear heart, Denis, you can't hunt all Holland for her. Can I not? Said Denis grimly. That we shall see. He added, after some reflection, that they must divide their forces. She stay here with eyes and ears wide open, and he ransack every town in Holland for her, if need be. But she will not be many leagues from here. They be three. Three fly not so fast nor far as one. That is sense, said Catherine. But she insisted on his going first to the Demoiselle Van Eyck. She and our Margaret were bosom friends. She knows where the girl is gone, if she will but tell us. Denis was for going to her in that instant, so Catherine, in a turn of the hand, made herself one shade neater, and took him with her. She was received graciously by the old lady sitting in a richly furnished room, and opened her business. The tapestry dropped out of Margaret Van Eyck's hands. Gone? Gone from Sevenbergen, and not told me, the thankless girl! This turn greatly surprised the visitors. What, you know not? When was she here last? Maybe 10 days agone. I had ta'en out my brushes after so many years to paint her portrait. I did not do it, though, for reasons. Catherine remarked it was a most strange thing she should go away bag and baggage like this, without your leave, or by your leave, why or wherefore. Was ever aught so untoward? just when all our hearts are warm to her, and here is Gerard's mate come from the ends of the earth with comfort for her from Gerard, and can't find her, and Gerard himself expected. What to do I know not, but sure she is not parted like this without a reason. Can ye not give us the clue, my good demoiselle, prithee now?" "I have it not to give," said the elder lady, rather peevishly. "Then I can," said Recht Highness, showing herself in the doorway with colour somewhat heightened. "So you have been hearkening all the time, eh? What are my ears for, mistress?" "True. Well, throw us the light of thy wisdom on this dark matter." "There is no darkness that I see," said Recht, "and the clue, why, an ye caught a two-ply twine, and the ends on't in this room e'en now, ye'll not be far out. Oh, mistress, I wonder at you, sitting there pretending." "Marry, come up!" And the mistress's cheek was now nearly as red as the servant's. "So 'twas I drove the foolish girl away?" "You did your share, mistress. What sort of greeting gave you her last time she came? Think you she could miss to notice it, and she all friendless? And you said, 'I have altered my mind about painting of you,' says you, turning up your nose at her." "I did not turn up my nose. It is not shaped like yours for looking heavenward." "Oh, all our nosen can follow our heart's bent, for that matter. Poor soul! She did come into the kitchen to me. 'I am not to be painted now,' said she, and the tears in her eyes. She said no more, but I knew well what she did mean. I had seen ye." "Well," said Margaret van Eyck, "I do confess so much, and I make you the judge, madam. Know that these young girls can do nothing of their own heads, but are most apt at mimicking aught their sweethearts do. Now your Gerard is reasonably handy at many things, and among the best at the illuminator's craft. And Margaret, she is his pupil, and a patient one. What marvel, having a woman's eye for colour, and eke a lover to ape? 'Tis a trick I despise at heart, for by it the great art of colour, which should be royal, aspiring, and free, becomes a poor slave to the petty crafts of writing and printing, and is fettered, imprisoned, and made little body and soul to match the littleness of books, and go to church in a rich fool's pocket. Natheless, affection rules us all, and when the poor wench would bring me her thorn leaves, and lilies, and ivy, and dewberries, and ladybirds, and butterfly grubs, and all the scum of nature stuck fast in gold leaf, like wasps in a honey-pot, and with all her diurnal book, showing she had pored 100, or 150, or 200 hours over each singular page, certes I was wroth that an immortal soul, and many hours of labour, and much manual skill, should be flung away on nature's trash, leaves, insects, grubs, and on barren letters. But having bowels, I did perforce restrain, and, as it were, damn my better feelings, and looked kindly at the work to see how it might be bettered. And I said, 'Sith heaven for our sins hath doomed us to spend time and soul and colour on great letters and little beetles, omitting such small fry as saints and heroes, their acts and passions, why not present the scum naturally?' I told her the grapes I saw walking abroad did hang i' the air, not stick in a wall. And even these insects, quo I, and nature, her slime in general, pass not their noxious lives wedged miserably in metal prisons like flies in honey-pots and glue-pots, but do crawl or hover at large in festing air. 'Ah, my dear friend,' says she, 'I see now whither you drive, but this ground is gold, whereon we may not shade.' 'Who said so?' quoth I. 'All teachers of this craft,' says she, and to make an end of me at once, I trow, Gerard himself. That for Gerard himself, quoth I, and all the gang. Give me a brush. Then chose I to shade her fruit and reptiles, a false colour in nature, but true relatively to that monstrous ground of glaring gold, and in 5 minutes out came a bunch of raspberries, stalk and all, and almost flew in your mouth, likewise a butterfly grub she had so truly presented as might turn the stoutest stomach. My lady, she flings her arms round my neck, and says she, "Oh!" Did she now? The little love, observed Denis, succeeding at last in wedging in a word. Margaret Van Eyck stared at him, and then smiled. She went on to tell them how from step to step she had been led on to promise to resume the art she had laid aside with a sigh when her brothers died, and to paint the Madonna once more, with Margaret for model. Incidentally, she even revealed how girls are turned into saints. "Thy hair is adorable," said I. "Why, 'tis red," quoth she. "Ay," quoth I, "but what a red! How brown, how glossy! Most hair is not worth a straw to us painters, thine the artist's very hue. But thy violet eyes, which smack of earth, being now languid for lack of one Gerard, now full of fire in hopes of the same Gerard, these will I lift to heaven in fixed and holy meditation, and thy nose, which doth already somewhat aspire that way, though not so piously as Reicht's, will I debase a trifle, and somewhat enfeeble thy chin." "Enfeeble her chin? Alack, what may that mean? Ye go beyond me, mistress." "'Tis a resolute chin, not a jot too resolute for this wicked world, but when ye come to a Madonna, no, thank you. Well, I never. A resolute chin. Denis, the darling. And now comes the rub. When you told me she was the way she is, it gave me a shock. I dropped my brushes. Was I going to turn a girl that couldn't keep her lover at a distance into the Virgin Mary at my time of life? I love the poor ninny still, but I adore our Blessed Lady. Say you, a painter must not be peevish in such matters? Well, most painters are men, and men are fine fellows. They can do aught. Their saints and virgins are neither more nor less than their lemans, saving your presence. But know that for this very reason half their craft is lost on me, which find beneath their angels' white wings the very trollops I have seen flaunting it on the streets, bejewelled like Paynim idols, and put on like queens in a pack of cards. And I am not a fine fellow, but only a woman, and my painting is but one half craft, and t'other half devotion. So now you may read me. 'Twas foolish, maybe, but I could not help it. Yet am I sorry." And the old lady ended despondently a discourse which she had commenced in a mighty defiant tone. "Well, you know, dame," observed Catherine, "you must think it would go to the poor girl's heart, and she so fond of ye." Margaret Van Eyck only sighed. The Frisian girl, after biting her lips impatiently a little while, turned upon Catherine. "Why, dame, think you 'twas for that alone Margaret and Peter hath left Sevenbergen?" "Nay." "For what else, then?" "What else?" "Because Gerard's people slight her so cruel. Who would bide among hard-hearted folk that had driven her lad to Italy? And now he is gone, relent not, but face it out, and ne'er come anigh her that is left." "Right, I was going." "Oh, ay, going and going and going. Ye should have said less or else done more. But with your words you did uplift her heart, and let it down with your deeds."
"They have never been," said the poor thing to me, with such a sigh.
"Ay, here is one can feel for her, for I too am far from my friends, and often, when I first came to Holland, I did used to take a hearty cry all to myself. But 10 times liever would I be right heinous with naught but the leagues atween me and all my kith, than be as she is in the midst of them that ought to warm to her, and yet to fare as lonesome as I. Alack, right, I did go but yestreen, and had gone before, but one plaguey thing or t'other did still come and hinder me. Mistress, did aught hinder ye to eat your dinner any one of those days? I trow not. And had your heart been as good towards your own flesh and blood as 'twas towards your flesh as meat, naught had prevailed to keep you from her that sat lonely a-watching the road for you and comfort, with your child's child a-beating neath her bosom." Here this rude young woman was interrupted by an incident not uncommon in a domestic's bright existence. The Van Eyck had been nettled by the attack on her, but with due tact had gone into ambush. She now sprang out of it. "Since you disrespect my guests, seek another place." "With all my heart," said Reich stoutly. "Nay, mistress," put in the good-natured Catherine, "true folk will still speak out. Her tongue is a stinger." Here the water came into the speaker's eyes by way of confirmation.
"But better she said it than thought it."
"So now 'twon't rankle in her, and part with her for me, that shall she not. Beshrew the wench, she wotes she is a good servant and takes advantage. We poor wretches which keep house must still pay 'em tax for value. I had a good servant once when I was a young woman. Hey, dear, how she did grind me down into the dust. In the end, by heaven's mercy, she married the baker, and I was my own woman again. So, said I, no more good servants shall come hither a-hectoring o' me. I just get a fool and learn her, and whenever she knoweth her right hand from her left,
she sauceth me.
Then out I bundle her, neck and crop, and take another dunce in her place. Dear heart, 'tis wearisome teaching a string of fools by ones, but there, I am mistress." Here she forgot that she was defending Reich, and turning rather spitefully upon her, added, "And you be mistress here, I trow." "No more than that stool," said the Van Eyck loftily. "She is neither mistress nor servant, but gone. She has dismissed the house, and there's an end of her. What, did ye not hear me turn the saucy baggage off?" "Aye, aye, we all heard ye," said Reich, with vast indifference. "Then hear me," said Denis solemnly. They all went round like things on wheels, and fastened their eyes on him. "Aye, let us hear what the man says," urged the hostess. "Men are fine fellows with their great hoarse voices." "Mistress Reich," said Denis, with great dignity and ceremony, indeed so great as to verge on the absurd, "you are turned off. If on a slight acquaintance I might advise, I'd say, since you were a servant no more, be a mistress, a queen." "Easier said than done," replied Reich bluntly. "Not a jot. You see here one who is a man, though but half an arbalestier, owing to that devilish Englishman's arrow, in whose carcass I have, however, left a like token, which is a comfort. I have 20 gold pieces," he showed them, "and a stout arm. In another week or so I shall have twain. Marriage is not a habit of mine, but I capitulate to so many virtues. You are beautiful, good-hearted, and outspoken, and above all, you take the part of my she-comrade.
Be then an arbalestriesse." "And what the dickens is that?" inquired Reich.
"I mean, be the wife, mistress, and queen of Denis of Burgundy, here present." A dead silence fell on all. It did not last long, though, and was followed by a burst of unreasonable indignation. Catherine: "Well, did you ever?" Margaret: "Never in all my born days." Catherine: "Before our very faces." Margaret: "Of all the absurdity and insolence of this ridiculous sex." Then Denis observed somewhat dryly that the female to whom he had addressed himself was mute, and the others, on whose eloquence there was no immediate demand, were fluent. On this the voices stopped, and the eyes turned pivot-like upon Reich.
She took a sly glance from under her lashes at her military assailant,
and said, "I mean to take a good look at any man ere I leap into his arms." Denis drew himself up majestically. "Then look your fill, and leap away." This proposal led to a new and most unexpected result. A long white finger was extended by the Van Eyck in a line with the speaker's eye, and an agitated voice bade him stand in the name of all the saints. "You are beautiful, so," cried she. "You are inspired with folly. What matters that? You are inspired. I must take off your head." And in a moment she was at work with her pencil. "Come out, hussy," she screamed to Reich. "More in front of him, and keep the fool inspired and beautiful. Oh, why had I not this maniac for my good centurion? They went and brought me a brute with a low forehead and a shapeless beard." Catherine stood and looked with utter amazement at this pantomime, and secretly resolved that her venerable hostess had been a disguised lunatic all this time, and was now busy throwing off the mask. As for Reich, she was unhappy and cross. She had left her cauldron in a precarious state, and made no scruple to say so, and that duties so grave as hers left her no time to waste a playing the statue and the fool all at one time. Her mistress, in reply, reminded her that it was possible to be rude and rebellious to one's poor, old, affectionate, desolate mistress, without being utterly heartless and savage, and a trampler on arts. On this Reich stopped and pouted, and looked like a little basilisk at the inspired model who caused her woe. He retorted with unshaken admiration. The situation was at last dissolved by the artist's wrist becoming cramped from disuse. This was not, however, until she had made a rough but noble sketch. "I can work no more at present," said she sorrowfully. "Then now, mistress, I may go and mind my pot." "Aye, aye, go to your pot, and get into it, do. You will find your soul in it, so then you will all be together." "Well, but Reich," said Catherine, laughing, "she turned you off." "Boo, boo, boo," said Reich contemptuously. "When she wants to get rid of me, let her turn herself off and die. I'm sure she is old enough for it. But take your time, mistress. If you're in no hurry, no more am I. When that day doth come, 'twill take a man to dry my eyes, and if you should be in the same mind then, soldier,
"You can say so."
"And if you are not, why 'twill be all one to Reich Heineth." And the plain speaker went her way, but her words did not fall to the ground. Neither of her female hearers could disguise from herself that this blunt girl, solitary herself,
had probably read Margaret Brandt aright, and that she had gone away from Sevenbergen broken-hearted. Catherine and Denis bade the Van Eyck adieu, and that same afternoon Denis set out on a wild goose chase. His plan, like all great things, was simple. He should go to 100 towns and villages, and ask in each other after an old physician with a fair daughter and an old longbow soldier. He should inquire of the burgomasters about all newcomers, and should go to the fountains and watch the women and girls as they came with their pitchers for water. And away he went, and was months and months on the tramp, and could not find her. Happily, this chivalrous feat of friendship was in some degree its own reward. Those who sit at home blindfolded by self-conceit, and think camel or man out of the depths of their inner consciousness, alias their ignorance, will tell you that in the intervals of war and danger, peace and tranquil life acquire their true value and satisfy the heroic mind. But those who look before they babble or scribble will see and say that men who risk their lives habitually thirst for exciting pleasures between the acts of danger, or not for innocent tranquillity. To this, Denis was no exception. His whole military life had been half Sparta, half Capua, and he was too good a soldier and too good a libertine to have ever mixed either habit with the other. But now, for the first time, he found himself mixed, at peace and yet on duty, for he took this latter view of his wild goose chase, luckily. So all these months he was a demi-Spartan, sober, prudent, vigilant, indomitable, and happy, though constantly disappointed, as might have been expected. He flirted gigantically on the road, but wasted no time about it, nor in these wanderings did he tell a single female that marriage was not one of his habits, etc. And so we leave him on the tramp, pilgrim of friendship, as his poor comrade was of love. End of chapter 47. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 48 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Catherine was in dismay when she reflected that Gerard must reach home in another month, at farthest more likely in a week, and how should she tell him she had not even kept an eye upon his betrothed? Then there was the uncertainty as to the girl's fate, and this uncertainty sometimes took a sickening form. "Oh, Kate," she groaned, "if she should have gone and made herself away!" "Mother, she would never be so wicked." "Ah, my lass, you know not what hasty fools young lasses be that have no mothers to keep 'em straight. They will fling themselves into the water for a man that the next man they meet would have cured them of in a week. I have known 'em to jump in like brass one moment and scream for help in the next. Couldn't know their own minds, ye see, even about such a trifle as yon. And then there's times when their bodies ail like no other living creatures ever I could hear of, and that strings up their feelings so, the patience that belongs to them at other times, beyond all living souls barring an ass, seems all to jump out of 'em at one turn, and into the water they go. Therefore I say that men are monsters. Mother! Monsters, and no less, to go making such heaps of canals just to tempt the poor women in. They know we shall not cut our throats, hating the sight of blood and rating our skins a hantle higher nor our lives. And as for hanging, while she is a fixing of the nail and a making of the noose, she has time to alter her mind. But a jump into a canal,
is no more than into bed, and the water it does all the lave, willy-nilly. Why, look at me, the mother o' nine, wasn't I agog to make a hole in our canal for the nonce? Nay, mother, I'll never believe it of you. You may, though. 'Twas in the first year of our keeping house together. Eli hadn't found out my weak stitches then, nor I his, so we made a rent, pulling contrariwise, had a quarrel. So then I ran crying to tell some gabbling fool like myself what I had no business to tell out of doors except to the saints, and there was one of our precious canals in the way. Do they take us for teal? Oh, how tempting it did look! Says I to myself, sith he has let me go out of his door quarrelled, he shall see me drowned next, and then he will change his key. He will blubber a good one, and I shall look down from heaven. I forgot I should be in t'other part, and see him take on, and oh, but that will be sweet. And I was all a tiptoe and going in, only just then I thought I wouldn't. I had got a new gown a-making for one thing, and hard upon finished. So I went home instead. And what was Eli's first word? "Let yon flea stick o' the wall, my lass," says he. "Not a word of all I said tanga thee was sooth, but this, I love thee." These were his very words. I minded them, being the first quarrel. So I flung my arms about his neck and sobbed a bit and thought of the canal, and he was no colder to me than I to him, being a man and a young one, and so then that was better than lying in the water, and spoiling my wedding kirtle and my fine new shoon old John Bush made him. That was uncle to him keeps the shop now, and what was my grief to hers? Little Kate hoped that Margaret loved her father too much to think of leaving him so at his age. He is father and mother and all to her, you know. Nay, Kate, they do forget all these things in a moment of despair, when the very sky seems black above them. I place more faith in him that is unborn than on him that is ripe for the grave to keep her out of mischief. For certes, it do go sore against us to die when there's a little innocent a pulling at our hearts to let en live, and feeding at our very veins. Well, then, keep up a good heart, mother. She added that very likely all these fears were exaggerated. She ended by solemnly entreating her mother, at all events, not to persist in naming the sex of Margaret's infant. It was so unlucky, all the gossips told her, dear heart, as if there were not as many girls born as boys. This reflection, though not unreasonable, was met with clamour. "Have you the cruelty to threaten me with a girl? I want no more girls while I have you. What use would a lass be to me? Can I set her on my knee and see my Gerard again as I can a boy? I tell thee 'tis all settled." "How may that be?" "In my mind. And if I am to be disappointed in the end, 'tisn't for you to disappoint me beforehand, telling me it is not to be a child but only a girl." End of chapter 48. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 49 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Margaret Brandt had always held herself apart from Sevenbergen, and her reserve had passed for pride. This had come to her ears, and she knew many hearts were swelling with jealousy and malevolence. How would they triumph over her, when her condition could no longer be concealed? This thought gnawed her night and day. For some time it had made her bury herself in the house, and shun daylight even on those rare occasions when she went abroad. Not that in her secret heart and conscience she mistook her moral situation, as my unlearned readers have done perhaps. Though not acquainted with the nice distinctions of the contemporary law, she knew that betrothal was a marriage contract, and could no more be legally broken on either side than any other compact written and witnessed, and that marriage with another party than the betrothed had been formally annulled both by church and state, and that betrothed couples often came together without any further ceremony, and their children were legitimate. But what weighed down her simple medieval mind was this: that very contract of betrothal was not forthcoming. Instead of her keeping it, Gerard had got it, and Gerard was far, far away. She hated and despised herself for the miserable oversight which had placed her at the mercy of false opinion. For though she had never heard Horace's famous couplet, Segnius irritant, etc., she was Horatian by the plain, hard, positive intelligence which, strange to say, characterises the judgment of her sex, when feeling happens not to blind it altogether. She gauged the understanding of the world to a T. Her marriage lines being out of sight, and in Italy, would never prevail to balance her visible pregnancy and the sight of her child when born. What sort of a tale was this to stop slanderous tongues? I have got my marriage lines, but I cannot show them to you. What woman would believe her, or even pretend to believe her? And as she was in reality one of the most modest girls in Holland, it was women's good opinion she wanted, not men's. Even barefaced slander attacks her sex at a great advantage, but here was slander with a face of truth. The strong-minded woman had not yet been invented, and Margaret, though by nature and by having been early made mistress of a family, she was resolute in some respects, was weak as water in others, and weakest of all in this. Like all the elite of her sex, she was a poor little leaf, trembling at each gust of the world's opinion, true or false. Much misery may be contained in few words. I doubt if pages of description from any man's pen could make any human creature, except virtuous women, and these need no such aid, realise the anguish of a virtuous woman foreseeing herself paraded as a frail one. Had she been frail at heart, she might have brazened it out. But she had not that advantage. She was really pure as snow, and saw the pitch coming nearer her and nearer. The poor girl sat listless hours at a time, and moaned with inner anguish. And often, when her father was talking to her, and she giving mechanical replies, suddenly her cheek would burn like fire, and the old man would wonder what he had said to discompose her. Nothing. His words were less than air to her. It was the ever-present dread sent the colour of shame into her burning cheek, no matter what she seemed to be talking and thinking about. But both shame and fear rose to a climax when she came back that night from Margaret van Eyck's. Her condition was discovered, and by persons of her own sex. The old artist, secluded like herself, might not betray her, but Catherine, a gossip in the centre of a family, and a thick neighbourhood. One spark of hope remained. Catherine had spoken kindly, even lovingly. The situation admitted no half-course. Gerard's mother, thus roused, must either be her best friend or worst enemy. She waited then in racking anxiety to hear more. No word came. She gave up hope. Catherine was not going to be her friend. Then she would expose her. since she had no strong and kindly feeling to balance the natural love of babbling. Then it was the wish to fly from this neighbourhood began to grow and gnaw upon her, till it became a wild and passionate desire. But how persuade her father to this? Old people cling to places. He was very old and infirm to change his abode. There was no course but to make him her confidant. Better so than run away from him, and she felt that would be the alternative. And now, between her uncontrollable desire to fly and hide, and her invincible aversion to speak out to a man, even to her father, she vibrated in the suspense full of lively torture. And presently betwixt these two came in one day the fatal thought, end all. Things foolishly worded are not always foolish. One of poor Catherine's bugbears, these numerous canals, did sorely tempt this poor fluctuating girl. She stood on the bank one afternoon and eyed the calm, deep water. It seemed an image of repose, and she was so harassed. No more trouble, no more fear of shame. If Gerard had not loved her, I doubt she had ended there. As it was, she kneeled by the waterside and prayed fervently to God to keep such wicked thoughts from her. "O selfish wretch," said she, "to leave thy father! O wicked wretch, to kill thy child and make thy poor Gerard lose all his pain and peril undertaken for thy sight! I will tell father all, ay, ere this sun shall set." And she went home with eager haste, lest her good resolution should ooze out ere she got there. Now, in matters domestic, the learned Peter was simple as a child, and Margaret, from the age of 16, had governed the house gently but absolutely. It was therefore a strange thing in this house, the faltering, irresolute way in which its young but despotic mistress addressed that person, who in a domestic sense was less important than Martin Wittenhagen, or even than the little girl who came in the morning and for a pittance washed the vessels, etc., and went home at night. "Father, I would speak to thee." "Speak on, girl. Wilt listen to me, and not try to excuse my faults? We all have our faults, Margaret. Thou no more than the rest of us, but fewer, unless parental feeling blinds me." "Alas, no, father. I am a poor foolish girl that would fain do well, but have done ill, most unwisely, and now must bear the shame. But, father, I love you with all my faults, and will not you forgive my folly, and still love your motherless girl?" "That you may count on," said Peter cheerfully. "Oh, well, smile not, for then how can I speak and make you sad? Why, what is the matter?" "Father, disgrace is coming on this house. It is at the door, and I am the culprit. Oh, father, turn your head away. I, father, have let Gerard take away my marriage lines." "Is that all? 'Twas an oversight." "'Twas the deed of a mad woman, but woe is me, that is not the worst." Peter interrupted her. "The youth is honest and loves you dear. You are young. What is a year or two to you? Gerard will assuredly come back and keep troth. And meantime, know you what is coming?" "Not I, except that I shall be gone first for one." "Worse than that. There is worse pain than death. Nay, for pity's sake, turn away your head, father." "Foolish wench," muttered Peter, but turned his head. She trembled violently, and with her cheeks on fire began to falter out, "I did look on Gerard as my husband, we being betrothed, and he was in so sore danger, and I thought I had killed him, and oh, if you were but my mother, I might find courage. You would question me, but you say not a word. Why, Margaret, what is all this coil about? And why are thy cheeks crimson, speaking to no stranger but to thy old father? Why are my cheeks on fire? Because, Father, kill me, send me to heaven. Bid Martin shoot me with his arrow. And then the gossips will come and tell you why I blush so this day. And then, when I am dead, I hope you will love your girl again for their mother's sake." "Give me thy hand, mistress," said Peter, a little sternly. She put it out to him, trembling. He took it gently, and began, with some anxiety in his face, to feel her pulse. "Alas, nay," said she, "'tis my soul that burns, not my body, with fever. I cannot, will not bide in Sevenbergen." And she wrung her hands impatiently. "Be calm now," said the old man soothingly, "nor torment thyself for naught. Not bide in Sevenbergen? What need to bide a day as it vexes thee, and puts thee in a fever? For fevered thou art, deny it not." "What!" cried Margaret, "would you yield to go hence, and ask no reason but my longing to be gone?" And suddenly throwing herself on her knees beside him in a fervour of supplication, she clutched his sleeve, and then his arm, and then his shoulder, while imploring him to quit this place, and not ask her why. "Alas, what needs it? You will soon see it, and I could never say it. I would liever die." "Foolish child, who seeks thy girlish secrets? Is it I, whose life hath been spent in searching nature's? And for leaving Sevenbergen, what is there to keep me in it, thee unwilling? Is there respect for me here, or gratitude? Am I not yclept quacksalver by those who come not near me, and wizard by those I heal? And give they not the guerdon and the honour they deny me to the empirics that slaughter them? Besides, what is to me where we sojourn? Choose thou that, as did thy mother before thee." Margaret embraced him tenderly, and wept upon his shoulder. She was respited. Yet as she wept, respited, she almost wished she had had the courage to tell him. After a while, nothing would content him but her taking a medicament he went and brought her. She took it submissively to please him. It was the least she could do. It was a composing draught, and though administered under an error, and a common one, did her more good than harm. She awoke calmed by a long sleep, and that very day began her preparations. Next week they went to Rotterdam, bag and baggage, and lodged above a tailor's shop in the Bredekerkstraat. Only one person in Tergoes knew whither they were gone: the burgomaster. He locked the information in his own breast. The use he made of it ere long, my reader will not easily divine, for he did not divine it himself. But time will show. End of chapter 49. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 50 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Among strangers, Margaret Brandt was comparatively happy. And soon a new and unexpected cause of content arose. A civic dignitary, being ill and fanciful in proportion, went from doctor to doctor, and having arrived at death's door, sent for Peter. Peter found him bled and purged to nothing. He flung a battalion of bottles out of window and left it open, beat up yolks of eggs in neat Schiedam, and administered it in small doses, followed this up by meat stewed in red wine and water, shredding into both mild febrifugal herbs that did no harm. Finally, his patient got about again, looking something between a man and a pillowcase, and being a voluble dignitary, spread Peter's fame in every street, and that artist, who had long merited a reputation in vain, made one rapidly by luck. Things looked bright. The old man's pride was cheered at last, and his purse began to fill. He spent much of his gain, however, in sovereign herbs and choice drugs, and would have so invested them all, but Margaret white-mailed a part. The victory came too late. Its happy excitement was fatal. One evening, in bidding her good night, his voice seemed rather inarticulate. The next morning he was found speechless and only just sensible. Margaret, who had been for years her father's attentive pupil, saw at once that he had had a paralytic stroke, but not trusting to herself, she ran for her doctor. One of those who, obstructed by Peter, had not killed the civic dignitary, came and cheerfully confirmed her views. He was for bleeding the patient. She declined. He was always against blooding, said she, especially the old. Peter lived, but was never the same man again. His memory became much affected, and of course he was not to be trusted to prescribe, and several patients had come, and one or two that were bent on being cured by the new doctor and no other awaited his convalescence. Misery stared her in the face. She resolved to go for advice and comfort to her cousin William Johnson, from whom she had hitherto kept aloof out of pride and poverty. She found him and his servant sitting in the same room, and neither of them the better for liquor. Mastering all signs of surprise, she gave her greetings, and presently told him she had come to talk on a family matter, and with this glanced quietly at the servant by way of hint. The woman took it, but not as expected. "Oh, you can speak before me, can she not, my old man?" At this familiarity Margaret turned very red, and said, "I cry you mercy, mistress. I knew not my cousin had fallen into the custom of this town. Well, I must take a fitter opportunity." And she rose to go. "I wot not what ye mean by custom of the town," said the woman, bouncing up, "but this I know. 'Tis the part of a faithful servant to keep her master from being preyed on by his beggarly kin." Margaret retorted, "Ye are too modest, mistress. Ye are no servant. Your speech betrays you. 'Tis not till the ape hath mounted the tree that she shows her tail so plain. Nay, there sits the servant, God help him, and while so it is, fear not thou his kin will ever be so poor in spirit as come where the likes of you can flout their dole." And casting one look of mute reproach at her cousin for being so little of a man as to sit passive and silent all this time, she turned and went haughtily out, nor would she shed a single tear till she got home and thought of it. And now here were two men to be lodged and fed by one pregnant girl, and another mouth coming into the world. But this last, the most helpless of all, was their best friend. Nature was strong in Margaret Brandt. that same nature which makes the brutes, the birds, and the insects so cunning at providing food and shelter for their progeny yet to come. Stimulated by nature, she sat and brooded, and thought how to be beforehand with destitution. Aye, though she had still 5 gold pieces left, she saw starvation coming with inevitable foot. Her sex, when deviating from custom, it thinks with male intensity, thinks just as much to the purpose as we do. She rose, bade Martin move Peter to another room, made her own very neat and clean, polished the glass globe and suspended it from the ceiling, dusted the crocodile and nailed him to the outside wall, and after duly instructing Martin, set him to play the lounging sentinel about the street door, and tell the crocodile-bitten that a great and aged and learned alchemist abode there, who, in his moments of recreation, would sometimes amuse himself by curing mortal diseases. Patients soon came and were received by Margaret, and demanded to see the leech. That might not be. He was deep in his studies, searching for the grand elixir, and not princes could have speech of him. They must tell her their symptoms, and return in 2 hours. And oh, mysterious powers, when they did return, the drug or draught was always ready for them. Sometimes, when it was a worshipful patient, she would carefully scan his face, and feeling both pulse and skin, as well as hearing his story, would go softly with it to Peter's room, and there think and ask herself how her father, whose system she had long quietly observed, would have treated the case. Then she would write an illegible scrawl with a cabalistic letter, and bring it down reverently, and show it to the patient, and "Could you read that?" Then it would be either "I am no reader," or with admiration, "Nay, mistress, naught can I make on't." "Ay, but I can. 'Tis sovereign. Look on thyself as cured." If she had the materials by her, and she was too good an economist not to favour somewhat those medicines she had in her own stock, she would sometimes let the patient see her compound it, often and anxiously consulting the sacred prescription, lest great science should suffer in her hands. And so she would send them away relieved of cash, but with their pockets full of medicine, and minds full of faith, and humbugged to their heart's content. Populus vult decipi, and when they were gone, she would take down 2 little boxes Gerard had made her, and on one of these she had written "Today," and on the other "Tomorrow," and put the smaller coins in "Today," and the larger into "Tomorrow," along with such of her gold pieces had survived the journey from Sevenbergen, and the expenses of housekeeping in a strange place, and so she met current expenses, and laid by for the rainy days she saw coming, and mixed drugs with simples, and vice with virtue. On this last score her conscience pricked her sore, and after each day's comedy she knelt down and prayed God to forgive her for the sake of her child. But lo and behold, cure and cure was reported to her. So then her conscience began to harden. Martin Wittenhagen had of late been a dead weight on her hands. Like most men who had endured great hardships, he had stiffened rather suddenly. But though less supple, he was as strong as ever, and at his own pace could have carried the doctor herself round Rotterdam city. He carried her slops instead. In this new business he showed the qualities of a soldier: unreasoning obedience, punctuality, accuracy, dispatch, and drunkenness. He fell among good fellows. The blackguards plied him with skeedam. He babbled, he bragged. Dr. Margaret had risen very high in his estimation. All this brandishing of a crocodile for a standard, and setting a dotard in ambush, and getting rid of slops, and making good money in exchange, struck him not as science, but something far superior, strategy. And he boasted in his cups and before a mixed company how me and my general we are a biting of the burghers. When this revelation had time to leaven the city, his general, Dr. Margaret, received a call from the constables. They took her, trembling and begging subordinate machines to forgive her, before the burgomaster, and by his side stood real physicians, a terrible row in long robes and square caps, accusing her of practising unlawfully on the bodies of the Duke's lieges. At first she was too frightened to say a word. Novice-like, the very name of law paralysed her. But being questioned closely, but not so harshly as if she had been ugly, she told the truth. She had long been her father's pupil, and had but followed his system, and she had cured many. And it is not for myself in very deed, sirs, but I have two poor, helpless, honest men at home upon my hands, and how else can I keep them? Ah, good sirs, let a poor girl make her bread honestly. Ye hinder them not to make it idly and shamefully. And oh, sirs, ye are husbands, ye are fathers, ye cannot but see I have reason to work and provide as best I may. And ere this woman's appeal had left her lips, she would have given the world to recall it, and stood with one hand upon her heart and one before her face, hiding it, but not the tears that trickled underneath it, all which went to the wrong address. Perhaps a female bailiff might have yielded to such arguments, and bade her practise medicine and break law till such time as her child should be weaned and no longer. "What have we to do with that?" said the burgomaster, "save and accept that if thou wilt pledge thyself to break the law no more, I will remit the imprisonment and exact but the fine." On this, Dr. Margaret clasped her hands together and vowed most penitently never, never, never to cure body or beast again, and being dismissed with the constables to pay the fine, she turned at the door and curtsied, poor soul, and thanked the gentlemen for their forbearance. And to pay the fine, the to-morrow box must be opened on the instant, and with excess of caution she had gone and nailed it up, that no slight temptation might prevail to open it, and now she could not draw the nails, and the constables grew impatient and doubted its contents, and said, "Let us break it for you," but she would not let them. "Ye will break it worse than I shall," and she took a hammer, and struck too faintly, and lost all strength for a minute, and wept hysterically, and at last she broke it, and a little cry bubbled from her when it broke, and she paid the fine, and it took all her unlawful gains and 2 gold pieces to boot. And when the men were gone, she drew the broken pieces of the box, and what little money she had left her, all together on the table, and her arms went round them, and her rich hair escaped, and fell down all loose, and she bowed her forehead on the wreck, and sobbed, "My love's box, it is broken, and my heart withal," and so remained. And Martin Wittenhagen came in, and she could not lift her head, but sighed out to him what had befallen her, ending, "My love, his box is broken, and so my heart is broken." And Martin was not so sad as wroth. Some traitor had betrayed him. What stony heart had told and brought her to this pass? Whoever it was should feel his arrow's point. The curious attitude in which he must deliver the shaft never occurred to him. Idle chat, moaned Margaret, without lifting her brow from the table. When you have slain all the gossips in this town, can we eat them? Tell me how to keep you all, or prithee hold thy peace, and let the saints get leave to whisper me. Martin held his tongue, and cast uneasy glances at his defeated general. Towards evening she rose and washed her face, and did up her hair, and doggedly bade Martin take down the crocodile, and put out a basket instead. I can get up linen better than they seem to do it in this street, said she, and you must carry it in the basket. That I will for thy sake, said the soldier. Good Martin, forgive me that I spake shrewishly to thee. Even while they were talking came a mail for advice. Margaret told it the mayor had interfered and forbidden her to sell drugs. But, said she, I will gladly iron and starch your linen for you, and I will come and fetch it from your house. Are you mad, young woman? Said the mail. I came for a leech, and you proffer me a washerwoman. And it went out in dudgeon. There is a stupid creature, said Margaret sadly. Presently came a female to tell the symptoms of her sick child. Margaret stopped it. We are forbidden by the bailiff to sell drugs, but I will gladly wash, iron, and starch your linen for you, and I will come and fetch it from your house. Oh, aye, said the female. Well, I have some smocks and ruffs foul. Come for them, and when you are there, you can look at the boy. And it told her where it lived, and when its husband would be out, yet it was rather fond of its husband than not. An introduction is an introduction, and 2 or 3 patients out of all those who came and were denied medicine made Dr. Margaret their washerwoman. Now, Martin, you must help. I'll know more cats than can slay mice. Mistress, the stomach is not a wanting for it, but the headpiece worst luck. Oh, I mean not the starching and ironing, that takes a woman and a handy one, but the bare washing, a man can surely contrive that. Why, a mule has wit enough in's head to do it with his hoofs, and ye could drive them into the tub. Come, off the doublet and try. I am your man, said the brave old soldier, stripping for the unwonted toil. I'll risk my arm in soapsuds, and you will risk your glory. My what? Your glory and honour as a washerwoman? Gramercy, if you are man enough to bring me half-washed linen iron, I am woman enough to flink back i' the suds. And so the brave girl and the brave soldier worked with a will, and kept the wolf from the door. More they could not do. Margaret had repaired the tomorrow box, and as she leaned over the glue, her tears mixed with it, and she cemented her exiled lover's box with them, at which a smile is allowable, but an intelligent smile, tipped with pity, please, and not the empty guffaw of the 19th century jackass, burlesquing Bibles, and making fun of all things except fun. But when mended, it stood unreplenished. They kept the weekly rent paid and the pot boiling, but no more. And now came a concatenation. Recommended from one to another, Margaret washed for the mayor, and bringing home the clean linen one day, she heard in the kitchen that his worship's only daughter was stricken with disease, and not like to live. Poor Margaret could not help cross-questioning, and a female servant gave her such of the symptoms as she had observed. But they were too general. However, one gossip would add fact, and another another, and Margaret pondered them all. At last one day she met the mayor himself. He recognised her directly. "Why, you are the unlicensed doctor." "I was," said she, "but now I'm your worship's washerwoman." The dignitary coloured, and said it was rather a come-down. "Nay, I bear no malice, for your worship might have been harder. Rather I would do you a good turn, sir. You have a sick daughter. Let me see her." The mayor shook his head. "That cannot be. The law I do enforce on others I may not break myself." Margaret opened her eyes. "Alack, sir, I seek no guerdon now for curing folk. Why, I am a washerwoman. I trow one may heal all the world, and if one will but let the world starve one in return." "That is no more than just," said the mayor. He added, "An ye make no trade on't, there is no offence." "Then let me see her." "What avails it? The learnedest leeches in Rotterdam have all seen her, and bettered her naught. Her ill is inscrutable. One skilled wight saith spleen, another liver, another blood, another stomach, and another that she is possessed. And in very truth she seems to have a demon, shunneth all company, pineth alone, eateth no more victuals than might diet a sparrow, speaketh seldom, nor hearkens them that speak, and weareth thinner and paler and nearer the grave well-a-day." "Sir," said Margaret, "and if you take your velvet doublet to half a dozen of shops in Rotterdam, and speer, is this fine or sorry velvet, and worth how much the ell, those 6 traders will eye it and feel it, and all be in one story to a letter. And why? Because they know their trade, and your leeches are all in different stories. Why? Because they do not know their trade. I have heard my father say each is enamoured of some one evil, and seeth it with his bat's eye in every patient. Had they stayed at home and never seen your daughter, they had answered all the same: spleen, blood, stomach, lungs, liver, lunacy, or as they call it, possession. Let me see her. We are of a sex, and that is much." And when he still hesitated, "Saints of heaven!" cried she, giving way to the irritability of a breeding woman, "is this how men love their own flesh and blood? Her mother had ta'en me in her arms ere this, and carried me to the sick-room." And 2 violet eyes flashed fire. "Come with me," said the mayor hastily. "Mistress, I have brought thee a new doctor." The person addressed, a pale young girl of 18, gave a contemptuous wrench of her shoulder, and turned more decidedly to the fire she was sitting over. Margaret came softly and sat beside her. "But 'tis one that will not torment you." "A woman!" exclaimed the young lady, with surprise and some contempt. "Tell her your symptoms." "What for? You will be no wiser." "You will be none the worse." "Well, I have no stomach for food and no heart for anything. Now cure me and go." "Patience a while. Your food, is it tasteless like in your mouth?" "Aye, how knew you that?" "Nay, I knew it not till you did tell me. I trow you would be better for a little good company." "I trow not. What is their silly chat to me?" Here Margaret requested the father to leave them alone, and in his absence put some practical questions. Then she reflected. "When you wake in the morning, you find yourself quiver, as one may say." "Nay, how knew you that?" "Shall I dose you, or shall I but tease you a bit with my silly chat?" "Which you will." "Then I will tell you a story. 'Tis about 2 true lovers." "I hate to hear of lovers," said the girl. Nevertheless, canst tell me 'twill be less nauseous than your physic, baby." Margaret then told her a love story. The maiden was a girl called Ursel, and the youth one Conrad, she an old physician's daughter, he the son of a hosier at Turgu. She told their adventures, their troubles, their sad condition. She told it from the female point of view, and in a sweet and winning and earnest voice that by degrees soon laid hold of this sullen heart and held it breathless. And when she broke it off, her patient was much disappointed. "Nay, nay, I must hear the end. I will hear it." "Ye cannot, for I know it not. None knoweth that but God." "Ah, your Ursel was a jewel of worth," said the girl earnestly. "Would she were here." "Instead of her that is here? I say not that," and she blushed a little. "But you do think it. Thought is free. Whether or no, and she were here, I'd give her a bus, poor thing." "Then give it me, for I am she." "Nay, nay, that I'll be sworn you're not." "Say not so. In very truth I am she, and prithee, sweet mistress, go not from your word, but give me the bus ye promised me, and with a good heart, for oh, my own heart lies heavy, heavy as thine, sweet mistress." The young gentlewoman rose and put her arms round Margaret's neck and kissed her. "I am woe for you," she sighed. "You are a good soul. You have done me good." "A little." A gulp came in her throat. "Come again, come again." Margaret did come again, and talked with her, and gently but keenly watched what topics interested her, and found there was but one. Then she said to the mayor, "I know your daughter's trouble, and 'tis curable." "What is't? The blood?" "Nay." "The stomach?" "Nay." "The liver?" "Nay." "The foul fiend?" "Nay." "What then?" "Love."
"Love? Stuff! Impossible! She is but a child. She never stirs abroad unguarded. She never hath from a child."
"All the better. Then we shall not have far to look for him."
"I vow not. I shall but command her to tell me the caitiff's name that hath by magic arts ensnared her young affections."
"Oh, how foolish be the wise," said Margaret. "What, would ye go and put her on guard? Nay, let us work by art first, and if that fails, then 'twill still be time for violence and folly." Margaret then, with some difficulty, prevailed on the mayor to take advantage of its being Saturday, and pay all his people their salaries in his daughter's presence and hers. It was done. Some 15 people entered the room, and received their pay with a kind word from their employer. Then Margaret, who had sat close to the patient all the time, rose and went out. The mayor followed her. "Sir, how call you yon black-haired lad?"
"That is Ulrich, my clerk."
"Well then, 'tis he."
"Now heaven forbid a lad I took out of the streets."
"Well, but your worship is an understanding man. You took him not up without some merit of his."
"Merit? Not a jot. I liked the looks of the brat, that was all."
"Was that no merit? He pleased the father's eye. And now, who had pleased the daughter's? That has oft been seen since Adam." "How know ye 'tis he?" "I held her hand, and with my finger did lightly touch her wrist, and when the others came and went, 'twas as if dogs and cats had fared in and out. But at this Ulrich's coming, her pulse did leap, and her eye shine, and when he went, she did sink back and sigh, and 'twas to be seen the sun had gone out of the room for her." Nay, Burgomaster, look not on me so scared. No witch or magician I, but a poor girl that hath been docile, and so bettered herself by a great neglected leech's art and learning. I tell ye all this hath been done before, thousands of years ere we were born. Now bide thou there till I come to thee, and prithee, spoil not good work wi' meddling." She then went back and asked her patient for a lock of her hair. "Take it," said she, more listlessly than ever. "Why, 'tis a lass of marble. How long do you count to be like that, mistress?" "Till I am in my grave, sweet Peggy." "Who knows? Maybe in 10 minutes you will be altogether as hot." She ran into the shop, but speedily returned to the mayor and said, "Good news! He fancies her, and more than a little. Now how is't to be? Will you marry your child, or bury her? For there is no third way, for shame and love they do rend her virgin heart to death." The dignitary decided for the more cheerful rite, but not without a struggle, and with its marks on his face he accompanied Margaret to his daughter. But, as men are seldom in a hurry to drink their wormwood, he stood silent. So Dr. Margaret said cheerfully, "Mistress, your lock is gone. I have sold it." "And who was so mad as to buy such a thing?" inquired the young lady scornfully. "Oh, a black-haired laddie with white teeth. They call him Ulrich." The pale face reddened directly, brow and all. Says he, "Oh, sweet mistress, give it me." I had told them all whose 'twas. "Nay," said I, "selling is my livelihood, not giving." So he offered me this, he offered me that, but naught less would I take than his next quarter's wages. "Cruel," murmured the girl, scarce audibly. "Why, you are in one tale with your father. Says he to me when I told him, 'Oh, and he loves her hair so well, 'tis odd, but he loves the rest of her.' Well, quoth he, ''tis an honest lad, and I shall have her, gin she will but leave her sulks and consent.' So what ye say, mistress? Will you be married to Ulrich, or buried i' the kirkyard?" "Father, father!" "'Tis so, girl, speak thy mind." I will obey my father in all things," stammered the poor girl, trying hard to maintain the advantageous position in which Margaret had placed her. But nature, and the joy and surprise, were too strong even for a virgin's bashful cunning. She cast an eloquent look on them both, and sank at her father's knees and begged his pardon, with many sobs, for having doubted his tenderness. He raised her in his arms, and took her, radiant through her tears with joy, and returning life and filial love to his breast, and the pair passed a truly sacred moment, and the dignitary was as happy as he thought to be miserable, so hard is it for mortals to foresee. And they looked round for Margaret, but she had stolen away softly. The young girl searched the house for her. Where is she hid? Where on earth is she? Where was she? Why, in her own house, dressing meat for her 2 old children, and crying bitterly the while at the living picture of happiness she had just created. Well a day! The odds between her lot and mine. Well a day! Next time she met the dignitary, he hemmed and hawed, and remarked what a pity it was the law forbade him to pay her who had cured his daughter. However, when all is done, 'twas not art, 'twas but woman's wit. Naught but that, Burgomaster, said Margaret bitterly. Pay the men of art for not curing her. All the guerdon I seek, that cured her, is this: go not and give your foul linen away from me by way of thanks. Why should I? inquired he. "Marry, because there are fools about ye will tell ye she that hath wit to cure dark diseases cannot have wit to take dirt out of rags, so pledge me your faith." The dignitary promised pompously, and felt all the patron. Something must be done to fill tomorrow's box. She hawked her initial letters and her illuminated vellums all about the town. Printing had by this time dealt calligraphy in black and white a terrible blow in Holland and Germany. But some copies of the printed books were usually illuminated and fettered. The printers offered Margaret prices for work in these two kinds. "I'll think on't," said she. She took down her diurnal book and calculated that the price of an hour's work on those arts would be about 1/5 of what she got for an hour at the tub and mangle. "I'll starve first," said she. "What, pay a craft and a mystery 5 times less than a handicraft?" Martin, carrying the dry clothes basket, got treated and drunk. This time he babbled her whole story. The girls got hold of it and gibed her at the fountain. All she had gone through was light to her compared with the pins and bodkins her own sex drove into her heart whenever she came near the merry crew with her pitcher, and that was every day. Each sex has its form of cruelty. Man's is more brutal and terrible, but shallow women that have neither read nor suffered have an unmuscular barbarity of their own, where no feeling of sex steps in to overpower it. This defect, intellectual perhaps rather than moral, has been mitigated in our day by books, especially by able works of fiction, for there are 2 roads to the highest effort of intelligence: pity, experience of sorrows, and imagination, by which alone we realise the grief we never felt. In the 15th century, girls with pitchers had but one: experience, and at 16 years of age or so that road had scarce been trodden. These girls persisted that Margaret was deserted by her lover, and to be deserted was a crime. They had not been deserted yet. Not a word against the Gerard they had created out of their own heads. For the imaginary crime they fell foul of the supposed victim. Sometimes they affronted her to her face, oftener they talked at her backwards and forwards with a subtle skill and a perseverance which, oh, that they had bestowed on the arts, as poor Aguecheek says. Now Margaret was brave and a coward, brave to battle difficulties and ill fortune, brave to shed her own blood for those she loved. Fortitude she had, but she had no true fighting courage. She was a powerful young woman, rather tall, full, and symmetrical, yet had one of those slips of girls slapped her face, the poor fool's hands would have dropped powerless, or gone to her own eyes instead of her adversaries'. Nor was she even a match for so many tongues, and besides, what could she say? She knew nothing of these girls except that somehow they had found out her sorrows, and hated her. Only she thought to herself they must be very happy, or they would not be so hard on her. So she took their taunts in silence, and all her struggle was not to let them see their power to make her writhe within. Here came in her fortitude, and she received their blows with well-feigned icy hauteur. They slapped a statue. But one day, when her spirits were weak, as happens at times to females in her condition, a dozen assailants followed suit so admirably that her whole sex seemed to the dispirited one to be against her, and she lost heart, and the tears began to run silently at each fresh stab. On this their triumph knew no bounds, and they followed her halfway home, casting barbed speeches. After that exposure of weakness, the statue could be assumed no more. So then she would stand timidly aloof, out of tongue-shot, till her young tyrant's pictures were all filled, and they gone, and then creep up with hers. And one day she waited so long that the fount had ceased to flow. So the next day she was obliged to face the phalanx, or her house go dry. She drew near slowly, but with the less tremor that she saw a man at the well talking to them. He would distract their attention, and besides, they would keep their foul tongues quiet, if only to blind the male to their real character. This conjecture, though shrewd, was erroneous. They could not all flirt with that one man, so the outsiders indemnified themselves by talking at her the very moment she came up. "Any news from foreign parts, Jacqueline?" "None for me, Martha. My lad goes no further from me than the town wall." "I can't say as much," says a third. "But if he goes to Italy, I've got another ready to take the fool's place." "He'll not go thither, lass. They go not so far till they are sick of us that bide in Holland." Surprise and indignation, and the presence of a man, gave Margaret a moment's fighting courage. "Oh, flout me not, and show your ill nature before the very soldier. In heaven's name, what ill did I ever to ye? What harsh word cast back for all you have flung on me, a desolate stranger in your cruel town, that ye flout me for my bereavement and my poor lad's most unwilling banishment? Hearts of flesh would surely pity us both, for that ye cast in my teeth these many days, ye brows of brass, ye bosoms of stone." They stared at this novelty, resistance, and ere they could recover and make mincemeat of her, she put her pitcher quietly down, and threw her coarse apron over her head, and stood there grieving, her short-lived spirit oozing fast. "Hullo!" cried the soldier. "Why, what is your ill?" She made no reply, but a little girl who had long secretly hated the big ones squeaked out, "They did flout her. They are I flouting her. She may not come nigh the fountain for fear of them, and 'tis a black shame." "Who spoke to her?" "Not I, for one. Nor I. I would not bemean myself so far." The man laughed heartily at this display of dignity. "Come, wife," said he, "never lower thy flag to such light skirmishes as these. Hast a tongue in thy head as well as they?" "Alack, good soldier, I was not bred to bandy foul terms." "Well, but hast a better arm than these? Why not take 'em by twos across thy knee, and scalp 'em till they cry mea culpa?" "Nay, I would not hurt their bodies for all their cruel hearts." "Then ye must e'en laugh at them, wife. What, a woman grown, and not see why mesdames give tongue? You are a buxom wife, they are a bundle of thread papers. You are fair and fresh, they have all the Dutch rim under their bright eyes that comes of dwelling in eternal swamps. There lies your crime. Come, give me thy pitcher, and if they flout me, shalt see me scrub 'em all with my beard till they squeak Holy Mother." The pitcher was soon filled, and the soldier put it in Margaret's hand. She murmured, "Thank you kindly, brave soldier." He patted her on the shoulder. "Come, courage, brave wife. The devil is dead." She let the heavy pitcher fall on his foot directly. He cursed horribly and hopped in a circle, saying, "No, the thief's alive and has broken my great toe." The apron came down, and there was a lovely face all flushed with emotion, and two beaming eyes in front of him, and two hands held out clasped. "Nay, nay, 'tis naught," said he good-humouredly, mistaking. Denis? Well, but, hello, how know you my name is Denis of Burgundy? Why, odds bodikins, I know you not, and you know me. By Gerard's letter, crossbow, beard, handsome, the devil is dead. Sword of Goliath, this must be she. Red hair, violet eyes, lovely face, but I took ye for a married wife, seeing ye. Tell me my name, said she quickly. Margaret Brandt. Gerard, where is he? Is he in life? Is he well? Is he coming? Is he come? Why is he not here? Where have ye left him? Oh, tell me, prithee, 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 tell me. Ay, ay, but not here. Oh, ye are all curiosity now, mesdames, eh? Lass, I have been 3 months afoot, travelling all Holland to find ye, and here you are. Oh, be joyful. And he flung his cap in the air, and seizing both her hands, kissed them ardently. Ay, my pretty she-comrade, I have found thee at last. I knew I should. Shall be flouted no more. I'll twist your necks at the first word, ye little trollops. And I have got 15 gold angels left for thee, and our Gerard will soon be here. Shalt wet thy purple eyes no more. But the fair eyes were wet even now, looking kindly and gratefully at the friend that had dropped among her foes as if from heaven. Gerard's comrade, prithee come home with me, good, kind Denis. I cannot speak of him before these. They went off together, followed by a chorus. She has gotten a man, she has gotten a man at last, boo, boo, boo. Margaret quickened her steps, but Denis took down his crossbow and pretended to shoot them all dead. They fled, quadrivious, shrieking. End of chapter 50. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 51 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The reader already knows how much these two had to tell one another. It was a sweet yet bitter day for Margaret, since it brought her a true friend and ill news. For now first she learned that Gerard was all alone in that strange land. She could not think with Denis that he would come home. Indeed, he would have arrived before this. Denis was a balm. He called her his she-comrade, and was always cheering her up with his formula and hilarities, and she petted him and made much of him, and feebly hectored it over him as well as over Martin, and would not let him eat a single meal out of her house, and forbade him to use naughty words. It spoils you, Denis. Good lack, to hear such ugly words come forth so comely a head. Forbear, or I shall be angry, so be civil. Whereupon Denis was upon his good behaviour, and ludicrous the struggle between his native politeness and his acquired ruffianism. And as it never rains but it pours, other persons now solicited Margaret's friendship. She had written to Margaret van Eyck a humble letter, telling her she knew she was no longer the favourite she had been, and would keep her distance, but could not forget her benefactress's past kindness. She then told her briefly how many ways she had battled for a living, and in conclusion begged earnestly that her residence might not be betrayed, least of all to his people. I do hate them. They drove him from me, and even when he was gone, their hearts turned not to me as they would and if they had repented their cruelty to him. The Van Eyck was perplexed. At last she made a confidant of Reade. The secret ran through Reade as through a cylinder to Catherine. Ay, "And she has turned that bitter against us," said that good woman. "She stole her son from us, and now she hates us for not running into her arms. Natheless, it is a blessing she is alive, and no farther away than Rotterdam." The English princess, now Countess Charolois, made a stately progress through the northern states of the duchy, accompanied by her stepdaughter, the young heiress of Burgundy, Marie de Bourgogne. Then the old duke, the most magnificent prince in Europe, put out his splendour. Troops of dazzling knights and bevies of fair ladies, gorgeously attired, attended the two princesses, and minstrels, jongleurs, or storytellers, bards, musicians, actors, tumblers followed in the train, and there was fencing, dancing, and joy in every town they shone on. Richard invited all his people to meet him at Rotterdam and view the pageant. They had been in Rotterdam some days when Denis met Catherine accidentally in the street, and after a warm greeting on both sides, bade her rejoice, for he had found the she-comrade, and crowed. But Catherine cooled him by showing him how much earlier he would have found her by staying quietly at Tergoes than by vagabondizing it all over Holland. And being found, what the better are we? Her heart is set dead against us now. Oh, let that flea stick come you with me to her house. No, she would not go where she was sure of an ill welcome. Them that come unbidden sit unseated. No, let Denis be mediator, and bring the parties to a good understanding. He undertook the office at once, and with great pomp and confidence. He trotted off to Margaret and said, "She, comrade, I met this day, a friend of thine." "Thou didst look into the rotter then, and see thyself." "Nay, 'twas a female, and one that seeks thy regard. 'Twas Catherine, Margaret's mother." "Oh, was it?" said Margaret. "Then you may tell her she comes too late. There was a time I longed and longed for her, but she held aloof in my hour of most need, so now we will be as we have been." Denis tried to shake this resolution. He coaxed her, but she was bitter and sullen, and not to be coaxed. Then he scolded her well. Then, at that, she went into hysterics. He was frightened at this result of his eloquence, and being off his guard, allowed himself to be entrapped into a solemn promise never to recur to the subject. He went back to Catherine, crestfallen, and told her. She fired up and told the family how his overtures had been received. Then they fired up. It became a feud and burned fiercer every day. Little Kate alone made some excuses for Margaret. The very next day, another visitor came to Margaret, and found the military enslaved and degraded, Martin up to his elbows in soapsuds, and Denis ironing very clumsily, and Margaret plaiting ruffs, but with a mistress's eye on her raw levies. To these there entered an old man, venerable at first sight, but on nearer view keen and wizened. "Ah!" cried Margaret, then swiftly turned her back on him, and hid her face with invincible repugnance. "Oh, that man! That man!" "Nay, fear me not," said Giesbrecht. "I come on a friend's errand. I bring ye a letter from foreign parts. Mock me not, old man." And she turned slowly round. "Nay, see." And he held out an enormous letter. Margaret darted on it, and held it with trembling hands and glistening eyes. It was Gerard's handwriting. "Oh, thank you, sir, bless you for this. I forgive you all the ill you ever wrought me." And she pressed the letter to her bosom with one hand,
and glided swiftly from the room with it. As she did not come back, Giesbrecht went away, but not without a scowl at Martha. Margaret was hours alone with her letter. End of chapter 51. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 52 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. When she came down again, she was a changed woman. Her eyes were wet but calm, and all her bitterness and excitement charmed away. "Denis," said she softly, "I have got my orders. I am to read my lover's letter to his folk." "Ye will never do that." "Aye, will I. I see there is something in the letter has softened ye towards them." "Not a jot, Denis, not a jot. But an I hated them like poison, I would not disobey my love. Denis, 'tis so sweet to obey, and sweetest of all, to obey one who is far, far away, and cannot enforce my duty, but must trust my love for my obedience. Ah, Gerard, my darling, at hand I might have slighted thy commands, misliking thy folk as I have cause to do. But now didst bid me go into the raging sea and read thy sweet letter to the sharks, there I'd go. Therefore, Denis, tell his mother I have got a letter, and if she and others would hear it, I am their servant. Let them say their hour, and I'll seat them as best I can, and welcome them as best I may." Denis went off to Catherine with this good news. He found the family at dinner, and told them there was a long letter from Gerard. Then, in the midst of the joy this caused, he said, "And her heart is softened, and she will read it to you herself. You are to choose your own time." "What does she think there are none can read but her?" asked Catherine. "Let her send the letter, and we will read it." "Nay, but mother," objected little Kate, "mayhap she cannot bear to part it from her hand. She loves him dearly." "What, thinks we shall steal it?" Cornelis suggested that she would fain wedge herself into the family by means of this letter. Denis cast a look of scorn on the speaker. "There spoke a bad heart," said he. "La camarade hates you all like poison. Oh, mistake me not, dame. I defend her not, but so 'tis. Yet maugre her spleen at a word from Gerard, she proffers to read you his letter with her own pretty mouth, and hath a voice like honey. Sure 'tis a fair proffer." "'Tis so, mine honest soldier," said the father of the family, "and merits a civil reply. Therefore hold your wish, ye that be women, and I shall answer her. Tell her I, his father, setting aside all past grudges, do for this grace thank her, and would she have double thanks, let her send my son's letter by thy faithful hand, the which will I read to his flesh and blood, and will then to her so surely and faithful return, as I am Eli, a Dierich, a William, a Luke, Freeburger of Tergoo, like my forebears, and like them a man of my word." "Ay, and a man who is better than his word," cried Catherine, "the only one I ever did foregather. Hold thy peace, wife." "Art a man of sense, Eli? A dirk, a chose? In English, a thingamabob," shouted Denis. "The she comrade will be right glad to obey Gerard, and yet not face you all, whom she hates as wormwood, saving your presence. Bless ye, the world hath changed. She is all submission today. Obedience is honey, quoth she, and in sooth 'tis a sweet meat she cannot but savour, eating so little on't.
For what with her fair face and her mellow tongue, and what with flying in fits and terrifying us that be soldiers to death, and we thwart her, and what with chiding us one while and petting us like lambs t'other, she hath made two of the crawlingest slaves ever you saw out of two honest swashbucklers. I be the ironing ruffian, t'other washes. What next? What next? Why, whenever the brat is in the world, I shall rock cradle, and t'other knave will wash tucker and bib. So then, I'll go fetch the letter on the instant. Ye will let me bide and hear it read, will ye not? Else our hearts were black as coal, said Catherine. So Denis went for the letter. He came back crestfallen. She will not let it out of her hand, neither to me nor you, nor any he or she that lives. I knew she would not, said Cornelius. Whisht, whisht, said Eli, and let Denis tell his story. Nay, said I, but be ruled by me. Not I, quoth she. Well, but, quoth I, that same honey obedience ye spake of. You are a fool, says she. Obedience to Gerard is sweet, but obedience to any other body, who ever said that was sweet? At last she seemed to soften a bit, and did give me a written paper for you, mademoiselle. Here 'tis. For me? Said little Kate, colouring. Give that here, said Eli, and he scanned the writing, and said, almost in a whisper, These be words from the letter, hearken. And, sweetheart, and if these lines should travel safe to thee, make thou trial of my people's hearts withal. Maybe they are somewhat turned towards me, being far away. If 'tis so, they will show it to thee, since now to me they may not. Read then this letter, but I do strictly forbid thee to let it from thy hand, and if they still hold aloof from thee, why, then say naught, but let them think me dead. Obey me in this, for if thou dost disrespect my judgment and my will in this, thou lovest me not. There was a silence, and Gerard's words, copied by Margaret, here handed round and inspected. Well, said Catherine, that is another matter. But methinks 'tis for her to come to us, not we to her. Alas, mother, what odds does that make? Much, said Eli. Tell her we are over many to come to her, and bid her hither. The sooner the better. When Denis was gone, Eli owned it was a bitter pill to him. When that lass shall cross my threshold, all the mischief and misery she hath made here will seem to come in adoors in one heap. But what could I do, wife? We must hear the news of Gerard. I saw that in thine eyes, and I felt it in my own heart. And she is backed by our undutiful but still beloved son, and so is she stronger than we, and brings our noses down to the grindstone, the sly, cruel jade. But never heed, we will hear the letter, and then let her go unblessed, as she came unwelcome. Make your mind easy, said Catherine, she will not come at all. And a tone of regret was visible. Shortly after Richard, who had been hourly expected, arrived from Amsterdam, grave and dignified in his burgher's robe and gold chain, ruff and furred cap, and was received not with affection only, but respect, for he had risen a step higher than his parents, and such steps were marked in medieval society almost as visibly as those in their staircases. Admitted in due course to the family council, he showed plainly, though not discourteously, that his pride was deeply wounded by their having deigned to treat with Margaret Brandt. I see the temptation, said he, but which of us hath not at times to wish one way and do another." This threw a considerable chill over the old people, so little Kate put in a word. "Vex not thyself, dear Richard. Mother says she will not come." "All the better, sweetheart. I fear me if she do, I shall hie me back to Amsterdam." Here Denis popped his head in at the door and said, "She will be here at 3 on the great dial." They all looked at one another in silence. End of chapter 52. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 53, Part 1 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. "Nay, Richard," said Catherine at last, "for heaven's sake, let not this one sorry wench set us all by the ears. Hath she not made ill blood enough already?" "In very deed she hath. Fear me not, good mother. Let her come and read the letter of the poor boy she hath by devilish arts bewitched, and then let her go. Give me your words to show her no countenance beyond decent and constrained civility, less we may not, being in our own house, and I will say no more." On this understanding they waited the foe. She, for her part, prepared for the interview in a spirit little less hostile. When Denis brought word they would not come to her, but would receive her, her lip curled, and she bade him observe how in them every feeling, however small, was larger than the love for Gerard. "Well," said she, "I have not that excuse, so why mimic the pretty burgher's pride, the pride of all unlettered folk? I will go to them for Gerard's sake. Oh, how I loathe them!" Thus, poor good-natured Denis was bringing into one house the materials of an explosion. Margaret made her toilet in the same spirit that a knight of her day dressed for battle, he to parry blows, and she to parry glances, glances of contempt at her poverty, or of irony at her extravagance. Her kirtle was of English cloth, dark blue, and her farthingale and hose of the same material, but a glossy roan or claret colour. Not an inch of pretentious fur about her, but plain snowy linen wristbands, and curiously plaited linen from the bosom of the kirtle up to the commencement of the throat. It did not encircle her throat, but framed it, being square, not round. Her front hair still peeped in 2 waves, much after the fashion which Mary Queen of Scots revived a century later, but instead of the silver net, which would have ill become her present condition, the rest of her head was covered with a very small, tight-fitting hood of dark blue cloth, hemmed with silver. Her shoes were red, but the roan petticoat and hose prepared the spectator's mind for the shock, and they set off the arched instep and shapely foot. Beauty knew its business then as now. And with all this she kept her enemies waiting, though it was 3 by the dial. At last she started, attended by her he-comrade, and when they were half-way, she stopped and said thoughtfully, "Denis." "Well, she, General?" "I must go home," piteously. "What, have you left somewhat behind?" "What?" "My courage. Oh, oh, oh!" "Nay, nay, be brave, she, General. I shall be with you."
"Ay, but wilt keep close to me when I be there?" Denis promised, and she resumed her march, but gingerly. Meantime they were all assembled, and waiting for her with a strange mixture of feelings: mortification, curiosity, panting affection, aversion to her who came to gratify those feelings, yet another curiosity to see what she was like, and what there was in her to bewitch Gerard and make so much mischief. At last Denis came alone and whispered, "The she, comrade, is without." "Fetch her in," said Eli. "Now whisht, all of ye. None speak to her but I." They all turned their eyes to the door in dead silence. A little muttering was heard outside, Denis's rough organ, and a woman's soft and mellow voice. Presently that stopped, and then the door opened slowly, and Margaret Brandt, dressed as I have described, and somewhat pale, but calm and lovely, stood on the threshold, looking straight before her. They all rose but Kate, and remained mute and staring. "Be seated, mistress," said Eli gravely, and motioned to a seat that had been set apart for her. She inclined her head, and crossed the apartment, and in so doing her condition was very visible, not only in her shape, but in her languor. Cornelius and Sybrandt hated her for it. Richard thought it spoiled her beauty. It softened the women somewhat. She took the letter out of her bosom, and kissed it as if she had been alone, then disposed herself to read it with the air of one who knew she was there for that single purpose. But as she began, she noticed they had seated her all by herself, like a leper. She looked at Denis, and putting her hand down by her side, made him a swift, furtive motion to come by her. He went with an obedient start, as if she had cried "March!" and stood at her shoulder like a sentinel. But this zealous manner of doing it revealed to the company that he had been ordered thither, and at that she coloured. And now she began to read her Gerard, their Gerard, to their eager ears, in a mellow, clear voice, so soft, so earnest, so thrilling, her very soul seemed to cling about each precious sound. It was a voice as of a woman's bosom, set speaking by heaven itself. "I do not doubt, my Margaret, that long ere this shall meet thy beloved eyes, Denis, my most dear friend, will have sought thee out, and told thee the manner of our unlooked-for and most tearful parting. Therefore I will e'en begin at that most doleful day. What befell him after, poor faithful soul, fain would I hear, but may not. But I pray for him, day and night next after thee, dearest. Friend more staunch and loving had not David in Jonathan than I in him. Be good to him for poor Gerard's sake." At these words, which came quite unexpectedly to him, Denis leaned his head on Margaret's high chair and groaned aloud. She turned quickly as she sat, and found his hand and pressed it. And so the sweetheart and the friend held hands while the sweetheart read. I went forward all dizzied, like one in an ill dream, and presently a gentleman came up with his servants all on horseback, and had liked to have rid o'er me. And he drew rein at the brow of the hill, and sent his armed men back to rob me. They robbed me civilly enough, and took my purse and the last copper, and rid gaily away. I wandered stupid on, a friendless pauper. There was a general sigh, followed by an oath from Denis. Presently a strange dimness came o'er me. I lay down to sleep on the snow. 'Twas ill done, and with store of wolves hard by. Had I loved thee as thou dost deserve, I had shown more manhood. But, oh, sweet love, the drowsiness that did crawl o'er me desolate and benumb me was more than nature. And so I slept, and but that God was better to us than I to thee or to myself, from that sleep I ne'er had waked. So all do say, I had slept an hour or two, as I suppose, but no more, when a hand did shake me rudely. I awoke to my troubles, and there stood a servant girl in her holiday suit. "Are ye mad," quoth she, in seeming choler, "to sleep in snow and under wolves' nosen? Art weary o' life and not long weaned? Come now," said she, more kindly, "get up like a good lad." So I did rise up. "Are you rich or are you poor?" But I stared at her as one amazed. "Why, 'tis easy of reply," quoth she. "Are you rich or are you poor?" Then I gave a great loud cry, that she did start back. "Am I rich or am I poor? Had ye asked me an hour agone, I had said I am rich, but now I am so poor, as sure earth beareth on her bosom none poorer. An hour agone I was rich in a friend, rich in money, rich in hope and spirits of youth, but now the bastard of Burgundy hath taken my friend, and another gentleman my purse, and I can neither go forward to Rome, nor back to her I left in Holland. I am the poorest of the poor." "Alack," said the wench, "natheless, an ye had been rich, ye might have lain down again in the snow for any use I had for ye. And then I trow ye had soon fared out of this world as bare as ye came into it. But being poor, you are our man, so come with me." Then I went because she bade me, and because I recked not now whither I went. And she took me to a fine house hard by, and into a noble dining hall hung with black, and there was set a table with many dishes, and but one plate and one chair. "Fall to," said she in a whisper. "What, alone?" said I. "Alone? And which of us, think ye, would eat out of the same dish with ye? Are we robbers of the dead?" Then she speered where I was born. "At Turgou," said I. Says she, "And when a gentleman dies in that country, serve they not the dead man's dinner up as usual, till he be in the ground, and set some poor man to it?" I told her nay. She blushed for us then. Here they were better Christians. So I behoved to sit down. But small was my heart for meat. Then this kind lass sat by me, and poured me out wine, and tasting it, it cut me to the heart Denis was not there to drink with me. He doth so love good wine, and women, good, bad, or indifferent. The rich, strong wine curled round my sick heart, and that day first I did seem to glimpse why folk in trouble run to drink so. She made me eat of every dish. 'Twas unlucky to pass one, naught was here but her master's daily dinner." "He had a good stomach then," said I. "Ay, lad, and a good heart. Leastways, so we all say now he is dead, but being alive, no word on't e'er heard I." So I did eat as a bird, nibbling of every dish, and she, hearing me sigh, and seeing me like to choke at the food, took pity, and bade me be of good cheer. I should sup and lie there that night. And she went to the hind, and he gave me a right good bed, and I told them all, and asked him, would the law give me back my purse? "Law," quoth he, "law there was none for the poor in Burgundy. Why, 'twas the cousin of the lady of the manor, he that had robbed me. He knew the wild spark. The matter must be judged before the lady, and she was quite young, and far more like to hang me for slandering her cousin, and a gentleman and a handsome man, than to make him give me back my own. Inside the liberties of a town, a poor man might now and then see the face of justice, but out among the grand seigneurs and dames, never. So I said, I'll sit down robbed, rather than seek justice and find gallows. They were almost kind to me next day, and the girl proffered me some money from her small wage to help me towards Rhine. "Oh, then, he is coming home! He is coming home!" shouted Denis, interrupting the reader. She shook her head gently at him by way of reproof. "I beg pardon, all the company," he said stiffly. "'Twas a sore temptation, but being a servant, my stomach rose against it." "Nay, nay," said I. "She told me I was wrong. 'Twas pride out of place. Poor folk should help one another, or who on earth would? I said, if I could do aught in return, 'twere well, but for a free gift, nay, I was overmuch beholden already. Should I write a letter for her?" "Nay, he is in the house at present," said she. "Should I draw her picture, and so earn my money?" "What, can ye?" said she. I told her I could try, and her habit could well become a picture. So she was agog to be limned, and give it her lad. And I set her to stand in a good light, and soon made sketches too, whereof I sent thee one, coloured at odd hours. The other I did most hastily, and with little conscience daub, for which may heaven forgive me, but time was short. They, poor things, knew no better, and were most proud and joyous, and both kissing me after their country fashion. 'Twas the hind that was her sweetheart. They did bid me Godspeed, and I towards Rhine. Margaret paused there, and gave Denis the coloured drawing to hand round. It was eagerly examined by the females on account of the costume, which differed in some respects from that of the Dutch domestic. The hair was in a tight linen bag, a yellow half kerchief crossed her head from ear to ear, but threw out a rectangular point that descended the centre of her forehead, and it met in two more points above her bosom. She wore a red kirtle with long sleeves, kilted very high in front, and showing a green farthingale and a great red leather purse hanging down over it. Red stockings, yellow leathern shoes ahead of her age, for they were low-quartered and square-toed, secured by a strap buckling over the instep, which was not uncommon, and was perhaps the rude germ of the diamond buckle to come. Margaret continued, "But oh, how I missed my Denis at every step! Often I sat down on the road and groaned, and in the afternoon it chanced that I did so set me down where two roads met, and with heavy head in hand and heavy heart did think of thee, my poor sweetheart, and of my lost friend, and of the little house at Tergou, where they all loved me once, though now it is turned to hate." Catherine. "Alas, that he will think so." Eli. "Whisht, wife." And I did sigh aloud and often, and me sighing so, one came carolling like a bird adown t'other road. "Ay, chirp and chirp," cried I bitterly. "Thou hast not lost sweetheart and friend, thy father's hearth, thy mother's smile, and every penny in the world." And at last he did so carol, and carol I jumped up in ire to get away from his most jarring mirth. But ere I lied from it, I looked down the path to see what could make a man so light-hearted in this weary world, and lo, the songster was a hump-backed cripple with a bloody bandage o'er his eye, and both legs gone at the knee. Hee 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 hee, went Sibrand, laughing and cackling. Margaret's eyes flashed. She began to fold the letter up. "Nay, lass," said Eli, "heed him not. Thou unmannerly cur, off it but again, and I put thee to the door." "Why, what was there to gibe at, Sibrand?" remonstrated Catherine more mildly. "Is not our Kate afflicted? And is she not the most content of us all, and singeth like a merle at times between her pains? But I am as bad as thou. Prithee read on, lass, and stop our gabble with somewhat worth the hearkening." "Then," said I, "may this thing be," and I took myself to task. "Gerard, son of Eli, dost thou well to bemoan thy lot? Thou hast youth and health, and here comes the wreck of nature on crutches, praising God's goodness with singing like a mavis." Catherine: "There you see." Eli: "Whisht, dame, whisht." And whenever he saw me, he left carolling and presently hobbled up and chanted, "Charity, for love of heaven, sweet master, charity," with a whine as piteous as wind at keyhole. "Alack, poor soul," said I, "charity is in my heart, but not my purse. I am poor as thou." Then he believed me none, and to melt me undid his sleeve, and showed a sore wound on his arm, and said he, "Poor cripple though I be, I am like to lose this eye to boot. Look else." I saw and groaned for him, and to excuse myself, let him wot how I had been robbed of my last copper. Thereat he left whining all in a moment, and said, in a big manly voice, "Then I'll e'en take a rest. Here, youngster, pull thou this strap, nay, fear not." I pulled, and down came a stout pair of legs out of his back, and half his hump had melted away, and the wound in his eye no deeper than the bandage. "Oh!" ejaculated Margaret's hearers in a body. Whereat, seeing me astounded, he laughed in my face, and told me I was not worth gulling, and offered me his protection. My face was prophetic, he said. "Of what?" said I. "Marry," said he, "that its owner will starve in this thievish land." Travel teaches e'en the young wisdom. Time was I had turned and fled this impostor as a pestilence, but now I listened patiently to pick up crumbs of counsel. And well I did, for nature and his adventurous life had crammed the poor knave with shrewdness and knowledge of the homelier sort. A child was I beside him. When he had turned me inside out, said he, "Didst well to leave France and make for Germany, but think not of Holland again. Nay, on to Augsburg and Nuremberg, the paradise of craftsmen, thence to Venice, an thou wilt. But thou wilt never bide in Italy, nor any other land, having once tasted the great German cities. Why, there is but one honest country in Europe, and that is Germany. And since thou art honest, and since I am a vagabond, Germany was made for us twain." I bade him make that good. How might one country fit true men and knaves? "Why, thou novice," said he, "because in an honest land are fewer knaves to bite the honest man, and many honest men for the knave to bite. I was in luck, being honest, to have fallen in with a friendly sharp. Be my pal," said he. "I go to Nuremberg. We will reach it with full pouches. I'll learn ye the cul de bois and the cul de jatte, and how to mend and chaunt and patter, and to raise swellings and paint sores and ulcers on thy body would take in the devil." I told him, shivering, I'd liever die than shame myself and my folk so. Eli: "Good lad, good lad." Why, what shame was it for such as I to turn beggar? Beggary was an ancient and most honourable mystery. What did holy monks and bishops and kings when they would win heaven's smile. Why, wash the feet of beggars, those favourites of the saints. The saints were no fools, he told me. Then he did put out his foot. Look at that! That was washed by the greatest king alive, Louis of France, the last Holy Thursday that was, and the next day, Friday, clapped in the stocks by the warden of a petty hamlet. So I told him my foot should walk between such high honour and such low disgrace, on the same path of honesty, please God. Well then, since I had not spirit to beg, he would indulge my perversity, and I should work under him, he be the head, I the fingers, and with that he set himself up like a judge on a heap of dust by the roadside, and questioned me strictly what I could do. I began to say I was strong and willing. Bah, said he, so is an ox. Say, what canst do that Sir Ox cannot? I could write. I had won a prize for it. Canst write as fast as the printers? Quo he, jeering. What else? I could paint. That was better. I was like to tear my hair to hear him say so, and me going to Rome to write. I could twang the psaltery a bit. That was well. Could I tell stories? Aye, by the score. Then, said he, I hire you from this moment. What to do, said I. Naught crooked, Sir Candour, said he. I will feed thee all the way, and find thee work, and take half thine earnings, no more. Agreed, said I, and gave my hand on it. Now, servant, said he, we will dine. But ye need not stand behind my chair for two good reasons. First, I have got no chair, and next, good fellowship likes me better than state. And out of his wallet he brought flesh, fowl, and pastry, a good dozen of spices lapped in flax paper, and wine fit for a king. Ne'er feasted I better than out of this beggar's wallet, now my master. When we had well eaten, I was for going on. But, said he, servants should not drive their masters too hard, especially after feeding, for then the body is for repose, and the mind turns to contemplation. And he lay on his back, gazing calmly at the sky, and presently wondered whether there were any beggars up there. I told him I knew but of one, called Lazarus. Could he do the cul de jatte better than I? Said he, and looked quite jealous-like. I told him nay. Lazarus was honest, though a beggar, and fed daily of the crumbs fallen from a rich man's table, and the dogs licked his sores. Servant, quo he, I spy a foul fault in thee. Thou liest without discretion. Now the end of lying being to gull, this is no better than fumbling with the devil's tail. I pray heaven thou mayst prove to paint better than thou cuttest wids, or I am done out of a dinner. No beggar eats crumbs, but only the fat of the land, and dogs lick not a beggar's sores, being made with spearwort or rat's bane or biting acids, from which all dogs and even pigs abhor. My sores are made after my proper receipt, but no dog would lick e'en them twice. I have made a scurvy bargain. Art a cozening knave, I doubt, as well as a nincompoop. I deigned no reply to this bundle of lies, which did accuse heavenly truth of falsehood for not being in a tale with him. He rose, and we took the road, and presently we came to a place where were two little wayside inns, scarce a furlong apart. Halt, said my master, their armouries are so faded, all the better. Go thou in, shun the master, board the wife, and flatter her in sky high, all but the armouries, and offer to colour them dirt cheap. So I went in, and told the wife I was a painter, and would revive her armouries cheap, but she sent me away with a rebuff. I to my master. He groaned. "Ye are all fingers and no tongue," said he. "I have made a scurvy bargain. Come and hear me patter and flatter." Between the two inns was a high hedge. He goes behind it a minute, and comes out a decent tradesman. We went on to the other inn, and then I heard him praise it so fulsome as the very wife did blush. "But," says he, "there is one little fault. Your armouries are dull and faded. Say but the word, and for a silver franc my apprentice here, the cunningest heir I had, shall make them bright as ever." Whilst she hesitated, the rogue told her he had done it to a little inn hard by, and now the inn's face was like the starry firmament. "Did you hear that, my man?" cries she. "The 3 frogs have been and painted up their armouries. Shall the 4 hedgehogs be outshone by them?" So I painted, and my master stood by like a lord, advising me how to do, and winking to me to heed him none, and I got a silver franc. And he took me back to the 3 frogs, and on the way put me on a beard and disguised me, and flattered the 3 frogs, and told them how he had adorned the 4 hedgehogs, and into the net jumped the 3 poor simple frogs, and I earned another silver franc. Then we went on, and he found his crutches and sent me forward, and showed his cicatrices d'empreinte, as he called them, and all his infirmities at the 4 hedgehogs, and got both food and money. "Come, share and share," quoth he. So I gave him 1 franc. "I have made a good bargain," said he. "Art a master limner, but takes too much time." So I let him know that in matters of honest craft things could not be done quick and well. "Then do them quick," quoth he, and he told me my name was Bonbec, and I might call him Cul de Jatte, because that was his lay at our first meeting. And at the next town my master, Cul de Jatte, bought me a psaltery, and set himself again by the roadside in state, like him that erst judged Marsyas and Apollo, piping for vain glory. So I played a strain. "Indifferent well, harmonious Bonbec," said he haughtily. "Now tune thy pipes." So I did sing a sweet strain the monks taught me, and singing it reminded poor Bonbec, Gerard erst, of his young days and home, and brought the water to my een. But looking up, my master's visage was as the face of a little boy whipped soundly, or sipping foulest medicine. "Zoon, stop that bellyache blether," quoth he. "That will ne'er while a stiver out of peasants' purses. 'Twill but sour the nurse's milk, and gar the kine jump into rivers to be out of earshot on't. What false knave did I buy thee a fine new psaltery, to be minded o' my latter end withal? Hearken, these be the songs that glad the heart, and fill the minstrel's purse." And he sung so blasphemous a stave, and eke so obscene, as I drew away from him a space that the lightning might not spoil the new psaltery. However, none came, being winter, and then I said, "Master, the Lord is debonair. Held I the thunder, yon ribaldry had been thy last, thou foul-mouthed wretch." "Why, Bonbec, what is to you?" quoth he. "I have made an ill bargain. O perverse heart that turneth from doctrine." So I bade him keep his breath to cool his broth. Ne'er would I shame my folk with singing ribald songs. "Then," says he sulkily, "the first fire we light by the wayside, clap thou on the music box, so 'twill make our pot boil for the nonce. But with your good people let us pique and pine, cut tristful mugs and mule and wine, thorough our nose and chaunts divine." "Never, never, never," You might as well go through Lorraine crying, "Mullygrubs, mullygrubs, who'll buy my mullygrubs?" So we fared on, bad friends. But I took a thought, and prayed him hum me one of his naughty ditties again. Then he brightened, and broke forth into ribaldry like a nightingale. Finger in ears stuffed I. No words, naught but the bare melody. For, O Margaret, note the sly malice of the evil one, still to the scurviest matter he wedded the tunablest ditties. Catherine, that is true as Holy Writ. Sigh Brandt, how know you that, mother? Cornelius, he. Eli, whisht, ye uneasy whites, and let me hear the boy. He is wiser than ye, wiser than his years. What tomfoolery is this? Said he. Yet he yielded to me, and soon I garnered 3 of his melodies, but I would not let Cul de Jatte wote the thing I meditated. Show not fools nor bairns unfinished work, saith the byword, and by this time 'twas night, and a little town at hand, where we went each to his inn. For my master would not yield to put off his rags and other sores till morning, nor I to enter an inn with a tatterdemalion. So we were to meet on the road at peep of day, and indeed we still lodged apart, meeting at morn and parting at eve outside each town we lay at, and waking at midnight and cogitating, good thoughts came down to me, and sudden my heart was enlightened. I called to mind that my Margaret had withstood the taking of the burgomaster's purse. "'Tis theft," said you, "disguise it how you will. But I must be wiser than my betters, and now that which I had as good as stolen, others had stolen from me. As it came, so it was gone. Then I said, Heaven is not cruel, but just. And I vowed a vow to repay our burgomaster every shilling an I could. And I went forth in the morning sad but hopeful. I felt lighter for the purse being gone. My master was at the gate, becrutched. I told him
I'd liever have seen him in another guise.
Beggars must not be choosers, said he. However, soon he bade me untruss him, for he felt sadly. His head swam. I told him forcefully to deform nature thus could scarce be wholesome. He answered none, but looked scared and hand on head. By and by he gave a groan, and rolled on the ground like a ball, and writhed sore. I was scared, and wist not what to do, but went to lift him. But his trouble rose higher and higher. He gnashed his teeth fearfully, and the foam did fly from his lips. And presently his body bended itself like a bow, and jerked and bounded many times into the air. I exorcised him. It but made him worse. There was water in a ditch hard by, not very clear, but the poor creature struggling between life and death. I filled my hat withal, and came flying to souse him. Then my lord laughed in my face. Come, Bonbec, by thy white gills, I have not forgotten my trade. I stood with watery hat in hand, glaring. Could this be feigning? What else? Said he. Why, a real fit is the sorriest thing, but a stroke with a feather compared with mine. Art still betters nature. But look, ye now blood trickleth from your nose, said I. I pricked my nostrils with a straw. But ye foamed at the lips. Oh, a little soap makes a mickle foam. And he drew out a morsel like a bean from his mouth. Thank thy stars, Bonbec, says he, for leading thee to a worthy master. Each day his lesson. Tomorrow we will study the cul de bois and other branches. Today own me prince of demoniacs, and indeed of all good fellows. Then, being puffed up, he forgot yesterday's grudge, and discoursed me freely of beggars, and gave me, who eftsoons thought a beggar was a beggar and there an end, the names and qualities of full 30 sorts of masterful and crafty mendicants in France and Germany and England, his 3 provinces, for so the poor proud knave yclept those kingdoms 3, wherein his throne it was the stocks, I ween. And outside the next village one had gone to dinner and left his wheelbarrow. So, says he, I'll tie myself in a knot, and shalt wheel me through, and what with my crippledom and thy piety? A wheeling of thy poor old dad, we'll bleed the bumpkins of a dacha salty. I did refuse. I would work for him, but no hand would have in begging. And wheeling an asker in a barrow, is that not work? Said he. Then fling yon muckle stone in to boot.
Stay, I'll soil it a bit.
And swear it is the chip of the Holy Sepulchre, and you wheeled us both from Jerusalem. Said I, wheeling a pair of lies, one stony, one fleshy, may be work and hard work, but honest work 'tis not. 'Tis fumbling with his tail you wot of. And, said I, master, next time you go to tempt me to knavery, speak not to me of my poor old dad. Said I, you have minded me of my real father's face, the truest man in Holland. He and I are ill friends now, worse luck, but though I offend him, shame him, I never will. Dear Margaret, with this knave saying, your poor old dad, it had gone to my heart like a knife. 'Tis well, said my master gloomily, I have made a bad bargain. Presently he halts, and eyes a tree by the wayside. Go spell me, what is writ on yon tree? So I went, and there was naught but a long square drawn in outline. I told him so. So much for thy monkish law, quoth he. A little farther, and he sent me to read a wall. There was naught but a circle scratched on the stone with a point of nail or knife, and in the circle 2 dots. I said so. Then said he, Bonbec, that square was a warning. Some good truand left it, that came through this village faring west. That means dangerous. The circle with the 2 dots was writ by another of our brotherhood, and it signifies as how the writer, soit Roland Trapu, soit Triboulet, soit Catancule de Bois, or what not, was becked for asking here, and lay 2 months in Starabin. Then he broke forth, Talk of your little snivelling books that go in pouch. 3 books have I, France, England, and Germany, and they are writ all over in one tongue that my brethren of all countries understand, and that is what I call learning. So sith here they whip sores and imprison infirmities, I to my tiring room. And he popped behind the hedge, and came back worshipful. We passed through the village, and I sat me down on the stocks, and even the barber's apprentice whets his razor on a block, so I did flesh my psaltery on this village, fearing great cities. I tuned it, and coursed up and down the wires nimbly with my 2 wooden strikers, and then chanted loud and clear, as I had heard the minstrels of the country. Qui veut ouïr, qui veut savoir? Some trash, I mind not what. And soon the villagers, male and female, thronged about me. Thereat I left singing, and recited them to the psaltery a short but right merry tale out of the lives of the saints, which it is my handbook of pleasant figments. And this ended, instantly struck up, and whistled one of Cul de Jat's devil's ditties, and played it on the psaltery to boot. Thou knowest heaven hath bestowed on me a rare whistle, both for compass and tune, and with me whistling bright and full this sprightly air, and making the wires slow when the tune did gallop, and tripping when the tune did amble,
or I did stop and shake on one note like a lark of the air, they were like to eat me. But looking round, lo, my master had given way to his itch, and there was his hat on the ground, and copper pouring in. I deemed it cruel to whistle the bread out of poverty's pouch, so broke off and away, yet could not get clear so swift, but both men and women did slobber me sore, and smelled all of garlic. "There, master," said I call that cleaving the devil in twain, and keeping his white half." Said he, "Bonbec, I have made a good bargain." Then he bade me stay where I was, while he went to the Holy Land. I stayed, and he leaped the churchyard dyke, and the sexton was digging a grave, and my master chaffered with him, and came back with a knuckle bone. But why he clept at churchyard Holy Land, that I learned not then, but after dinner. I was colouring the armouries of a little inn, and he sat by me most peaceable, a cutting and filing and polishing bones sedately. So I speered, was not honest work sweet? "As rain-water," said he, mocking. What was he making? A pair of bones to play on with thee, and with the refuse a St. Anthony's thumb, and a St. Martin's little finger for the devout. The vagabone! And now, sweet Margaret, thou seest our manner of life faring Rhineward. I, with the two arts I had least prized or counted on for bread, was welcome everywhere. Too poor now to fear robbers, yet able to keep both master and man on the road. For at night I often made a portraiture of the innkeeper or his dame, and so went richer from an inn, for which it is the lot of few. But my master despised this even way of life. "I love ups and downs," said he, and certes he lacked them not. One day he would gather more than I in 3. Another, to hear his tale, it had rained kicks all day in lieu of salties, and that is pennies. Yet even then, at heart, he despised me for a poor mechanical soul, and scorned my arts, extolling his own, the art of feigning. Natheless, at odd times, he was ill at his ease. Going through the town of X, we came upon a beggar walking, fast by one hand to a cart tail, and the hangman a-lashing his bare bloody back. He, stout knave, so whipped, did not a jot relent, but I did wince at every stroke, and my master hung his head. "Soon or late, Bonbec," quoth he, "soon or late." I, seeing his haggard face, knew what he meaned. And at a town whose name hath slipped me, but 'twas on a fair river, as we came to the foot of the bridge, he halted and shuddered. "Why, what is the coil?" said I. "Oh, blind," said he, "they are justifying there." So naught would serve him but take a boat and cross the river by water. But 'twas out of the frying pan, as the word goeth, for the boatman had scarce told us the matter, and that it was a man and a woman for stealing glazed windows out of housen, and that the man was hanged at daybreak, and the quean to be drowned, when, lo, they did fling her off the bridge, and fell in the water not far from us. And, oh, Margaret, the deadly splash, it ringeth in my ears even now. But worse was coming, for though tied, she came up and cried, "Help! Help!" And I, forgetting all, and hearing a woman's voice cry help, was for leaping in to save her, and had surely done it, but the boatman and cul de jatte clung round me, and in a moment the bureau's man, that waited in a boat, came and entangled his hooked pole in her long hair, and so thrust her down and ended her. Oh, if the saints answered so our cries for help! And poor cul de jatte groaned, and I sat sobbing, and beat my breast, and cried, Of what hath God made men's hearts?"
The reader stopped, and the tears trickled down her cheeks. Gerard, crying in Lorraine, made her cry at Rotterdam. The leagues were no more to her heart than the breadth of a room. End of chapter 53, part 1. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 53, part 2 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Eli, softened by many touches in the letter and by the reader's womanly graces, said kindly enough, "Take thy time, lass, and methinks some of ye might find her creepy to rest her foot, and she so near her own trouble." "I'll do more for her than I durst," said Catherine. "Here, Cornelis," and she held out her little wooden stool, and that worthy, who hated Margaret worse than ever, had to take the creepy and put it carefully under her foot. "You are very kind, dame," she faltered. I will read on. 'Tis all I can do for you in turn. Thus, seeing my master ashy and sore shaken, I deemed this horrible tragic act came timelessly to warn him. So I strove sore to turn him from his ill ways, discoursing of sinners and their lethal end. "Too late," said he, "too late," and gnashed his teeth. Then I told him too late was the devil's favourite whisper in repentant ears. Said I, "The Lord is debonair, let sinners naught despair." "Too late," said he, and gnashed his teeth, and writhed his face as though vipers were biting his inward parts. But, dear heart, his was a mind like running water. Ere we cleared the town, he was carolling, and outside the gate hung the other culprit from the bough of a little tree, and scarce a yard above the ground, and that stayed my vagabond's music. But ere we had gone another furlong, he feigned to have dropped his rosary, and ran back, with no good intent, as you shall hear. I strolled on very slowly, and often halting, and presently he came stumping up on one leg, and that bandaged. I asked him how he could contrive that, for 'twas masterly done. Oh, that was his mystery. Would I know that, I must join the brotherhood. And presently we did pass a narrow lane, and at the mouth on't espied a written stone telling beggars by a word like a wee pitchfork to go that way. "'Tis yon farmhouse," said he, "bide thou at hand." And he went to the house and came back with money, food, and wine. "This lad did the business," said he, slapping his one leg proudly. Then he undid the bandage, and with prideful face showed me a hole in his calf you could have put your knife in. Had I been strange to his tricks, here was a leg had drawn my last penny. Presently another farmhouse by the road. He made for it. I stood and asked myself, should I run away and leave him, not to be shamed in my own despite by him? But while I doubted, there was a great noise, and my master, well cudgelled by the farmer and his men, came towards me hobbling and holloaing, for the peasants had laid on heartily. But more trouble was at his heels. Some mischievous wight loosed a dog as big as a jackass colt, and came roaring after him, and downed him momently. I,
deeming the poor rogue's death certain, and him least fit to die, drew my sword and ran shouting. But ere I could come near, the muckle dog had torn away his bad leg, and ran growling to his lair with it, and Cul de Jatte slipped his knot, and came running like a lapwing, with his hair on end, and so striking with both crutches before and behind at unreal dogs, as 'twas like a windmill crazed. He fled adown the road. I followed leisurely, and found him at dinner. "Curse the queans," said he, and not a word all dinner time, but "Curse the queans." I said I must know who they were before I would curse them. Queans? Why, that was dogs, and I knew not even that much. He had made a bad bargain. "Well, well," said he, "tomorrow we shall be in Germany. There the folk are music bitten, and they molest not beggars unless they fake to boot, and then they drown us out of hand that moment, curse 'em." We came to Strasbourg, and I looked down Rhine with longing heart. The stream, how swift! It seemed running to clip Sevenbergen to its soft bosom. With but a piece of timber and an oar, I might drift at my ease to thee, sleeping yet gliding still. 'Twas a sore temptation, but the fear of an ill welcome from my folk, and of the neighbours' sneers, and the hope of coming back to thee victorious, not, as now I must, defeated and shamed, and thee with me, it did withhold me, and so, with many sighs, and often turning of the head to look on beloved Rhine, I turned sorrowful face and heavy heart towards Augsburg. "Alas, dame, alas! Good Master Eli, forgive me, but I ne'er can win over this part all at one time. It taketh my breath away. Well-a-day! Why did he not listen to his heart? Had he not gone through peril enow, sorrow enow? Well-a-day, well-a-day!" The letter dropped from her hand, and she drooped like a wounded lily. Then there was a clatter on the floor, and it was little Kate going on her crutches, with flushed face and eyes full of pity, to console her. "Water, mother!" she cried. "I am afeard she shall swoon." "Nay, nay, fear me not," said Margaret feebly. "I will not be so troublesome. Thy good will it maketh me stouter hearted, sweet Mistress Kate. For if thou carest how I fare, sure heaven is not against me." Catherine. "D'ye hear that, my man?" Eli. "Aye, wife, I hear, and mark to boot." Little Kate went back to her place, and Margaret read on. "The Germans are fonder of armorials than the French, so I found work every day, and whiles I wrought, my master would leave me, and doff his raiment, and don his rags, and other infirmities, and cozen the world, which he did cleep it plucking of the goose. This done, would meet me and demand half my earnings, and with restless piercing eye ask me, would I be so base as cheat my poor master by making 3 parts in lieu of 2, till I threatened to lend him a cuff to boot in requital of his suspicion, and thenceforth took his due, with feigned confidence in my good faith, the which his dancing eye belied. Early in Germany we had a quarrel. I had seen him buy a skull of a gaoler's wife, and mighty zealous of polishing it. Thought I, how can he carry yon memento and not repent, seeing where ends his way? Presently I did catch him selling it to a woman for the head of St. Barnabas, with a tale had cozened an Hebrew. So I snatched it out of their hands and trundled it into the ditch. "How, thou impious knave," said I, "wouldst sell for a saint the skull of some dead thief, thy brother?" He slunk away, but shallow she did crawl after the skull, and with apron reverently dusted for Barnabas, and it Barabbas, and so home with it. Said I, "Non vult answer veli, sed populus vult decipi." Catherine, "Oh, the goodly Latin!" Eli, "What meaneth it?" Catherine, "Nay, I know not, but 'tis Latin. Is not that enow? He was the flower of the flock." Then I to him, "Take now thy psaltery, and part we here, for art a walking prison, a walking hell." But lo, my master fell on his knees, and begged me for pity's sake not turn him off. What would become of him? He did so love honesty. "Thou love honesty," said I. "Aye," said he, "not to enact it, the saints forbid, but to look on. 'Tis so fair a thing to look on." "Alas, good Bonbec," said he, "had starved peradventure but for me. Kick not down thy ladder. Call ye that just? Nay, calm thy choler. Have pity on me. I must have a pal, and how could I bear one like myself after one so simple as thou? He might cut my throat for the money that is hid in my belt. 'Tis not much, but with thee I walk at mine ease. With a sharp I dare not go before in a narrow way. Alas, forgive me. Now I know where in thy bonnet lurks the bee. I will wear his sting. I will but pluck the secular goose." "So be it," said I, and example was contagious. He should be a true man by then we reached Nuremberg. 'Twas a long way to Nuremberg. Seeing him so humble, I said, "Well, doff rags, and make thyself decent. 'Twill help me forget what thou art." And he did so, and we sat down to our nonamite. Presently came by a reverend palmer, with hat stuck round with cockle shells from Holy Land, and great rosary of beads like eggs of teal, and sandals for shoes. And he leaned aweary on his long staff, and offered us a shell apiece. My master would none, but I, to set him a better example, took one, and for it gave the poor pilgrim 2 batzen, and had his blessing. And he was scarce gone when we heard savage cries, and came a sorry sight, one leading a wild woman in a chain, all rags and howling like a wolf. And when they came nigh us, she fell to tearing her rags to threads. The man sought an alms of us, and told us his hard case. 'Twas his wife, stark raving mad, and he could not work in the fields and leave her in his house to fire it, nor cure her could be without the saintie's help, and had vowed 6 pounds of wax to St. Anthony to heal her, and so was fain beg of charitable folk for the money. And now she espied us, and flew at me with her long nails, and I was cold with fear, so devilish showed her face, and rolling eyes, and nails like birdies' talons. But he with the chain checked her sudden, and with his whip did cruelly lash her for it, that I cried, "Forbear, forbear, she knoweth not what she doth," and gave him a batz. And being gone, said I, "Master, of those twain I know not which is the more pitiable." And he laughed in my face. "Behold thy justice, Bonbec," said he. thou railest on thy poor, good, within an ace of honest master, and bestowest alms on a vopper." "Vopper?" said I. "What is a vopper?" "Why, a trull that feigns madness. That was one of us, that sham maniac, and wow, but she did it clumsily. I blushed for her and thee. Also gave us 2 batzen for a shell from Holy Land that came no farther than Normandy. I have culled them myself on that coast by scores, and sold them to pilgrims true and pilgrims false, to gull flats like thee withal." "What?" said I, "that reverend man?" "One of us," cried Cul-de-Jatte. "One of us. In France we call them coquillards, but here calmieras. Railest on me for selling a false relic now and again, and wastest thy earnings on such as sell naught else. I tell thee, Bonbec," said he, "there is not one true relic on earth's face. The saints died 1,000 years agone, and their bones mixed with the dust, but the trade in relics, it is of yesterday, and there are 40,000 tramps in Europe live by it, selling relics of 40 or 50 bodies. Oh, threadbare lie! And of the true cross enow to build Cologne Minster. Why then, may not poor Cul-de-Jatte turn his penny with the crowd? Art but a scurvy, tyrannical servant to let thy poor master from his share of the swag, with your horse and pilgrims, palmers and friars, black, grey, and crutched, for all these are of our brotherhood and of our art. Only masters they, and we but poor apprentices in guild. For his tongue was an ell and a half." "A truce to thy irreverent sophistries," said I, "and say what company is this a-coming?" "Bohemians," cried he. "Ay, ay, this shall be the rest of the band." And with that came along so motley a crew as never your eyes beheld, dear Margaret. Marched at their head one with a banner on a steel-pointed lance, and girded with a great long sword, and in velvet doublet and leathern jerkin, the which stuffs ne'er saw I wedded afore on mortal flesh, and a gay feather in his lordly cap, and a couple of dead fowls at his back, the which, an the spark had come by honestly, I am much mistook. Him followed wives and babes on 2 lean horses, whose flanks still rattled like parchment drum, being beaten by kettles and cauldrons. Next, an armed man a-riding of a horse, which drew a cart full of females and children, and in it, sitting backwards, a lusty, lazy knave, lance in hand, with his luxurious feet raised on a holy water pail that lay along, and therein a cat, newly kittened, sat glowing o'er her brood, and sparks for eyes. And the cart-horse cavalier had on his shoulders a round bundle, and thereon did perch a cock, and crowed with zeal, poor ruffler, proud of his brave feathers as the rest, and haply with more reason being his own. And on an ass another wife and newborn child, and one poor quean a foot scarce dragged herself along, so near her time was she, yet held 2 little ones by the hand, and helplessly helped them on the road. And the little folk were just a farce. Some rode sticks, with horses' heads between their legs, which pranced and caracoled, and soon wearied the riders so sore they stood stock still and wept, which cavaliers were presently taken into cart and cuffed. And one, more grave, lost in a man's hat and feather, walked in Egyptian darkness, handed by a girl. Another had the great saucepan on his back, and a tremendous 3-footed clay pot sat on his head and shoulders, swallowing him, so as he too went darkling, led by his sweetheart 3 foot high.
When they were gone by, and we had both laughed lustily, said I, "Natheless, master, my bowels they yearn for one of that tawdry band, even for the poor wife so near the down-lying, scarce able to drag herself, yet still, poor soul, helping the weaker on the way." Catherine. "Nay, nay, Margaret, why, wench, pluck up heart. Certes, thou art no Bohemian." Kate. "Nay, mother, 'tis not that, I trow, but her father. And, dear heart, why take notice to put her to the blush?" Richard. "So I say." "And he derided me." "Why, that is a bilträger," said he, "and you waste your bowels on a pillow, or so forth." I told him he lied. "Time would show," said he. "Wait till they camp." And rising after meat and meditation, and travelling forward, we found them camped between two great trees on a common by the wayside, and they had lighted a great fire, and on it was their cauldron, and one of the trees slanting o'er the fire, a kid hung down by a chain from the tree fork to the fire, and in the fork was wedged an urchin, turning still the chain to keep the meat from burning, and a gay spark with a feather in his cap cut up a sheep, and another had spitted a leg of it on a wooden stake, and a woman ended Chanticleer's bride with wringing of his neck. And under the other tree 4 rufflers played at cards and quarrelled, and no word sans oath. And of these lewd gamblers one had cockles in his hat, and was my reverend pilgrim, and a female, young and comely, and dressed like a butterfly, sat and mended a heap of dirty rags. And Cul de Chat said, "Yon is the Vupper." And I looked incredulous, and looked again, and it was so. And at her feet sat he that had so late lashed her, but I ween he had wist where to strike, or woe betide him, and she did now oppress him sore, and made him thread her very needle, the which he did with all humility. So was their comedy turned seamy side without. And Cul de Chat told me 'twas still so with Voppers and their men in camp. They would don their bravery, though but for an hour, and with their tinsel empire, and the man durst not the least gainsay the Vopper, or she would turn him off at these times, as I my master, and take another tyrant more submissive. And my master chuckled over me. Natheless, we soon espied a wife set with her back against the tree, and her hair down, and her face white, and by her side a wench held up to her eye, a new-born babe, with words of cheer, and the rough fellow, her husband, did bring her hot wine in a cup, and bade her take courage. And just o'er the place she sat, they had pinned from bough to bough of those neighbouring trees 2 shawls, and blankets 2 together, to keep the drizzle off her. And so had another poor little rogue come into the world, and by her own particular folk tended gipsy-wise, but of the roasters, and boilers, and voppers, and gamblers, no more noticed, no, not for a single moment, than sheep which droppeth her lamb in a field, by travellers upon the way. Then said I, "What of thy foul suspicions, master? Over knavery blinds the eye as well as over simplicity." And he laughed and said, "Triumph, Bonbec, triumph! The chances were 9 in 10 against thee." Then I did pity her to be in a crowd at such a time, but he rebuked me. "I should pity rather your queens and royal duchesses, which by law are condemned to groan in a crowd of nobles and courtiers,
and do writhe with shame as well as sorrow, being come of decent mothers, whereas these gipsy women have no more shame under their skins than a wolf truth or a hare valour. And, Bonbec, quoth he, I espy in thee a lamentable fault. Wastest thy bowels, wilt have none left for thy poor good master, which doeth thy will by night and day. Then we came forward, and he talked with the men in some strange Hebrew cant, whereof no word knew I, and the poor knaves bade us welcome, and denied us naught. With them, and all they had, 'twas lightly come and lightly go. And when we left them, my master said to me, This is thy first lesson, but tonight we shall lie at Hansburg. Come with me to the Rotboss there, and I'll show thee all our folk and their lays, and especially the Losners, the Dutzers, the Schleppers, the Gickuses, the Schwanfelders, whom in England we call shivering jemmies, the Sundwegers, the Schwiegers, the Joners, the Cecildegers, the Genscherers, in France Marcondiers or Rifauds, the Verenerens, the Stabulars, with a few foreigners like ourselves, such as Pietres, Franc Mitou, Polisson, Malingreux, traitors, grufflers, whipjolks, dommerars, glimmerars, jarkmen, patricots, swadders, autemorts, walking morts. No, I cried, stopping him, art as gleesome as the evil one accounting of his imps. I'll jot down in my tablet all these caitiffs and their accursed names, for knowledge is knowledge. But go among them, alive or dead, that will I not with my good will. Moreover, said I, what need, since I have a companion in thee, who is all the knaves on earth in one? And thought to abash him, but his face shone with pride, and hand on breast he did bow low to me. If thy wit be scant, good Bonbec, thy manners are a charm, I have made a good bargain. So he to the Rotboss, and I to a decent inn, and sketched the landlord's daughter by candlelight, and started at morn Batson 3 the richer, but could not find my master, so loitered slowly on, and presently met him coming west for me, and cursing the queans. Why so? Because he could blind the culls, but not the queans. At last I prevailed on him to leave cursing and canting, and tell me his adventure. Said he, I sat outside the gate of yon monastery, full of sores, which I showed the passers by. Oh, Bonbec, beautiful a sores you never saw, and it rained coppers in my hat. Presently the monks came home from some procession, and the convent dogs ran out to meet them. Curse the queans! What? Did they fall on thee and bite thee, poor soul? Worse, worse, dear Bonbec. Had they bitten me, I had earned silver. But the great idiots, being, as I think, puppies, or little better, fell on me where I sat, downed me, and fell a-licking my sores among them. As thou, false knave, didst swear the whelps in heaven licked the sores of Lazybones, a beggar of old. Nay, nay, said I said no such thing. But tell me, since they bit thee not, but sportfully licked thee, what harm? What harm, Noodle? Why, the sores came off. How could that be? How could aught else be? And them just fresh put on? Did I think he was so weak as bite holes in his flesh with rat's bane? Nay, he was an artist, a painter like his servant, and had put on sores made of pig's blood, rye meal, and glue. So when the folk saw my sores go on tongues of puppies, they laughed, and I saw cord or sack before me. So up I jumped and shouted, "A miracle! A miracle! The very dogs of this holy convent be holy, and have cured me." "Good fathers," cried I, "whose day is this?" "Saint Isidore's," said one. "Saint Isidore!" cried I, in a sort of rapture. "Why, Saint Isidore is my patron saint, so that accounts." And the simple folk swallowed my miracle as those accursed queans my wounds. But the monks took me inside and shut the gate, and put their heads together. But I have a quick ear, and one did say, "Caret miraculo monasterium," which is Greek patter, leastways it is no beggar's cant. Finally they bade the lay brethren give me a hiding, and take me out a back way, and put me on the road, and threatened me, did I come back to the town, to hand me to the magistrate, and have me drowned for a plain impostor. "Profit now by the church's grace," said they, "and mend thy ways. So forward, Bonbec, for my life is not sure nigh hand this town." As we went, he worked his shoulders. Wow, but the brethren laid on! And what means yon piece of monk's cant, I wonder? So I told him the words meant, "The monastery is in want of a miracle," but the application thereof was dark to me. "Dark?" cried he. "Dark as noon. Why, it means they are going to work the miracle, my miracle, and gather all the grain I sowed. Therefore these blows on their benefactor's shoulders. Therefore is he that wrought their scurry miracle driven forth with stripes and threats. Oh, cozening knaves!" Said I, "Becomes you to complain of guile." "Alas, Bonbec," said he, "I but outwit the simple, but these monks would pluck Lucifer of his wing feathers." And went a league, bemoaning himself that he was not convent bred like his servant. He would put it to more profit, and railing on queans. And as for those monks, there was one above. "Certes," said I, "there is one above. What then?" "Who will call those shavelings to compt one day?" quoth he. "And all deceitful men," said I. At one that afternoon I got armories to paint. So my master took the yellow jaundice, and went begging through the town, and with his oily tongue and saffron water face did fill his hat. Now in all the towns are certain licensed beggars, and one of these was an old favourite with the townsfolk, had his station at St. Martin's Porch, the greatest church, a blind man. They called him Blind Hans. He saw my master drawing coppers on the other side the street, and knew him by his tricks for an impostor, so sent and warned the constables, and I met my master in the constable's hands, and going to his trial in the town hall. I followed, and many more, and he was none abashed, neither by the pomp of justice, nor memory of his misdeeds, but demanded his accuser like a trumpet. And Blind Hans's boy came forward, but was sifted narrowly by my master, and stammered and faltered, and owned he had seen nothing, but only carried Blind Hans's tale to the chief constable. "This is but hearsay," said my master. "Lo ye now, here standeth misfortune backbit by envy. But stand thou forth, blind envy, and vent thine own lie." And Blind Hans behoved to stand forth, sore against his will. Him did my master so press with questions, and so pinch and torture,
asking him again and again how, being blind, he could see all that befell, and some that befell not, across a way, and why, an he could not see, he came there holding up his perjured hand, and maligning the misfortunate, that at last he groaned aloud, and would utter no word more. And an alderman said, "In sooth, Hans, ye are to blame. Hast cast more dirt of suspicion on thyself than on him." But the burgomaster, a wondrous fat man, and methinks of his fat some had gotten into his head, checked him and said, "Nay, Hans, we know this many years, and be he blind or not, he hath passed for blind so long 'tis all one. Back to thy porch, good Hans, and let the strange varlet leave the town incontinent on pain of whipping." Then my master winked to me, but there rose a civic officer, in his gown of state and golden chain, a dignity with us lightly prized, and even shunned of some, but in Germany and France much courted, save by condemned malefactors, to wit the hangman. And says he, "An't please you, first let us see why he weareth his hair so thick and low." And his man went and lifted Cul de Jat's hair, and lo, the upper gristle of both ears was gone. "How is this, knave?" quoth the burgomaster. My master said carelessly, he minded not precisely, "His had been a life of misfortunes and losses. When a poor soul has lost the use of his leg, noble sirs, these more trivial woes rest lightly in his memory. When he found this would not serve his turn, he named 2 famous battles, in each of which he had lost half an ear, a fighting like a true man against traitors and rebels. But the hangman showed him the 2 cuts were made at one time, and by measurement. "'Tis no bungling soldier's work, my masters," said he. "'Tis our'n." Then the burgomaster gave judgment. "The present charge is not proven against thee, but an thou beest not guilty now, thou hast been at other times witness thine ears. Wherefore I send thee to prison for 1 month, and to give a florin towards the new hall of the guilds now a building, and to be whipped out of the town, and pay the hangman's fee for the same." And all the aldermen approved, and my master was haled to prison with one look of anguish. It did strike my bosom. I tried to get speech of him, but the jailer denied me. But lingering near the jail, I heard a whistle, and there was Cul de Jat at a narrow window 20 feet from earth. I went under, and he asked me what made I there. I told him I was loath to go forward and not bid him farewell. He seemed quite amazed, but soon his suspicious soul got the better. That was not all mine errand. I told him not all. The psaltery. Well, what of that? 'Twas not mine, but his. I would pay him the price of it. Then throw me a rix dollar, said he. I counted out my coins, and they came to a rix dollar and 2 batzen. I threw him up his money in 3 throws, and when he had got it all, he said softly, "Bunbeck." "Master?" said I. Then the poor rogue was greatly moved. "I thought ye had been mocking me," said he. "Oh, Bunbeck, Bunbeck, if I had found the world like thee at starting, I had put my wit to better use, and I had not lain here." Then he whimpered out, "I gave not quite a rix dollar for the jingler," and threw me back that he had gone to cheat me of. Honest for once, and over late,
and so with many sighs bade me Godspeed. Thus did my master, after often baffling men's justice, fall by their injustice, for his lost ears proved not his guilt only, but of that guilt the bitter punishment. So the account was even, yet they for his chastisement did chastise him. Natheless he was a parlous rogue, yet he holp to make a man of me. Thanks to his good wit, I went forward richer far with my psaltery and brush than with yon as good as stolen purse. For that must have run dry in time like a big trough, but these a little fountain. Richard, how pregnant his reflections be, and but a curly-pated lad when last I saw him. Asking your pardon, mistress, prithee read on. One day I walked alone, and sooth to say light-hearted, for mine honest Denis sweetened the air on the way, but poor cul de jatte poisoned it. The next day, passing a grand house, out came on prancing steeds a gentleman in brave attire, and 2 servants. They overtook me. The gentleman bade me halt. I laughed in my sleeve, for a few batzen were all my store. He bade me doff my doublet and jerkin. Then I chuckled no more. "Bethink you, my lord," said I, "'tis winter. How may a poor fellow go bare and live?" So he told me I shot mine arrow wide of his thought, and off with his own gay jerkin, richly furred, and doublet to match, and held them forth to me. Then a servant let me know it was a penance. His lordship had had the ill luck to slay his cousin in their cups. Down to my shoes he changed with me, and set me on his horse like a popinjay, and fared by my side in my worn weeds, with my psaltery on his back. And said he, "Now, good youth, thou art cousin Dechstein, and I, late count, thy servant. Play the part well, and help me save my blood-stained soul. Be haughty and choleric as any noble, and I will be as humble as I may." I said I would do my best to play the noble, but what should I call him? He bade me call him naught but servant. That would mortify him most, he wist. We rode on a long way in silence, for I was meditating this strange chance, that from a beggar's servant had made me master to account, and also cudgelling my brains how best I might play the master without being run through the body all at one time like his cousin. For I mistrusted sore my spark's humility, your German nobles being, to my knowledge, proud as Lucifer and choleric as fire. As for the servants, they did slyly grin to one another to see their master so humbled. What is that? A lump, as of lead, had just bounced against the door, and the latch was fumbled with unsuccessfully. Another bounce, and the door swung inwards, with Giles arrayed in cloth of gold sticking to it like a wasp. He landed on the floor and was embraced, but on learning what was going on, trumpeted that he would much liever hear of Gerard than gossip. Sybrandt pointed to a diminutive chair. Giles showed his sense of this civility by tearing the said Sybrandt out of a very big one, and there ensconced himself, gorgeous and glowing. Sybrandt had to wedge himself into the one, which was too small for the magnificent dwarf's soul, and Margaret resumed. But as this part of the letter was occupied with notices of places, all which my reader probably knows, and if not, can find handled at large in a dozen well-known books from Munster to Murray, I skip the topography, and hasten to that part where it occurred to him to throw his letter into a journal. The personal narrative that intervened may be thus condensed. He spoke but little at first to his new companions, but listened to pick up their characters. Neither his noble servant nor his servants could read or write, and as he often made entries in his tablets, he impressed them with some awe. One of his entries was "Le peu que sont les hommes," for he found the surly innkeepers licked the very ground before him now, nor did a soul suspect the hosier's son in the count's feathers, nor the count in the minstrel's weeds. This seems to have surprised him, for he enlarged on it with the naivety and pomposity of youth. At one place, being humbly requested to present the inn with his armorial bearings, he consented loftily, but painted them himself, to mine host's wonder, who thought he lowered himself by handling brush. The true count stood grinning by and held the paint-pot, while the sham count painted the shield with 3 red herrings rampant under a sort of Maltese cross made with 2 ell measures. At first his plebeian servants were insolent, but this coming to the notice of his noble one, he forgot what he was doing penance for, and drew his sword to cut off their ears, heads included. But Gerard interposed and saved them, and rebuked the count severely. And finally they all understood one another, and the superior mind obtained its natural influence. He played the barbarous noble of that day vilely, for his heart would not let him be either tyrannical or cold. Here were 3 human beings. He tried to make them all happier than he was, held them ravished with stories and songs, and set Herr Penitent and company dancing with his whistle and psaltery. For his own convenience he made them ride and tie, and thus pushed rapidly through the country, travelling generally 15 leagues a day. End of chapter 53, part 2. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 53 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Diary. This first day of January I observed a young man of the country to meet a strange maiden, and kissed his hand, and then held it out to her. She took it with a smile, and lo, acquaintance made, and babbled like old friends. Greetings so pretty and delicate I ne'er did see, yet were they both of the baser sort. So, the next lass I saw a coming, I said to my servant lord, "For further penance, bow thy pride, go meet yon base-born girl, kiss thy homicidal hand, and give it to her, and hold her in discourse as best ye may." And my noble servant said humbly, "I shall obey, my lord." And we drew rein and watched while he went forward, kissed his hand, and held it out to her. Forthwith she took it, smiling, and was most affable with him, and he with her. Presently came up a band of her companions, so this time I bade him doff his bonnet to them, as though they were empresses. And he did so, and lo, the lasses drew up as stiff as hedge stakes, and moved not nor spake. Denis, "Aye, aye, aye, pardon the company." This surprised me none, for so they did discountenance poor Denis. And that whole day I wore in experimenting these German lasses, and 'twas still the same. An ye doff bonnet to them, they stiffen into statues, distance for distance. But accost them with honest freedom, and with that customary and though rustical most gracious proffer of the kissed hand, and they withhold neither their hands in turn nor their acquaintance in an honest way. Seeing which I vexed myself that Denis was not with us to prattle with them. He is so fond of women. Are you fond of women, Denis? And the reader opened two great violet eyes upon him with gentle surprise. Denis, ahem! He says so, she comrade. By Hannibal's helmet, 'tis their fault, not mine. They will have such soft voices, and white skins, and sunny hair, and dark blue eyes, and Margaret, reading suddenly, which their affability I put to profit thus. I asked them how they made shift to grow roses in Yule. For know, dear Margaret, that throughout Germany the baser sort of lasses wear for head-dress naught but a krantz, or wreath of roses, encircling their bare hair, as laurel Caesars. And though of the worshipful scorned, yet is braver, I wist, to your eye and mine, which painters be, though sorry ones, than the gorgeous, uncouth, mechanical headgear of the time, and adorns, not hides her hair, that goodly ornament fitted to her head by craft divine. So the good lasses, being questioned close, did let me know, the rosebuds are cut in summer, and laid then in great clay pots, thus ordered: first bay salt, then a row of buds, and over that row bay salt sprinkled, then another row of buds placed crosswise, for they say it is death to the buds to touch one another, and so on, buds and salt in layers. Then each pot is covered and soldered tight, and kept in cool cellar. And on Saturday night the master of the house, or mistress, if master be none, opens a pot, and doles the rosebuds out to every female in the house, high or low, withouten grudge, then solders it up again. And such as of these buds would full-blown roses make, put them in warm water a little space, or else in the stove, and then with tiny brush and soft, wetted in Rhenish wine, do coax them till they ope their folds. And some perfume them with rose water, for alack, their smell it is fled with the summer, and only their fair bodies lie withouten soul in tomb of clay, awaiting resurrection. And some with the roses and buds mix nutmegs gilded, but not by my good will, for gold, brave in itself, cheek by jowl with roses, is but yellow earth. And it does the eye's heart good to see these fair heads of hair come blooming with roses over snowy roads and by snow-capped hedges, setting winter's beauty by the side of summer's glory. For what so fair as winter's lilies, snow yclept, and what so brave as roses? And shouldst have had a picture here, but for their superstition. Leaned a lass in Sunday garb, cross-ankled against her cottage corner, whose low roof was snow-clad, and with her krantz did seem a summer flower sprouting from winter's bosom. I drew rein, and out pencil and brush to limn her for thee. But the simpleton, fearing the evil eye or glamour, claps both hands to her face, and flies panic-stricken. But indeed they are not more superstitious than the Sevenbergen folk, which take thy father for a magician. Yet softly, sith at this moment I profit by this darkness of their minds, for at first, sitting down to write this diary, I could frame nor thought nor word, so harried and deaved was I with noise of mechanical persons, and hoarse laughter at dull jests of one of these party-coloured fools, which are so rife in Germany. But oh, sorry wit, that is driven to the poor resource of pointed ear-caps and a green and yellow body. True wit, methinks, is of the mind. We met in Burgundy, an honest wench, though over-free for my palate. A chambermaid had made havoc of all these zanies, droll by brute force. O digressor! Well then, I, to be rid of roaring rusticals and mindless jests, put my finger in a glass, and drew on the table a great watery circle, whereat the rusticals did look askant, like venison at a cat, and in that circle, a smaller circle, the rusticals held their peace, and besides these circles cabalistical, I laid down on the table solemnly yon parchment deed I had out of your house. The rusticals held their breath. Then did I look as glum as might be, and muttered slowly thus: Vidiamus quam diu tu fictus morio, vosque veri stultae audibaitis, in hac aula morarai, strepitantes ita et olentes, ut dulcissime nequeam maesa scribere. They shook like aspens, and stole away on tiptoe, one by one at first, then in a rush and jostling, and left me alone. And most scared of all was the fool. Never earned jester fairer his ass's ears. So rubbed I their foible, who first rubbed mine, for of all a traveller's foes I dread those giants twain, Sir Noise and eke Sir Stench. The saints and martyrs forgive my peevishness. Thus I write to thee in balmy peace, and tell thee trivial things scarce worthy ink. Also, how I love thee, which there was no need to tell, for well thou knowest it. And oh, dear Margaret, looking on their roses, which grew in summer but blow in winter, I see the picture of our true affection. Born it was in smiles and bliss, but soon adversity beset us sore with many a bitter blast. Yet our love hath lost no leaf, thank God, but blossoms full and fair as ever, proof against frowns and gibes and prison and banishment, as those sweet German flowers are blooming in winter's snow. January 2. My servant, the Count, finding me curious, took me to the stables of the prince that rules this part. In the first court was a horse bath, adorned with 22 pillars, graven with the prince's arms, and also the horse leech's shop, so furnished as a rich apothecary might envy. The stable is a fair quadrangle, whereof 3 sides filled with horses of all nations. Before each horse's nose was a glazed window, with a green curtain to be drawn at pleasure, and at his tail a thick wooden pillar, with a brazen shield, whence by turning of a pipe he is watered, and serves too for a cupboard to keep his comb and rubbing cloths. Each rack was iron, and each manger shining copper, and each nag covered with a scarlet mantle, and above him his bridle and saddle hung, ready to gallop forth in a minute, and not less than 200 horses, whereof 12 score of foreign breed. And we returned to our inn full of admiration, and the 2 varlets said sorrowfully, "Why were we born with 2 legs?" And one of the grooms that was civil and had of me trinkgeld, stood now at his cottage door and asked us in. There we found his wife and children of all ages, from 5 to 18, and had but 1 room to bide and sleep in, a thing pestiferous and most uncivil. Then I asked my servant, knew he this prince? Aye, he did, and had often drunk with him in a marble chamber above the stable, where for table was a curious and artificial rock, and the drinking vessels hang on its pinnacles, and at the hottest of the engagement a statue of a horseman in bronze came forth, bearing a bowl of liquor, and he that sat nearest behoved to drain it. "'Tis well," said I, "now for thy penance, whisper thou in yon prince's ear that God hath given him his people freely, and not sought a price for them as for horses, and pray him look inside the huts at his horse palace door, and bethink himself it is well to house his horses and stable his folk." Said he, "'Twill give sore offence." "But," said I, "ye must do it discreetly, and choose your time." So he promised, and riding on we heard plaintive cries. "Alas," said I, "some sore mischance hath befallen some poor soul. What may it be?" And we rode up, and lo, it was a wedding feast, and the guests were plying the business of drinking, sad and silent, but ever and anon cried loud and dolefully, "Seid fröhlich, be merry." January 3. Yesterday, between Nuremberg and Augsburg, we parted company. I gave my lord, late servant, back his brave clothes for mine, but his horse he made me keep, and 5 gold pieces, and said he was still my debtor. His penance, it had been slight along of me, but profitable. But his best word was this: "I see 'tis more noble to be loved than feared." And then he did so praise me as I blushed to put on paper, yet, poor fool, would fain thou couldst hear his words, but from some other pen than mine. And the servants did heartily grasp my hand, and wish me good luck. And riding apace, yet could I not reach Augsburg till the gates were closed. But it mattered little, for this Augsburg, it is an enchanted city. For a small coin one took me a long way round to a famous postern called Der Einlasse. Here stood 2 guardians like statues. To them I gave my name and business. They nodded me leave to knock. I knocked, and the iron gate opened with a great noise and hollow rattling of a chain, but no hand seen nor chain. And he who drew the hidden chain sits a butt's length from the gate, and I rode in, and the gate closed with a clang after me. I found myself in a great building with a bridge at my feet. This I rode over, and presently came to a porter's lodge, where one asked me again my name and business. Then rang a bell, and a great portcullis that barred the way began to rise, drawn by a wheel overhead, and no hand seen. Behind the portcullis was a thick oaken door, studded with steel. It opened without hand, and I rode into a hall as dark as pitch. Trembling there a while, a door opened and showed me a smaller hall lighted. I rode into it. A tin goblet came down from the ceiling by a little chain. I put 2 batzen in it, and it went up again. Being gone, another thick door creaked and opened, and I rid through. It closed on me with a tremendous clang, and behold me in Augsburg city. I lay at an inn called the 3 Moors, over 100 years old. And this morning, according to my way of viewing towns to learn their compass and shape, I mounted the highest tower I could find, and setting my dial at my foot, surveyed the beautiful city. Whole streets of palaces and churches, tiled with copper, burnished like gold, and the house fronts gaily painted and all glazed, and the glass so clean and burnished as 'tis most resplendent and rare, And I, now first seeing a great city, did crow with delight, and like cock on his ladder, and at the lower foot was taken into custody for a spy, for whilst I watched the city, the watchman had watched me. The burgomaster received me courteously, and heard my story. Then rebuked he the officers. Could ye not questioning me yourselves, or read in his face? This is to make our city stink in strangers' report. Then he told me my curiosity was of a commendable sort, and seeing I was a craftsman and inquisitive, bade his clerk take me among the guilds. God bless the city where the very burgomaster is cut of Solomon's cloth. January 5. Dear Margaret, it is a noble city, and a kind mother to arts. Here they cut in wood and ivory that 'tis like spiders' work, and paint on glass, and sing angelical harmonies. Writing of books is quite gone by. Here be 6 printers. Yet was I offered a bountiful wage to write fairly a merchant's accounts. One Fugger, a grand and wealthy trader, and hath store of ships, yet his father was but a poor weaver. But here in commerce, her very garden, men swell like mushrooms. And he bought my horse of me, and abated me not a jot, which way of dealing is not known in Holland. But, O Margaret, the workmen of all the guilds are so kind and brotherly to one another, and to me. Here, methinks, I have found the true German mind, loyal, frank, and kindly, somewhat choleric withal, but not revengeful. Each mechanic wears a sword. The very weavers at the loom sit girded with their weapons, and all Germans on too slight occasion draw them and fight. But no treachery. Challenge first, then draw, and with the edge only, mostly the face, not with point. For if in these combats one thrust at his adversary and hurt him, 'tis called ein Schelmstücke, a heinous act. Both men and women turn their backs on them, and even the judges punish thrusts bitterly, but pass over cuts. Hence, in Germany, be good store of scarred faces, 3 in 5 at least, and in France, scarce more than 1 in 3. But in arts mechanical, no citizens may compare with these. Fountains in every street that play to heaven, and in the gardens seeming trees, which being approached, one standing afar touches a spring, and every twig shoots water, and souses the guests, to their hosts' much delectation. Big culverins of war they cast with no more ado than our folk horseshoes, and have done this 80 years. All stuffs they weave, and linen fine as ours at home, or nearly, which elsewhere in Europe vainly shall ye seek. Sir Printing Press, sore foe to poor Gerard, but to other humans beneficial, plieth by night and day, and casteth goodly words like sower afield. While I, poor fool, can but sow them as I saw women in France sow rye, dribbling it in the furrow grain by grain. And of their strange mechanical skill take 2 examples. For ending of exemplary rogues, they have a figure like a woman, 7 feet high, and called Jungfrau. But lo, a spring is touched, she seizeth the poor wretch with iron arms, and opening herself, hails him inside her, and there pierces him through and through with 20 lances. Secondly, in all great houses the spit is turned, not by a scrubby boy, but by smoke. I mayst well admire and judge me a lying knave. These cunning Germans do set in the chimney a little windmill, and the smoke struggling to wend past turns it, and from the mill a wire runs through the wall and turns the spit on wheels. Beholding which I doffed my bonnet to the men of Augsburg, for who but these had e'er devised to bind ye so dark and subtle a knave as Sir Smoke, and set him to roast Dame Pullet? This day, January 8, with 3 craftsmen of the town, I painted a pack of cards. They were for a senator in a hurry. I the diamonds. My queen came forth with eyes like spring violets, hair a golden brown, and a bewitching smile. My fellow craftsmen saw her, and put their arms round my neck, and hailed me master. O noble Germans, no jealousy of a brother workman, no sour looks at a stranger, and would have me spend Sunday with them after matins. And the merchant paid me so richly as I was ashamed to take the guerdon. And I to my inn, and tried to paint the Queen of Diamonds for poor Gerard. But no, she would not come like again. Luck will not be bespoke. O happy rich man that hath got her! Fie, fie, happy Gerard that shall have herself one day, and keep house with her at Augsburg. January 8. With my fellows, and one Veit Stoss, a woodcarver, and one Hafnagel of the Goldsmiths' Guild, and their wives and lasses, to Hafnagel's cousin, a senator of this free city, and his stupendous wine vessel. It is ribbed like a ship, and hath been 18 months in hand, and finished but now, and holds 150 hogsheads, and standeth not but lieth. Yet even so ye get not on his back, withouten ladders 2 of 30 steps. And we sat about the miraculous mass, and drank Rhenish from it, drawn by a little artificial pump, and the lasses pinned their kranzes to it, and we danced round it, and the senator danced on its back, but with drinking of so many garouses lost his footing, and fell off, glass in hand, and broke an arm and a leg in the midst of us. So scurvily ended our drinking bout for this time. January 10. This day started for Venice with a company of merchants, and among them him who had desired me for his scrivener. And so we are now agreed, I to write at night the letters he shall dict, and other matters, he to feed and lodge me on the road. We be many and armed, and soldiers with us to boot, so fear not the thieves which men say lie on the borders of Italy. But an if I find the printing press at Venice, I trow I shall not go unto Rome, for man may not vie with iron. Imprimit una dies quantum non scribitur anno. And dearest, something tells me you and I shall end our days at Augsburg, whence going I shall leave it all I can. My blessing. January 12. My master affecteth me much, and now maketh me sit with him in his horse litter, a grave, good man, of all respected, but sad for the loss of a dear daughter, and loveth my psaltery, not giddy-faced ditties, but holy harmonies, such as Cul de Jatte made wry mouths at. So many men, so many minds. But cooped in horse litter, and at night writing his letters, my journal halteth. January 14. When not attending on my good merchant, I consort with such of our company as are Italians, for 'tis to Italy I wend, and I am ill seen in Italian tongue. A courteous and a subtle people, at meat delicate feeders and cleanly, love not to put their left hand in the dish. They say Venice is the garden of Lombardy,
Lombardy the garden of Italy, Italy of the world. January 16. Strong ways and steep, and the mountain girls so girded up as from their armpits to their waist is but a handful. Of all the garbs I yet have seen, the most unlovely. January 18. In the midst of life we are in death. Oh, dear Margaret, I thought I had lost thee. Here I lie in pain and dole, and shall write thee that which, read you it in a romance, you should cry, most improbable. And so, still wondering that I am alive to write it, and thanking for it God and the saints, this is what befell thy Gerard. Yestreen, I wearied of being shut up in litter, and of the mule's slow pace, and so went forward, and being, I know not why, strangely full of spirit and hope, as I have heard befall some men when on trouble's brink, seemed to tread on air, and soon distanced them all. Presently I came to two roads, and took the larger. I should have taken the smaller. After travelling a good half hour, I found my error and returned, and deeming my company had long passed by, pushed bravely on, but I could not overtake them, and small wonder, as you shall hear. Then I was anxious, and ran, but bare was the road of those I sought, and night came down, and the wild beasts afoot, and I bemoaned my folly. Also I was hungered. The moon rose clear and bright exceedingly, and presently, a little way off the road, I saw a tall windmill. "Come," said I, "mayhap the miller will take ruth on me." Near the mill was a haystack, and scattered about were store of little barrels, but lo, they were not flour barrels, but tar barrels, one or two, and the rest of spirits, brandewijn and schiedam. I knew them momently, having seen the like in Holland. I knocked at the mill door, but none answered. I lifted the latch, and the door opened inwards. I went in, and gladly, for the night was fine but cold, and a rime on the trees, which were a kind of lofty sycamores. There was a stove, but black. I lighted it with some of the hay and wood, for there was a great pile of wood outside, and I know not how I went to sleep. Not long had I slept, I trow, when hearing a noise I awoke, and there were a dozen men around me with wild faces and long black hair and black sparkling eyes. Catherine, "Oh, my poor boy, those black-haired ones do still scare me to look on." I made my excuses in such Italian as I knew, and eking out by signs. They grinned. I had lost my company. They grinned. I was an hungered. Still they grinned and spoke to one another in a tongue I knew not. At last one gave me a piece of bread and a tin mug of wine, as I thought, but it was spirits neat. I made a wry face and asked for water. Then these wild men laughed a horrible laugh. I thought to fly, but looking towards the door, it was bolted with two enormous bolts of iron, and now first, as I ate my bread, I saw it was all guarded too, and ribbed with iron. My blood curdled within me, and yet I could not tell thee why. But hadst thou seen their faces, wild, stupid, and ruthless? I mumbled my bread, not to let them see I feared them, but oh, it cost me to swallow it and keep it in me. Then it whirled in my brain, was there no way to escape? Said I, "They will not let me forth by the door, these
be smugglers or robbers. So I feigned drowsiness, and taking out 2 batzen, said, "Good men, for Our Lady's grace let me lie on a bed and sleep, for I am faint with travel." They nodded and grinned their horrible grin, and bade one light a lanthorn and lead me. He took me up a winding staircase, up, and I saw no windows, but the wooden walls were pierced like a barbican tower, and methinks for the same purpose, and through these slits I got glimpses of the sky, and thought, shall I e'er see thee again? He took me to the very top of the mill, and there was a room with a heap of straw in one corner and many empty barrels, and by the wall a truckle bed. He pointed to it and went downstairs heavily, taking the light, for in this room was a great window, and the moon came in bright. I looked out to sea, and lo, it was so high that even the mill sails at their highest came not up to my window by some feet, but turned very slowly and stately underneath. For wind there was scarce a breath, and the trees seemed silver filigree made by angel craftsmen. My hope of flight was gone. But now, those wild faces being out of sight, I smiled at my fears. What an if they were ill men, would it profit them to hurt me? Natheless, for caution against surprise, I would put the bed against the door. I went to move it, but could not. It was free at the head, but at the foot fast clamped with iron to the floor. So I flung my psaltery on the bed, but for myself made a layer of straw at the door, so as none could open on me unawares. And I laid my sword ready to my hand, and I said my prayers for thee and me, and turned to sleep. Below they drank and made merry, and hearing this gave me confidence. Said I, out of sight, out of mind. Another hour, and the good Schiedam will make them forget that I am here. And so I composed myself to sleep, and for some time could not for the boisterous mirth below. At last I dropped off. How long I slept I knew not, but I woke with a start. The noise had ceased below, and the sudden silence woke me, and scarce was I awake when sudden the truckle bed was gone with a loud clang, all but the feet, and the floor yawned, and I heard my psaltery fall and break to atoms deep, deep below the very floor of the mill. It had fallen into a well, and so had I done lying where it lay. Margaret shuddered and put her face in her hands, but speedily resumed. I lay stupefied at first. Then horror fell on me, and I rose, but stood rooted there, shaking from head to foot. At last I found myself looking down into that fearsome gap, and my very hair did bristle as I peered. And then, I remember, I turned quite calm, and made up my mind to die sword in hand. For I saw no man must know this their bloody secret and live. And I said, Poor Margaret, and I took out of my bosom, where they ever lie, our marriage lines, and kissed them again and again, and I pinned them to my shirt again, that they might lie in one grave with me, if die I must. And I thought, all our love and hopes to end thus. Eli, whisht all, their marriage lines? Give her time, but no word. I can bear no chat, my poor lad. During the long pause that ensued, Catherine leaned forward and passed something adroitly from her own lap under her daughter's apron, who sat next to her. Presently thinking, all in a whirl, of all that ever passed between us, and taking leave of all those pleasant hours, I called to mind how one day at Severnbergen thou taughtest me to make a rope of straw. Mindest thou? The moment memory brought that happy day back to me, I cried out very loud, "Margaret gives me a chance for life even here." I woke from my lethargy. I seized on the straw and twisted it eagerly, as thou didst teach me, but my fingers trembled and delayed the task. Whiles I wrought, I heard a door open below. That was a terrible moment. Even as I twisted my rope, I got to the window and looked down at the great arms of the mill, coming slowly up, then passing, then turning less slowly down, as it seemed, and I thought, they go not as when there is wind, yet, slow or fast, what man rid ever on such steed as these and lived? Yet, said I, better trust to them and God than to ill men. And I prayed to him whom even the wind obeyeth. Dear Margaret, I fastened my rope and let myself gently down, and fixed my eye on that huge arm of the mill, which then was creeping up to me, and went to spring on to it. But my heart failed me at the pinch, and methought it was not near enow. And it passed calm and awful by. I watched for another. They were 3, and after a little while one crept up slower than the rest, methought, and I with my foot thrust myself in good time somewhat out from the wall, and crying aloud, "Margaret!" did grip with all my soul the woodwork of the sail, and that moment was swimming in the air. Giles, well done, well done! Motion I felt little, but the stars seemed to go round the sky. And then the grass came up to me nearer and nearer, and when the hoary grass was quite close, I was sent rolling along it, as if hurled from a catapult, and got up breathless, and every point and tie about me broken. I rose, but fell down again in agony. I had but one leg I could stand on. Catherine. Dear, his leg is broke, my boy's leg is broke. And e'en as I lay groaning, I heard a sound like thunder. It was the assassins running up the stairs. The crazy old mill shook under them. They must have found that I had not fallen into their bloody trap, and were running to dispatch me. Margaret, I felt no fear, for I had now no hope. I could neither run nor hide, so wild the place, so bright the moon. I struggled up all agony and revenge, more like some wounded wild beast than your Gerard. Leaning on my sword hilt, I hobbled round, and swift as lightning or vengeance, I heaped a great pile of their hay and wood at the mill door, then drove my dagger into a barrel of their smuggled spirits, and flung it on, then out with my tinder, and lighted the pile. This will bring true men round my dead body, said I. Aha! I cried, think you I'll die alone, cowards, assassins, reckless fiends? And at each word on went a barrel pierced. But, oh, Margaret, the fire fed by the spirits surprised me. It shot up and singed my very hair. It went roaring up the side of the mill, swift as falls the lightning, and I yelled and laughed in my torture and despair, and pierced more barrels, and the very tar barrels, and flung them on. The fire roared like a lion for its prey, and voices answered it inside from the top of the mill, and the feet came thundering down, and I stood as near that awful fire as I could, with uplifted sword to slay and be slain. The bolt was drawn, a tar barrel caught fire, the door was opened. What followed? Not the men came out, but the fire rushed in at them like a living death, and the first I thought to fight with was blackened and crumpled on the floor like a leaf. One fearsome yell, and dumb for ever. The feet ran up again, but fewer. I heard them hack with their swords a little way up at the mill's wooden sides, but they had no time to hew their way out. The fire and reek were at their heels, and the smoke burst out at every loophole, and oozed blue in the moonlight through each crevice. I hobbled back, racked with pain and fury. There were white faces up at my window. They saw me, they cursed me. I cursed them back and shook my naked sword. "Come down the road I came," I cried, "but ye must come one by one, and as ye come, ye die upon this steel." Some cursed at that, but others wailed, for I had them all at deadly vantage, and doubtless, with my smoke-grimed face and fiendish rage, I looked a demon. And now there was a steady roar inside the mill. The flame was going up it, as furnace up its chimney. The mill caught fire. Fire glimmered through it. Tongues of flame darted through each loophole, and shot sparks and fiery flakes into the night. One of the assassins leaped onto the sail, as I had done. In his hurry, he missed his grasp, and fell at my feet, and bounded from the hard ground like a ball, and never spoke, nor moved again. And the rest screamed like women, and with their despair came back to me both ruth for them and hope of life for myself. And the fire gnawed through the mill in placen, and shot forth showers of great flat sparks like flakes of fiery snow, and the sails caught fire one after another, and I became a man again, and staggered away terror-stricken, leaning on my sword from the sight of my revenge, and with great bodily pain crawled back to the road. And dear Margaret, the rimy trees were now all like pyramids of golden filigree, and lace cobweb fine in the red firelight. Oh, most beautiful! And a poor wretch got entangled in the burning sails, and whirled round screaming, and lost hold at the wrong time, and hurled like stone from mangonel high into the air. Then a dull thump. It was his carcass striking the earth. The next moment there was a loud crash. The mill fell in on its destroyer, and 1,000,000 great sparks flew up, and the sails fell over the burning wreck, and at that 1,000,000 more sparks flew up, and the ground was strewn with burning wood and men. I prayed God forgive me, and kneeling with my back to that fiery shambles, I saw lights on the road, a welcome sight. It was a company coming towards me, and scarce 2 furlongs off. I hobbled towards them. Ere I had gone far, I heard a swift step behind me. I turned. One had escaped. How escaped, who can divine? His sword shone in the moonlight. I feared him. Methought the ghosts of all those dead sat on that glittering glaive. I put my other foot to the ground, maugre the anguish, and fled towards the torches, moaning with pain and shouting for aid. But what could I do? He gained on me, behoved me turn and fight. Denis had taught me sword-play in sport. I wheeled, our swords clashed. His clothes, they smelled all singed. I cut swiftly upward with supple hand, and his dangled bleeding at the wrist, and his sword fell. It tinkled on the ground. I raised my sword to hew him should he stoop for't. He stood and cursed me. He drew his dagger with his left. I opposed my point, and dared him with my eye to close. A great shout arose behind me from true men's throats. He started, he spat at me in his rage, then gnashed his teeth and fled blaspheming. I turned, and saw torches close at hand. Lo, they fell to dancing up and down, methought, and the next moment all was dark. I had... Catherine. Here, help, water! Stand aloof, you that be men! Margaret had fainted away. End of chapter 53, part 3. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 54 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. When she recovered, her head was on Catherine's arm, and the honest half of the family she had invaded like a foe stood round her, uttering rough, homely words of encouragement, especially Giles, who roared at her that she was not to take on like that. Gerard was alive and well, or he could not have writ this letter, the biggest mankind had seen as yet, and, as he thought, the beautifulest and most moving and smallest writ. "Ay, good Master Giles," sighed Margaret feebly, "he was alive, but how know I what hath since befallen him? Oh, why left he Holland to go among strangers fierce as lions? And why did I not drive him from me sooner than part him from his own flesh and blood? Forgive me, you that are his mother." And she gently removed Catherine's arm, and made a feeble attempt to slide off the chair onto her knees, which, after a brief struggle with superior force, ended in her finding herself on Catherine's bosom. Then Margaret held out the letter to Eli, and said faintly but sweetly, "I will trust it from my hand now. In sooth, I am little fit to read any more, and loath to leave my comfort." And she wreathed her other arm round Catherine's neck. "Read thou, Richard," said Eli. "Thine eyes be younger than mine." Richard took the letter. "Well," said he, "such writing saw I never. A writeth with a needle's point, and clear to boot. Why is he not in my counting-house at Amsterdam, instead of vagabonding it out yonder?" "When I came to myself, I was seated in the litter, and my good merchant holding of my hand. I babbled I know not what, and then shuddered a while in silence. He put a horn of wine to my lips." Catherine. "Bless him, bless him." Eli. "Whisht." And I told him what had befallen. He would see my leg. It was sprained sore, and swelled at the ankle, and all my points were broken, as I could scarce keep up my hose. And I said, "Sir, I shall be but a burden to you, I doubt, and can make you no harmony now. My poor psaltery it is broken." And I did grieve over my broken music, companion of so many weary leagues. But he patted me on the cheek, and bade me not fret. Also, he did put up my leg on a pillow, and tended me like a kind father. January 19. I sit all day in the litter, for we are pushing forward with haste, and at night the good, kind merchant sendeth me to bed, and will not let me work. Strange, whene'er I fall in with men like fiends, then the next moment God still sendeth me some good man or woman, lest I should turn away from humankind. Oh, Margaret, how strangely mixed they be, and how old I am by what I was 3 months ago. And lo, if good Master Fugger had not been and bought me a psaltery. Catherine. Eli, my man, and yon merchant comes our way, let us buy 100 ells of cloth of him, and not higgle. Eli. That will I. Take your oath on't. While Richard prepared to read, Kate looked at her mother, and with a faint blush drew out the piece of work from under her apron, and sewed with head depressed a little more than necessary. On this, her mother drew a piece of work out of her pocket, and sewed too, while Richard read. Both the specimens these sweet surreptitious creatures now first exposed to observation were babies' caps, and more than half finished, which told a tale. Horror! They were like little monks' cowls in shape and delicacy. January 20. Laid up in the litter, and as good as blind, but halting to bait, Lombardy plains burst on me. Oh, Margaret, a land flowing with milk and honey, all sloping plains, goodly rivers, jocund meadows, delectable orchards, and blooming gardens, and though winter looks warmer than poor beloved Holland at midsummer, and makes the wanderer's face to shine, and his heart to leap for joy to see earth so kind and smiling. Here be vines, cedars, olives, and cattle plenty, but 3 goats to a sheep. The draught oxen wear white linen on their necks, and standing by dark green olive trees, each one is a picture, and the folk, especially women, wear delicate strawn hats with flowers and leaves fairly imitated in silk, with silver mixed. This day we crossed a river prettily in a chained ferry boat. On either bank was a windlass, and a single man, by turning of it, drew our whole company to his shore, whereat I did admire, being a stranger. Passed over with us some country folk, and an old woman looking at a young wench. She did hide her face with her hand, and held her crucifix out like knight his sword in tourney, dreading the evil eye. January 25. Safe at Venice, a place whose strange and passing beauty is well known to thee by report of our mariners. Dost mind, too, how Peter would oft fill our ears with all we handed beneath the table, and he still discoursing of this sea-enthroned and peerless city, in shape a bow, and its great canal and palaces on piles, and its watery ways plied by scores of gilded boats, and that market-place of nations, orbis non urbis, forum, St. Mark his place, and his statue with the peerless jewels in his eyes, and the lion at his gate. But I, lying at my window in pain, may see none of these beauties as yet, but only a street, fairly paved, which is dull, and houses with oiled paper and linen in lieu of glass, which is rude, and the passers-by, their habits and their gestures, wherein they are superfluous. Therefore, not to miss my daily comfort of whispering to thee, I will e'en turn mine eyes inward, and bind my sheaves of wisdom reaped by travel. For I love thee so that no treasure pleases me not shared with thee. And what treasure so good and enduring as knowledge? This then have I, Sir Footsore, learned, that each nation hath its proper wisdom, and its proper folly, and methinks, could a great king or duke tramp like me, and see with his own eyes, he might pick the flowers and eschew the weeds of nations, and go home and set his own folk on wisdom's hill. The Germans in the north were churlish, but frank and honest; in the south, kindly and honest too. Their general blot is drunkenness, the which they carry even to mislike and contempt of sober men. They say commonly, Kannst du nicht saufen und fressen, so kannst du keinem Herrn wohl dienen. In England the vulgar sort drink as deep, but the worshipful hold excess in this a reproach, and drink a health or two for courtesy, not gluttony, and still sugar the wine. In their cups the Germans use little mirth or discourse, but ply the business sadly, crying, "Seid fröhlich." The best of their drunken sport is Kuhlemühlehof, a way of drinking with touching deftly of the glass, the beard, the table, in due turn, intermixed with whistlings and snappings of the finger, so curiously ordered as 'tis a labour of Hercules, but to the beholder right pleasant and mirthful. Their topers, by advice of German leeches, sleep with pebbles in their mouths, for, as of a boiling pot, the lid must be set ajar, so with these fleshy wine pots, to vent the heat of their inward parts, spite of which many die suddenly from drink. But 'tis a matter of religion to slur it, and glose it, and charge some innocent disease therewith. Yet 'tis more a custom than very nature, for their women come among the tipplers, and do but stand a moment, and, as it were, kiss the wine cup, and are indeed most temperate in eating and drinking, and of all women modest and virtuous, and true spouses and friends to their mates, far before our Holland lasses, that being maids, put the question to the men, and being wived, do lord it over them. Why, there is a wife in Tergoo, not far from our door. One came to the house and sought her man. Says she, "You'll not find him." He asked my leave to go abroad this afternoon, and I did give it him. Catherine. "'Tis sooth, 'twas Beck Hulse, Jonah's wife. This comes of a woman wedding a boy." In the south, where wine is, the gentry drink themselves bare, but not in the north, for with beer a noble shall sooner burst his body than melt his lands. They are quarrelsome, but 'tis the liquor, not the mind, for they are non-revengeful. And when they have made a bad bargain drunk, they stand to it sober. They keep their windows bright, and judge a man by his clothes. Whatever fruit or grain or herb grows by the roadside, gather and eat. The owner seeing you shall say, "Art welcome, honest man." But an ye pluck a wayside grape, your very life is in jeopardy. 'Tis eating of that heaven gave to be drunken. The French are much fairer spoken, and not nigh so true-hearted. Sweet words cost them naught. They call it payer en blanche. Denis, les coquins, ho ho! Natheless, courtesy is in their hearts, ay, in their very blood. They say commonly, "Give yourself the trouble of sitting down," and such straws of speech show how blows the wind. Also at a public show, if you would leave your seat, yet not lose it, tie but your napkin round the bench, and no French man or woman will sit there, but rather keep the place for you. Catherine. Gramercy, that is manners. France for me. Denis rose and placed his hand gracefully to his breastplate. Natheless, they say things in sport which are not courteous but shocking. Le diable t'emporte, allez au diable, and so forth. But I trow they mean not such dreadful wishes, custom belike. Moderate in drinking, and mix water with their wine, and sing and dance over their cups, and are then enchanting company. They are curious not to drink in another man's cup. In war, the English gain the better of them in the field, but the French are their masters in attack and defence of cities. Witness Orleans, where they besieged their besiegers, and hashed them sore with their double and treble culverines, and many other sieges in this our century. More than all nations, they flatter their women and despise them. No, she may be their sovereign ruler. Also, they often hang their female malefactors instead of drowning them decently as other nations use. The furniture in their inns is walnut, In Germany only deal. French windows are ill. The lower half is of wood and opens, the upper half is of glass but fixed, so that the servant cannot come at it to clean it. The German windows are all glass and movable, and shine far and near like diamonds. In France many mean houses are not glazed at all. Once I saw a Frenchman pass a church without unbonneting. This I ne'er witnessed in Holland, Germany, or Italy. At many inns they show the traveller his sheets to give him assurance they are clean, and warm them at the fire before him, a laudable custom. They receive him kindly and like a guest. They mostly cheat him, and whiles cut his throat. They plead and excuse hard and tyrannous laws, and true it is, their law thrusteth its nose into every platter, and its finger into every pie. In France, worshipful men wear their hats and their furs indoors, and go abroad lighter clad. In Germany they don hat and furred cloak to go abroad, but sit bareheaded and light-clad round the stove. The French intermix not the men and women folk in assemblies, as we Hollanders use. Round their preachers the women sit on their heels in rows, and the men stand behind them. Their harvests are rye and flax and wine. 3 mules shall you see to 1 horse, and whole flocks of sheep as black as coal. In Germany the snails be red. I lie not. The French buy minstrelsy, but breed jests, and make their own mirth. The Germans foster their set fools with ear caps, which move them to laughter by simulating madness, a calamity that asks pity, not laughter. In this particular I deem that lighter nation wiser than the graver German. What sayest thou? Alas, canst not answer me now. In Germany the petty laws are wondrous wise and just. Those against criminals bloody. In France bloodier still, and executed a trifle more cruelly there. Here the wheel is common, and the fiery stake, and under this king they drown men by the score in Paris river Seine yclept. But the English are as peremptory in hanging and drowning for a light fault, so travellers report. Finally, a true-hearted Frenchman, when ye chance on one, is a man as near perfect as earth affords, and such a man is my Denis, spite of his foul mouth. Denis: My foul mouth! Is that so, Master Richard? Richard: Ay, in sooth. See else. Denis, inspecting the letter gravely: I read not the letter so. Richard: How then? Denis: Humph! Ahem! Why, just the contrary. He added: 'Tis kittle work perusing of these black scratches men are agreed to take for words, and I trow 'tis still by guess you clerks do go, worthy sir. My foul mouth! This is the first time e'er I heard on't. Eh, mesdames? But the females did not seize the opportunity he gave them, and burst into a loud and general disclaimer. Margaret blushed and said nothing. The other two bent silently over their work, with something very like a sly smile. Denis inspected their countenances long and carefully, and the perusal was so satisfactory that he turned with a tone of injured but patient innocence, and bade Richard read on. The Italians are a polished and subtle people. They judge a man not by his habits, but his speech and gesture. Here Sir Chuff may by no means pass for falcon gentle, as did I in Germany, pranked in my noble servant's feathers. Wisest of all nations in their singular temperance of food and drink, most foolish of all, to search strangers coming into their borders and stay them from bringing much money in. They would rather invite it, and like other nations let the traveller from taking of it out. Also, here in Venice, the dames turn their black hair yellow by the sun and art to be wiser than him who made them. Ye enter no Italian town without a bill of health, though now is no plague in Europe. This peevishness is for extortion's sake. The innkeepers cringe and fawn and cheat, and in country places murder you. Yet will they give you clean sheets by paying therefor? Delicate in eating, and abhor from putting their hand in the plate, sooner they will apply a crust or what not. They do even tell of a cardinal at Rome, which armeth his guest's left hand with a little bifurcal dagger to hold the meat, while his knife cutteth it. But methinks this too is to be wiser than him, who made the hand so supple and prehensile. Eli, I am of your mind, my lad. They are sore troubled with the itch, and ointment for it, unguento per la rogna, is cried at every corner of Venice. From this my window I saw an urchin sell it to 3 several dames in silken trains, and to 2 velvet knights. Catherine. Italy, my lass, I read ye wash your body i' the tub o' Sundays, and then ye can put your hand i' the plate o' Thursday without an offence. Their bread is lovely white. Their meats they spoil with sprinkling cheese over them. O perversity! Their salt is black, without a lie. In commerce these Venetians are masters of the earth and sea, and govern their territories wisely. Only one flaw I find. The same I once heard a learned friar cast up against Plato, his Republic. To wit, that here women are encouraged to venal frailty, and do pay a tax to the state, which, not content with silk and spice, and other rich and honest freights, good store must trade in sin. 20,000 of these Jezebels there be in Venice and Candia and about, pampered and honoured for bringing strangers to the city, and many live in princely palaces of their own. But herein, methinks, the politic signors of Venice forget what King David saith, except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. Also, in religion, they hang their cloth according to the wind, siding now with the Pope, and now with the Turk, but I with the god of traders, Mammon hight. Shall flower so cankered bloom to the world's end? But since I speak of flowers, this none may deny them, that they are most cunning in making roses and gillyflowers to blow unseasonably. In summer they nip certain of the budding roses and water them not. Then in winter they dig round these discouraged plants and put in cloves, and so with great art rear sweet-scented roses and bring them to market in January. And did first learn this art of a cow. Buds she grazed in summer, and they sprouted at Yule. Women have sat in the doctor's chairs at their colleges, but she that sat in St. Peter's was a German. Italy too, for artful fountains and figures that move by water and enact life. And next for fountains is Augsburg, where they harness the foul knave Smoke to good Sir Spit, and he turneth stout Master Roast. But lest any one place should vaunt, 2 towns there be in Europe, which, scorning giddy fountains, bring water tame in pipes to every burgher's door, and he filleth his vessels with but turning of a cock. One is London, so watered this many a year by pipes of a league from Paddington, a neighbouring city, and the other is the fair town of Lübeck. Also, the fierce English are reported to me wise in that they will not share their land and flocks with wolves, but have fairly driven those marauders into their mountains. But neither in France, nor Germany, nor Italy is a wayfarer's life safe from the vagabonds after sundown. I can hear of no glazed house in all Venice, but only oiled linen and paper, and behind these barbarian islets a wooden jalousie. Their name for a cowardly assassin is a brave man, and for an harlot a courteous person, which is as much as to say that a woman's worst vice and a man's worst vice are virtues. But I pray God for Little Holland, that there an assassin may be yclept an assassin, and an harlot, till doomsday, and then glows foul faults with silken names who can. Eli, with a sigh. He should have been a priest saving your presence, my poor lass. January 26. Sweetheart, I must be brief, and tell thee but a part of that I have seen, for this day my journal ends. Tonight it sails for thee, and I unhappy, not with it, but tomorrow in another ship to Rome. Dear Margaret, I took a hand litter, and was carried to St. Mark's Church. Outside it, towards the market-place, is a noble gallery, and above it 4 famous horses, cut in brass by the ancient Romans, and seem all moving, and at the very next step must needs leap down on the beholder. About the church are 600 pillars of marble, porphyry, and ophites. Inside is a treasure greater than either at Saint Denis, or Loreto, or Toledo. Here a jewelled pitcher given the seigneury by a Persian king, also the ducal cap blazing with jewels, and on its crown a diamond and a chrysolite, each as big as an almond. 2 golden crowns and 12 golden stomachers studded with jewels, from Constantinople. Item, a monstrous sapphire. Item, a great diamond given by a French king. Item, a prodigious carbuncle. Item, 3 unicorns' horns. But what are these compared with the sacred relics? Dear Margaret, I stood and saw the brazen chest that holds the body of St. Mark the Evangelist. I saw with these eyes and handled his ring, and his gospel written with his own hand, and all my travels seemed light. For who am I that I should see such things? Dear Margaret, his sacred body was first brought from Alexandria by merchants in 810, and then not prized as now. For between 829, when this church was builded, and 1094, the very place where it lay was forgotten. Then holy priests fasted and prayed many days, seeking for light, and lo, the evangelist's body brake at midnight through the marble, and stood before them. They fell to the earth, but in the morning found the crevice the sacred body had burst through, and peering through it, saw him lie. Then they took and laid him in his chest beneath the altar, and carefully put back the stone with its miraculous crevice, which crevice I saw, and shall gape for a monument while the world lasts. After that they showed me the Virgin's chair. It is of stone, also her picture, painted by St. Luke, very dark, and the features now scarce visible. This picture in time of drought they carry in procession, and brings the rain. I wish I had not seen it. Item, 2 pieces of marble spotted with John the Baptist's blood. Item, a piece of the true cross, and of the pillar to which Christ was tied. Item, the rock struck by Moses, and wet to this hour. Also a stone Christ sat on, preaching at Tyre, but some say it is the one the patriarch Jacob laid his head on, and I hold with them by reason our Lord never preached at Tyre. Going hence, they showed me the state nursery for the children of those Aphrodisian dames, their favourites. Here in the outer wall was a broad niche, and if they bring them so little as they can squeeze them through it alive, the bairn falls into a net inside, and the state takes charge of it. But if too big, their mothers must even take them home again, with whom abiding 'tis like to be mali corvi, mali ovum. Coming out of the church, we met them carrying in a corpse with the feet and face bare. This I then first learned is Venetian custom, and sure no other town will ever rob them of it, nor of this that follows. On a great porphyry slab in the piazza were 3 ghastly heads rotting and tainting the air, and in their hot summers like to take vengeance with breeding of a plague. These were traitors to the state, and a heavy price, 2,000 ducats, being put on each head. Their friends had slain them, and brought all 3 to the slab, and so sold blood of others and their own faith. No state buys heads so many, nor pays half so high a price for that sorry merchandise. But what I most admired was to see over against the Duke's palace a fair gallows in alabaster, reared express to bring him and no other for the last treason to the state. And there it stands in his eye, whispering him memento mori. I pondered, and owned these signors my masters, who will let no man, not even their sovereign, be above the common weal. Hard by, on a wall, the workmen were just finishing, by order of the seigneury, the stone effigy of a tragical and enormous act, enacted last year, yet on the wall looks innocent. Here 2 gentle folks whisper together, and there other twain, their swords by their side. 4 brethren were they, which did on either side conspire to poison the other 2, and so halve their land in lieu of quartering it. And at a mutual banquet these twain drugged the wine, and those twain envenomed a marchpane to such good purpose that the same afternoon lay 4 brave men around one table, grovelling in mortal agony and cursing of one another and themselves, and so concluded miserably, and the land for which they had lost their immortal souls went into another family. And why not? It could not go into a worse. But, O sovereign wisdom of bywords, how true they put the finger on each nation's or particular's fault. Quand Italie sera son poison, et France son trahison, et l'Angleterre sans guerre, lors sera le monde sans terre. Richard explained this to Catherine, then proceeded. And after this they took me to the quay, and presently I espied among the masts one garlanded with amaranth flowers. "Take me thither," said I, and I let my guide know the custom of our Dutch skippers to hoist flowers to the masthead when they are courting a maid. Oft had I scoffed at this saying, so then his wooing is the earth's concern. But now, so far from the rotter, that bunch at a masthead made my heart leap with assurance of a countryman. They carried me, and oh, Margaret, on the stern of that Dutch boy was written in muckle letters, Gerard Eliason, Amsterdam. "Put me down," I said, "for Our Lady's sake, put me down." I sat on the bank and looked, scarce believing my eyes, and looked, and presently fell to crying till I could see the words no more. Ah me, how they went to my heart, those bare letters in a foreign land. Dear Richard, good, kind brother Richard, often I have sat on his knee and rid on his back, Kisses many he has given me, unkind word from him had I never. And there was his name on his own ship, and his face and all his grave. But good and gentle ways came back to me, and I sobbed vehemently and cried aloud, why is not brother Richard here, and not his name only? I spake in Dutch, for my heart was too full to hold their foreign tongues, and—
Eli. Well, Richard, go on, lad, prithee go on. Is this a place to halt at? Richard. Father, with my duty to you, it is easy to say go on, but think ye I am not flesh and blood? The poor boy's simple grief and brotherly love coming so sudden on me, they go through my heart, and I cannot go on. Sink me if I can even see the words. 'Tis writ so fine. Denis. Courage, good Master Richard, take your time. There are more eyne wet than yours. Ah, little comrade, would God thou wert here, and I at Venice for thee. Richard. Poor little curly-headed lad, what had he done that we have driven him so far? That is what I would fain know, said Catherine dryly, then fell to weeping and rocking herself, with her apron over her head. Kind dame, good friends, said Margaret, trembling, let me tell you how the letter ends. The skipper, hearing our Gerard speak his grief in Dutch, accosted him, and spake comfortably to him, and after a while our Gerard found breath to say he was worthy Master Richard's brother. Thereat was the good skipper all agog to serve him. Richard. So, skipper, Master Richard aforesaid will be at thy wedding, and brings purse to boot. Margaret. Sir, he told Gerard of his consort, that was to sail that very night for Rotterdam, and dear Gerard had to go home and finish his letter and bring it to the ship, and the rest, it is but his poor dear words of love to me, the which, and please you, I think shame to hear them read aloud, and ends with the lines I sent to Mistress Kate, and they would sound so harsh now and ungrateful. The pleading tone, as much as the words, prevailed, and Richard said he would read no more aloud, but run his eye over it for his own brotherly satisfaction. She blushed and looked uneasy, but made no reply. Eli, said Catherine, still sobbing a little, tell me, for Our Lady's sake, how our poor boy is to live at that nasty Rome. He has gone there to write, but here he his own words to prove writing avails naught. Had died o' hunger by the way, but for paintbrush and saltery. Well a day. Well, said Eli, he has got brush and music still. Besides, so many men, so many minds. Writing, though it had no sale in other parts, may be merchandise at Rome. Father, said little Kate, have I your good leave to put in my word twixt mother and you? And welcome, little heart. Then seems to me, painting and music, close at hand, be stronger than writing, but being distant, naught to compare. For see what glamour written paper hath done here but now. Our Gerard, writing at Venice, hath verily put his hand into this room at Rotterdam, and turned all our hearts. Ay, dear, dear Gerard, methinks thy spirit hath rid hither on these thy paper wings, and oh, dear father, why not do as we should do were he here in the body? Kate, said Eli, fear not. Richard and I will give him glamour for glamour. We will write him a letter, and send it to Rome by a sure hand with money, and bid him home on the instant. Cornelius and Brandt exchanged a gloomy look.
Ah, good father, and meantime?
Well, meantime?
Dear father, dear mother, what can we do to pleasure the absent, but be kind to his poor lass, and her own trouble afore her?
"'Tis well," said Eli, "but I am older than thou."
And he turned gravely to Margaret.
"Wilt answer me a question, my pretty mistress?"
"If I may, sir," faltered Margaret.
"What are these marriage lines Gerard speaks of in the letter?"
"Our marriage lines, sir. His and mine. Know you not that we are betrothed?"
"Before witnesses?"
"Ay, sure, my poor father and Martin Wittenhagen."
"This is the first I ever heard of it."
"How came they in his hands? They should be in yours." "Alas, sir, the more is my grief. But I ne'er doubted him, and he said it was a comfort to him to have them in his bosom."
"You're a very foolish lass."
"Indeed I was, sir, but trouble teaches the simple."
"'Tis a good answer. Well, foolish or no, you're honest. I had shown ye more respect at first, but I thought ye had been his leman, and that is the truth."
"God forbid, sir. Dinny, methinks 'tis time for us to go. Give me my letter, sir. Bide ye, be not so hot for a word. Natheless, wife, methinks her red cheek becomes her. Better than it did you to give it her, my man."
"Softly, wife, softly. I am not counted an unjust man, though I be somewhat slow."
Here Richard broke in. "Why, mistress, did ye shed your blood for our Gerard?" "Not I, sir, but maybe I would." "Nay, but he says you did. Speak sooth now." "Alas, I know not what ye mean. I read ye believe not all that my poor lad says of me. Love makes him blind." "Traitress!" cried Denis, "let her not throw dust in thine eyes, Master Richard. Old Martin tells me ye need not make signals to me, she comrade. I am as blind as love. Martin tells me she cut her arm and let her blood flow, and smeared her heels when Gerard was hunted by the bloodhounds, to turn the scent from her lad." "Well, and if I did, 'twas my own, and spilt for the good of my own," said Margaret defiantly. But Catherine suddenly clasping her, she began to cry at having found a bosom to cry on, of one who would have also shed her blood for Gerard in danger. Eli rose from his chair.
"Wife," said he solemnly, "you will set another chair at our table for every meal, also another plate and knife. They will be for Margaret and Peter. She will come when she likes, and stay away when she pleases. None may take her place at my left hand. Such as can welcome her are welcome to me. Such as cannot, I force them not to abide with me. The world is wide and free. Within my walls I am master, and my son's betrothed is welcome." Catherine bustled out to prepare supper. Eli and Richard sat down and concocted a letter to bring Gerard home. Richard promised it should go by sea to Rome that very week. Sibrant and Cornelius exchanged a gloomy wink and stole out. Margaret, seeing Giles deep in meditation, for the dwarf's intelligence had taken giant strides, asked him to bring her the letter. "You have heard but half, good Master Giles," said she. "Shall I read you the rest?" "I shall much beholden to you," shouted the sonorous atom. She gave him her stool. Curiosity bowed his pride to sit on it,
and Margaret murmured the first part of the letter into his ear, very low, not to disturb Eli and Richard. And to do this, she leaned forward and put her lovely face cheek by jowl with Giles's hideous one, a strange contrast, and worth a painter's while to try and represent. And in this attitude Catherine found her, and all the mother warmed towards her, and she exchanged an eloquent glance with little Kate. The latter smiled, and sewed with drooping lashes. "Get him home on the instant!" roared Giles. "I'll make a man of him." "Hear the boy," said Catherine, half comically, half proudly. "We hear him," said Richard, "and mostly makes himself heard when I do speak. Sibrand, which will get to him first?" Cornelius, gloomily, "Who can tell?" End of chapter 54. Recording by Tom Denholm.